Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 16 with Shashingo. We are finally back from our kind of extended break. Give a little space between the vocabulary that we extracted. As a review, the last 15 days, tried to play Shashingo consecutively, and we're more or less complete with reading, listening, and speaking, right? Obviously, we're going to forget a few things or like have a little bit of trouble for recalling a few things, which we'll do in the process of extracting the writing. So now, starting today and on and off, we're gonna attempt to output the writing in order to solidify the memory and association with all the kanji that's in Shashingo. And hopefully we get to complete the entire stack before the next DLC, probably. A little thing about Shashingo, I was like chilling and looking at updates. We're trying to find updates. It seems like they are almost ready to launch the Switch version. That also means there's a chance there's an update coming soon. I'm looking forward to that. The last update was the quiz mode, which is fantastically useful. I'm still looking forward to that juicy DLC, right? As you can see, I've added a place where I can write in real time the kanji. I think we're going to do it in chunks. We're going to take a chunk method. We're going to restrict it to, so let's see, there are 145 cards, right? 145 cards. We can separate them into 10 cards, or try to keep it to maybe 20 kanji. We're gonna have to fill it out, so we're gonna start with, I feel, okay, we're gonna take a note from our Duolingo Chinese. Let's do 15 kanji, so they have to be 15 novel kanji, and or 10 cards, whichever comes first. And I'm gonna do a little extra fun. We're gonna go around and take new pictures of the cards that we're going to encounter in our album. So let's hop in here. All right. Let's see. So, yeah, I don't think we need the furigana. Although, actually, let's turn on the furigana so we can spend time observing and associating everything. And let's look at a book. So I'm gonna take I kind of like that picture. Let's see. So we're gonna retake the 8 pictures right here. So we have eki kokoku, ki, shindoki, shingoki, and eiga poster, eigakan, intenkia, and terebi. So let's go find the eki. I kind of like this one better. So let's make it ooh. There's some fun filters. I'm gonna select a particular filter that I like and do the first set with the filter. I really like this. This looks cool. All right. I forgot how to take a picture. Wait. Wait. Oh. Oh. Oh, it has to point at something. Okay, so let's try to stage this though. There we go. Border. Ooh. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have new borders too. Wait, what does this say? That time I was reincarnated as a station. Go. Okay. Ooh. Oh, there's some good ones here. There are some good ones. I don't just like the vanilla though. I want to give like the flavor of the set. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, let's do all of them in this style. Okay. So what was our next one? An advertisable. Oh, cuckoo. Oh, cuckoo. Oh, cuckoo. I'm trying to think which one. Oh, cuckoo. That. Oh, cuckoo. Yeah, this is our flavor of the. Key. All right. Gotta be here, right? Yes. No. Yeah. Maybe go the other way around? Oh no, I can't. Wait.
Key.
No. We need to get further back. Oh, old. The tree is too tall. Wait. Oh, wait. Can I zoom out? Oh, no, I can't zoom out anymore. Wait.
木
Okay. Okay. What do we have? Bingo key. Bingo key. Hmm. Okay.
信号機
Okay. Okay. Fitting.
「映画ポスター
Mega poster. Okay. And yes, Egacon.
映画館
I'm just picking this as a theme because it's roughly related to most of it. Ooh. I want it directly on.
電気屋
Okay. And Erebi. Erebi. Hmm. Oh no. Okay. Nope. Oh, there, Gina. I guess.
「テレビ
Okay. All right. So let's get to extracting here. So we have our first page. Let's see how well this works. So I'm familiar with Eki. Thanks, Gina. Let's see. So I'm pretty sure. Oh, do this. Maybe a little bit. All right. Okay. So Kokoku. Let's take a probably this. Feels right. Oh, Koku. E. E, we're familiar with. We'll put it on the left. Can't actually see the other one. Ooh, boy. Right. Shingo key. We're gonna have to look up this key. Because I can't make that out. The other two... Huh. Oh, has... a little interesting. So we're familiar with this one. This radical. And then... kind of looks... yeah, so down. And then let's look up key. Or machine. Okay. That's not big enough. Alright, let's go to... let's do a Google search. Okay, so... that's fine. And then two of those. Those probably go next. Huh. There's an extra stroke. There. Oh, it's probably this. Can I? Here it is. Here's the stroke diagram. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. And then the... yeah, okay. And then... right. Then you complete those. Go down. Okay. Okay. That's probably one of the more complicated characters I've had so far. So we start with this radical. And then it goes across. Yeah, across. This. Then this goes down. Oof. Let's look at this. Right. Yeah, and then now I just gotta condense them. Fair enough. Alright. So let's give this another shot here. I think that's good enough. It kind of captures what I need to do, so after a couple repetitions would not be too bad. I see the two radicals. Actually, I see all the radicals. The one thing that is a little bit out I need to remember is the middle line, actually. The middle line, you can kind of see where they're going. And then we need to squish it together a little bit. So that's fine. So what? Shingo key. Shingo key. Okay. Our next one is Eiga. Ega is multi-purpose. Right. Probably like this. Yeah. And one might be up in the air. I'm not quite sure about this one. So let's go look for Ega. Only G show had. Wait. Maybe. I should have thought about. Okay. Let's find a database. Interesting. Try this one. No. Oh, okay. Let's see if this one is decent. Okay. Well, that doesn't help. Oh. Okay. Where? Oh, I might need to. Okay. Am I being a pet? Oh. Yes, I am. I am being a pet. Okay. What do I enter this? Does this work? It only shows me the first one. Oh, wait. Ah, here we go. So, that's fine. That makes sense. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So they went with this first. Oh, wow. This one is definitely different. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So, went with this. And they do this one. And then down. And then down again. And then across. Oops. I missed a stroke. So, down. Down. Then across. That is such an interesting stroke order for that one. So Eiga. And then Posta. Posta is self-explanatory, is katakana. So, and then we get Eiga-kan. So we got kan. Kan is left radical. These are familiar radicals. So we're good. Yeah. There might be one or two strokes that are kind of a carryover or overlap between Hanzi and Kanji that might be slightly different. we'll make note of it as they go. But I don't think it's gonna change too much. Sometimes a stack of horizontal strokes before vertical strokes, or the vice versa, can be like the order might switch 1 or 2 positions between Hanzi and kanji. So it's not too bad. Okay. All right. Let's move this down a little more. Okay. All right. So let's swipe this. Okay. And then what do we have? Oh, we should really move. Somehow reorder these brushes in the future. Okay. So, Denkia. Denkia. Den is not too bad. Den we had before. Interesting. Let's look at the interesting. Got 2 results. Let's see. Oh, I actually did the stroke. Not quite. Not quite there. They went with... Oh, interesting. So the stroke keeps prioritizing... I see. Yeah, they want to do this first. Oh. And then not this next. What? Wait a minute. What? That. Wait. Oh, no. That's fine. So 9, 10. Okay. This part is fine. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So that's fine. All right, 1 box. Then you go to the next box. Okay. Right. That's fine. And then box. Okay. That's fine. And then yeah is very, very useful here. No surprises in the yeah. Nope, we're good. Yep. So yeah. All right. And then we have Terebi, which is self-explanatory. Katakana. Okay. So let's go over the characters we have so far. Okay. So we have Eki. And then Kokoku. Kokoku. Oh, I forgot a stroke. E. Shingoki. Shingoki. Um. Actually, I'm not sure. Oh, okay. That was kind of messy. Okay. Shingoki. Then we have Ega. Ugh. This one was a little bit different. And Khan, we can add Khan into it. Alright. And Denkia. Denkia. Right. And then box, box, cross, whoops, horizontal, cross, cross, box, box. Yeah, yeah is okay. And then yeah, that's it for the first like set, right? I can remember that. That's fine, that's fine. So Shingoki, fine. Kokoku, Kokoku takes a little bit of remembering. We're fine with that. Now let's look at the back. We have to look at the back of these cards too. Okay. We'll do it one more time. Now that I have them turned around, we'll do it one more time. Kind of fun to use a brush. Yeah, I can already see the latency from running both programs at the same time. That brush kind of looks nice. It's too fat. No. Fine. Okay. So Eki. And we might as well write all the cards, right? Eki. Eki Kokoku. Yeah, I already lost it. I don't even...
有効
Whoops. Kokoku is good stuff. It's not very memorable, huh? Trying to remember. Okay. Key. Bingo key. Ega. I don't remember the left side one. Oh no. Right. I can write it? Yeah, I can write it. We looked it up. Yeah, it is a fun kanji. Mm-hmm. Eiga-kan. Denkia. And then Terebi is the last one. All right. Give it a few. Give it a few, and then we're gonna go back through them, and then see if we can get the cards, the ones on the card back. Well, okay. So. Hmm. All right. Okay. You'd be surprised how useful it is to imagine yourself literally writing the things in your mind eye, within your mind eye. All right. It takes a quite a while. It takes a quite a while to do it. Just as long as doing it IRL actually. Eki. Eki Bogoku. Bogoku. That makes sense. Imagining equals saying brain has to actually work. Yeah. So you have to like it takes a lot of effort to not to focus entirely imagining it without moving. But you can definitely move. Like one of the quote unquote, I would say one of the crutches that I use for imagining, sometimes if you close your sight, right, you can still use your hand. Your hand kind of works the same way. So every once in a while, I just swap it up. Sometimes I try to think about it in my head. Sometimes I move like air draw something. And the idea is like you're trying to separate it from your sight. Your sight, at least in my opinion, for me, sight is very powerful. And then speech is incredible. Sound is even more powerful. So my order is sound, then sight, and then nothing, right? You get nothing. So you don't do either of them. Oh, they're pink. Let's see, key. Oh, Lotus. Real talk though. Real talk. Yesterday I was watching an episode, another episode of Three Body Problem, and there was this a scene where there was a guy who wanted to write a letter, right? And they flashed the letter between each other, and holy heck, when people say handwriting varies in handwriting varies, I am actually shocked that that's what people can read. Like, that is a humbling experience. Like, I'm writing this now, right? And I actually think it's very reaffirming that some people can actually read what I wrote on screen. But holy, when I saw the Hanzi in that letter, yeah, like any like kanji, and like, so I started looking at samples of kanji and Hanzi, and it feels like they cursived it, you know what I mean? Like, you know how when you're writing English and you get really fast, it kind of looks like a hybrid of cursive and print. Man, then when you apply it to like something like kanji and Hanzi, it's like I'm like, where did the so so I got humbled. I got humbled really quickly by understanding. I thought I understood generalized shapes. You know, when you're looking at an image, you don't necessarily have to have everything in perfect condition. If you recognize the general essence of whatever the image is, you can probably read it. That's kind of how we go about it in English as well. Like, a handwriting could be really awful, but you can still get the generalized shape to get it. But man, I saw that handwritten letter, like that Chinese handwritten letter. Holy, I think I was able to pick up like 4 characters. It's like, whoa. Or like the simpler ones, because it was so cursive. Like, all the strokes connected, like every single stroke connected. It's like touching, it's overlapping. It almost feels like they never lifted their pen at all. One of those things where textbook knowledge is level 1, real world experience is next level. Yeah. Although I do have to say something about real world level and real world speech and stuff. That is the natural way, in my opinion. So like, yes, textbooks, grammar, and learning fundamentals is incredibly rigid. Like, even in a language that's flexible, it's still rigid. It's more rigid than, you know, the real world experience, right? Because there's noise. So the question is my Japanese, when I'm writing this stuff, is it going to get noisy? My English, obviously I've made compensations, right? For example, I don't write in lowercase anymore, and I write in all caps, right? You know, og. So regardless of how noisy this is, I've adopted ways in which, regardless of how noisy it is, it's almost it's legible, right? So I'm kind of curious how I'm going to eventually, you know, several years from now, how my handwriting is going to adopt things. I think I might end up creating a sharpness as opposed to like curviness. So like, it will get sharpened. So I have a feeling I'm gonna have a heightened spacing for this. It might slow me down, but I don't think I would embrace the whole curvy connecting thing. Like for example, I can imagine someone doing, like, if they just speed like this. So if you're lifting, you know how when you lift, you can see a slight trail? That's where all that artifacting is, like, that's all that messiness is coming from. But you follow the heavier trails as you're riding quicker, right? Like, see, like what I just did here, where there's a trail because of the lift. You're lifting up very quickly. And I kind of understand why it ended up looking like that. So like, if I try to say, and this is imitation too, it's not on actual paper, right? So like, for example, key, right? So you'll have trails. You have input trails and leaving trails. right? But you can largely still see the direction of key. And when you go fast, right? When you go fast, it could end up looking like the size, right? It'd be like you can see edges going off. I'm obviously intentionally being a little bit more messier, right? So it'll be interesting. Right now I'm being incredibly rigid. Super rigid. So it doesn't necessarily flow out of my hand. So interesting. All right, so let's go back. Key, Shingoki. I'm not making it like an excuse for me to be sloppy, but I have a distinct feeling that I will start to feel which one stylistically matches me. Like how much I like certain things stylistically. Yeah, like for this one, this radical, my radical for this can get really messy. Whoops. Like these radicals, this thing can get messy already. A bit. But I kind of at least keep the spacing apart. I really like writing this radical. This radical shows up a lot. I don't know. Did I? Oh, I didn't. I didn't draw this further down. I have no idea. Shingo key is traffic light. Do you call a traffic light Shingo?
渋滞
It's this one. I guess they just add machine to Shingo. Is Shingo still traffic light? Oh, so you don't need a key? Oh, there you go. Listen, we're just gonna practice the key anyways, alright? Not being a pep. I'm just kidding. They're basically the same in Jisho, yeah, basically. Listen, that's a stylistic choice, okay? We're gonna call it a machine. Just heck off. You and your natural. Oops. Um um You're a key. I mean, I'll take that as a compliment. Honestly, I don't know who's roasting who. That's I don't know. I don't mind being called a key. Unless that means tool, then that's a problem. You're a tool. Show you who's a tool. Oh, you know what? I should write the vocabulary actually. It's actually the one of the things is ega posta. The posta. Tool is oh. Um I don't have either the read for that one. What is tool? What is the read on tool? Oops. No one saw that stroke order. It's fine. Dogu. Honestly, that just sounds like dog. Doggo. I'll show you a dogu. You're a dogu. Dog. It kind of just sounds like dog. Like the katakana for dog. Like, how do you say dog as a adopted word? Dogu. Dog. Dog. Yeah, it works. It's not dogu. You know, dog. It dogu. Wait. Tell me that the katakana dogu is for dog. I know you wrote it hiragana, but tell me that Japanese people say have reserved dog for in katakana for dog. Or do they go with doggo? It would be, oh, they put a t. Oh, dogu. Dogu. I don't like that. Nah, no. I don't know about that. I'm not feeling that one. We'll just stick to Inu. Inu is fine. Honestly, I feel like Inu is gonna get adopted into the Oxford Dictionary. Or is it? Let's double check. It's probably already in the Oxford Dictionary. Like pets, like Inu. Let's see, Oxford. Let's see. No. It isn't. I mean, Shiba Inu is already good enough, right? Neko, what happened before Inu? Yeah. Let's see if Neko is already in it. No. No, not yet either. It's funny. I typed Neko. I typed Neko Oxford Dictionary as a Google search, and one of the top hits is a Reddit thread that says, "Is Neko's name pronounced Nico?" But here's the kicker here, right? You don't know what they're referring to. So the top reply is it means cat in Japanese, so it's pronounced Neko. But here's the thing. What language are we talking about? Because this person typed Neko and didn't identify what it is. Because Nico is actually a name. Oh, and dictionary.com. Well, yeah, but dictionary.com isn't as prestigious. You know? It's got to be the Oxford or I guess. Are we using dictionary.com as the major source, or are we using Oxford and Cambridge? I think they're both in it because Shiba Inu Inu is a thing, right? Because of the species, right? Or the dog breed, right? So I'm sure Inu is also in the dictionary in some way. Like I'm sure Shiba Inu is in the dictionary. So when people go around and, you speak English and you identify a breed, Inu is already there. Neko, maybe not so much. You don't go up to a cat and point at like a tabby or something and say that's a Neko. There's actually not even a name Neko, right? So I would actually argue, Lotus, that Inu was in the dictionary before Neko because of Shiba Inu. I'm just saying. I'm being a little sassy. Never mind. Let's just stop. I'm gonna stop now. That was a little too much sass. All right. Tell me. Dictionary.com probably has Shiba Inu. Shiba. Fair enough. What's up with you and dropping letters? Fair enough. Gotta be spicy on a Friday. It is a Friday. Do you have a long day today? Friday spicy. Let's see. I'm missing one. So Eiga-kan. No, I'm missing two. Eiga-kan. Oh, right. A Denkia. I'm gonna say an unpopular opinion, maybe. I don't know if it's an unpopular opinion or not. Since people don't write anymore. But when you write, Lotus, after a while, it's so much easier to remember things because you just wrote so much. I don't know if you feel the same way. Like, I know these characters can be really complicated and stuff, but man, after you get in the habit of writing and then you do like a complicated character, you just write it back immediately. Like, I'm really being laxed right now, and you just tell yourself, it's like, oh yeah, I know this, and then you do. Like, it's pretty astonishing how quickly it happens. Like, or at least I didn't think. I tend to be very conservative about my abilities, so it's pretty nice. I like it. I do feel it's a very chill. Yeah, so these are all our cards, so we don't need to do this again. We're fine. Now we have to add more to the list. Oh. Okay. We made it a little bit fun as well. So every time we get past a set, we're gonna take new pictures. So I took new pictures with these guys. And then I'm like experimenting with a new border and a new filter each time. So by the time we finish our album, we're going to have each set of 8 cards have different themes and different combinations. Just because it's fun, right? So we retook all the pictures. We're gonna retake all the pictures as we go. Fun. Alright. Okay. So let's grab more. It's pretty chill. Writing is so chill, man. My girlfriend is trying to go to a Shrek rave tomorrow, and I should figure out a costume though. Shrek rave? We're talking about DreamWorks Pictures Shrek. This is a joke. I'm just gonna go up and say this is a joke so I don't offend anyone. But you Californians are weird. Obviously, Lotus, you dress up as Farquaad. What are you thinking? What, you think you're tall and like butched and jacked? You're obviously gonna dress up like Farquaad. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Donkey, right? Donkey. That's definitely the one. That's definitely you. Donkey. I thought I know I kind of gathered you were tall, but you're not getting the joke here. You're obviously gonna go for donkey. Bit too tall for Farquaad. Californians are very built different. Yeah, yeah. Listen. Not donkey. Donkey. 3 foot even. Oh, Philistine. Hello. No, Lotus. You're obviously gonna go to the rave as donkey. It's just a standard donkey, you know? A standing donkey. It'll be fine. Gingerbread man? Lotus, come on. You gotta go as the gingerbread man thing. I've got it had a name. The gingerbread man guy. Come on. Come on. And then you gotta talk like the gingerbread man guy, you know? How do you even do that? Like you squeeze your vocal cords together and go, all I can think about is Mr. Hanky right now. Like, howdy how. Oh gosh, that's no. I don't remember a line. I think I remember that one scene where like Farquaad, someone was eating bits of the. Was it Farquaad that was torturing the gingerbread, and they were like eating pieces of him? At 24 hours, you'll do your best. All right. Fair enough. A Shrek rave. Of all the things, you need to find a much shorter person than you who dresses as a gingerbread man than you got as a giant gingerbread. Oh yeah, they are right. The giant gingerbread scene. Shrek 2. That's right. Of all the things, a Shrek themed rave. Yeah, it's the play. Don't you dare go ask. Wait, what was wasn't there a prince in it? It's kind of lame, right? Hello, fellow YouTuber. Stormy. Wasn't there like a lame Prince Charming at one point? I forgot which movie it was. Like a stuck up Prince Charming. Oh, it's second film? Okay. I guess you can go as that. Lotus, I feel like Lotus is generic. Like, I'm just kidding. I mean, that would be very appropriate. Anyways, have fun playing whatever you're doing. Thanks. I will. Sorry. You too. Good luck with everything. Alright, so we have Kairi. That's too far. This connects. So Kairi, we have already. Yeah. Konzatsuru. Oh boy. That looks kind of crowded. And I'm gonna have to guess on the stroke order on this one because Hanzo is different. So this one's fine. The watermarks. That's fine. That's fine. And this is fine. Oh, so on, and then those are radicals are fine. These radicals here are fine. And this one we're gonna guess. I think it's Japanese, so we're gonna do the vertical and then slash through all the horizontals. Do the vertical, then the horizontals. Well, actually, It could be all the horizontals first. Or it could be 2 horizontals, vertical, and then let's go check. We'll go look at a diagram here. Find out. Oh, Honsatsu. Don't worry, I have a reference. We're using a database. They went with vertical first. Okay. So vertical first, then 3 across. That's fine. So the first one. The first iteration was the one. I mean, I can't think of any character from Shrek that encapsulates California. Prince Charming is up there. It's true. True, yeah. So, I talked about this before. So you have this character, this radical here is contentious. Past this point right here, you either go this way and complete it, or in Japanese, it's usually the vertical. It's kind of what I was guessing. So, but in Hanzi, it's the other way around. In Hanzi, they would do the first 2 vertical, then complete the bottom. Which is true for some of the things. Like, if you do this, right? The bottom is generally last. So a lot of times they kept that consistent, as opposed to doing all the horizontals and then go through a vertical, or use a vertical and then go through the horizontals. Like, for example, this character, right? You would do the vertical, then the horizontals. It's an interesting mix thing, and you kind of get used to it at some point, and you just fill it out. I'm using those as simplified examples of like priorities and horizontals and verticals. Whenever you have grid-like patterns, is you learn it and then just stick with it. Like, it's, in my opinion, it's easy enough with memory and hand memory that you do it case by case, and then those radicals come up enough that you just get used to whichever order you want to use it. All right, so let's do them in chunks, right? We got to do them in chunks. There's a lot of kanji. Okay. And then bendy. Actually, we just got something very similar, but not the same. Interesting. Oh no, wait, no, it's not the same. Yeah. That's probably this order. That's one stroke away from Skau. Skau. Interesting. Bendy, and then we're doing this. Okay. Bendy. Let's do 2 at a time, because there's quite a lot. Oh, I should complete the rest to remind myself. Bendy. Okay. Then senden suru. Senden. Guessing it's close. It looks like they're touching, but they're not. Or it's probably one stroke like this. That's not a box. That's a crown, and then stroke, box, stroke. Oh, and you know what's also kind of fun when you're writing? You kind of notice all the similarities, right? You kind of like group them together at some point. It's like, oh yeah, this is a character that's in this word. It's not the same as reading sometimes. It's harder to appreciate Like, oh yeah, this is similar to this one. Oh, this is identical to this one. Until you're right, in my opinion. A lot more salient. Okay. So, senden suru. Senden suru. And we have yuko. Yuko. We're familiar with that one. Oh, interesting. Roku is in Ko here. Oh, no, just kidding. Not Roku. It's the same right radical as Ko. Oh yeah, it is Ko. Oh, but with an extra radical to the right. Oh, that's interesting. I'm talking about Gakko. Gakko. So you do this. Actually, I have to check this right radical because it might not be the same. Dang it! It's the reverse. Of course it's the reverse. Of course it's the reverse. I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't feel right. Of course the kanji is going to be the reverse. How do you feel about this radical, Lotus? Like, the hiragana is the other way around. Wait, have I been writing the hiragana incorrectly the entire time? No, it's the other way around, right? It's vertical, then the horizontal. But all the kanji versions, most of the kanji versions are the other way around. It's you do the horizontal first in ka, or what looks like ka. Wait, you know what? I better double check. Maybe I have been living a lie and I've been writing ka incorrectly the entire time. Oh, I've been writing ka incorrectly the whole time. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, I've been writing ka the wrong stroke order. Wait. I've been writing ka the wrong way the entire time. Oh no. Well, the more you learn. Oh, wait. Wait. Hold up. Well, why are these charts so confusing? Where the heck where is the heck is ka in this show? Yeah, no, I've been writing the ka the incorrect way. So they are the same. I'm just a pep and I've been writing ka the wrong way for like 10 days or more. So it's okay. It's actually easier to remember one order. So okay. All right. I'll remember. Fine. This is good learning experience. Okay, and yeah. Mediocre. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to look up mediocre because it's kind of I'll take a guess. Let's take a guess, right? Mediocre. Me is the concern here. So me, we're gonna say that looks like a slight stroke. Then we have the box, probably this order. Then we have this, and maybe this. I don't know what is going on there. And then you're gonna throw in like this. Right, you're gonna throw in one, then you complete what looks deceptive because they made it the same length, but there is a chance that the top stroke is shorter, or actually it might be longer. So yeah, so we gotta look up mediocre. Mediocre. Man, keep forgetting to turn on my. Oh, maybe it's not at all. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. So, it is indeed. My first gut feeling was correct. The second stroke is longer. The second stroke. And you can't tell because of the limited pixels. And it is the correct stroke order. Yes. And it is just that funky. Okay, fair enough. Alright. So. Let's try this again. The reason why I didn't think this top stroke is longer is because the words that I kind of know attached to that character doesn't feel like it would belong in this character. Because mediocre is for appealing. I wouldn't think it would be a radical like this. I wouldn't think this radical would be used. This radical would be used over this radical. So that's kind of where I was like, oh yeah, it could be either technically because I don't know Japanese enough. But at first I'm like, it doesn't feel like it would have that. So yes, we have this stroke. We have this. Then we slide it over. We add this. Add this. And we got me. All that for me. And then Roku. And of course I ran it in the wrong order. And Dok comes up multiple times. Dok is a super common one. So we don't really need to do. And this one is pretty simple too. Teki. It's interesting because Teki is one of the easily the most common hanza. It's duh. That's duh. Okay, so mediocre Teki. So let's do this one because we already have a bunch, right? Yeah, we already have a bunch. This is gonna be slow going. There's so much kanji in here. Although we will get some freebies here and there. And freebies meaning things we already know and then reusing and whatnot. But we'll do our due diligence. I don't remember. I haven't decided how long. How long we're gonna go at this. Guess we have to save time. So what? Kaidu. Wait, I think I added an extra stroke. I did. Out of habit. Okay. Kaidu. Konzakusuru. Right, konzakusuru. Onzak. Onzatsu. 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 Oh, yikes. I keep getting reminded of the wrong stroke order. Well, actually, oh no. What is the stroke order? Oh no, okay. We gotta, hold up. What about this one? What about this radical? What's the stroke order for this radical? Thoughts. Son of a bee sting. It's the reverse. I guess that's where the habit is overlapping. That's probably where the habit is overlapping. Between this, right? Between this and this. That's where the habit is coming from. I'm just like feeling it out. It's like, does it matter? I would be hard pressed for someone to know if they can see the weight and the velocity changes if you were to write it in either way. But let's just stick with some form here, right? Okay. So this one I actually wrote correctly. And then I think it was this, right? E. Oh, stroke order. Okay. Onza suru. Alright. Bendy. Or being loose. Don't at me. Trying to speed up a little. Otherwise, we're gonna be not gaining some ground here. And then advertise. Senden suru. Senden. Sentence. You don't know what's going on, but you think it's cool? Well, thank you. It's cool too. You should if you're interested in writing and learning Japanese, this is definitely a great way. Or a fun way anyway. A different way. So senden suru. Senden suru. Yuko. And Miryoteki. Or, yeah, Miryoteki. I like writing languages. I don't know. It looks like fun. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, I played a game called Shashingo. And Shashingo allows you, it's a game where you learn Japanese through photography. So earlier today, I decided to retake a lot of my photos. And then you get all these characters, get all this vocabulary. And then since Shashinko does not have a writing output implement yet, I basically decided to map a separate program and then, put it on the side. And I'm basically extracting all the vocabulary I already know how to read and hear, right? Listen, read, and speak these things. So now I'm writing them. So slowly we're going to go through all of them. It will probably double the number of characters that I already know in Japanese. So that's pretty cool. So we're at the stage in this game I consider it as an extension of the video game, because usually that's kind of what I do. I like video games quite a lot, and I also think outside the video game. It would be nice if it had a writing implement, but I'm not pressuring the developer or anything. I think the game is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Although I say that for most video games I voluntarily play, I wouldn't play them otherwise, I suppose. So this is a wonderful little game. And then Medioteki. I need to make this less girthy. Don't know what's going on, but this is cool. I think I might like. Okay, we gotta play. Okay, that's fantastic. All right, cool. I see. Neat. Interesting. Is that a thing? A plagiarizer? Huh. Oh, Medioteki. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So. Kairu. Yeah, Benny. Yolan. Onzatsu. Hmm. What happened to what? What happened to what? What happened to bro? I don't know what you're talking about. The level of input. Hmm. Bendy. You don't know? Okay. You guys do you. And then. And okay. Call. You call. Mediocre. Alright. So let's try this again. Alright. Hairu. Konzaku. Konzaku. Konsatsu. Okay. Bendy. 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 Okay. Suru. Sendensu. And then sentence. You call. You call. Oof. You call. Call. You call. Mediocre. Oh, that's wrong show order. It's fine. Let's add the other ones. So the other 8 vocabulary. Icky. Hokoku. Hokoku. This is the one that I was afraid I might forget. Hokoku. Oh, wait, I remember. Hokoku. E. Shingoki. Shingoki. Oh. Ugh. Actually, I'm not quite sure if my stroke order is correct. It could be that weird thing. And key. Single key. Ega poster. Oh, there, Emma. Hello. Ega poster. Ega-con. Genkia. In Terebi. Okay. So, Let's try to add the bottom left. Let's just double check. We're good, we're good. Fine. Mm-hmm. 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 Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Miru. The other Miru. It kind of looks like this radical on top of this one. I'll have to double check. Let's see. No, it's not. It's a different one. Okay, 1, 2. All right. Interesting. Okay, so they didn't. Okay. It's not. So it is. Oops. See if I can even see it. Yeah, I can see it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Got to go. Thanks for your video. Although just came across your channel today. Oh, no worries, Emma. Good luck. Good luck. Take care. Okay. So Miru. That's definitely a weird way of doing the Miru. Yeah, and then they went down 6. Okay. All right, got it. Miru. And then Enjiru. Okay. Sure. The water. Yeah. Probably like this. You do the horizontal cut through. I mean, that feels nice. That we'll double check that, but that definitely feels like a nice stroke order. Let's see. Oh, Enjiru. Is it right? No, it is not right. They decided to go with the vertical first. I don't buy it. I think I don't buy it, but alright. I kinda liked my feel better there. Alright. That one might be a soft protest. Might be a soft protest. So they want to stroke order down, cross, then down, and then go across. I guess. I guess. Eh. Enjiru. Enjiru. Not too difficult. Oof. Ando teki though. Ando teki. Okay. I see that radical. I don't know what order that radicals can come in. The bottom radical is probably last. So let's take a guess. Alright. My guess is going to be... It's going to go this way. So right to left, stroke. Maybe on a slight incline, but it's flat, looking like it. But then you do this radical. Then you strike through and do this radical. Oh, it's on top. So that's actually flat. The top is probably flat. So there's a chance it's left to right and you just go back. But we'll do right to left. This. Then you strike through. Right? You strike through. Then you have this radical on the bottom. Let's go look. So, Kando teki. Kando teki. What is it? It's from... Oh, they actually went with the vertical first. And then the right to left. Okay, that's fair. It actually feels nicer. I agree. I agree. I dig it. It is a nicer feeling if they went down first. Usually they do that weird right to left thing. So you go down first, then right. Then you do the strokes. Crossover, pop there, and you add this radical on the bottom. Okay. And this one is definitely the right to left. So this is definitely right to left, declining, slash, more horizontals. Actually, yeah, more horizontals. Then you pull all the way through to stop here, I think. And then you do this last radical. Is how I feel about this. Let's see the rest. What is the stroke order for this one? Right to left, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it goes all the way through, and then you finish 8, 9. Okay, so it isn't a separate radical on the bottom. Fair enough. So let's give this another go. So they complete the entire stroke. Go all the way down and then finish. Okay, and then standard affair, and then techie. Techie is very recurring. Okay, neat, very neat. Kando techie. Okay, kando techie. And then we have miru again. So we're not gonna repeat miru. Deito suru. Self-explanatory. Let's write it for practice. Deito suru. And then akuryoku. Haku. Akuryoku. Akuryoku. Snails are always last because they're slow, right? We do our snail radicals last. So, although this is very stylized and simplified, or maybe not. Maybe it's a different snail. Actually, oh, wait, hold up. It might be a different snail. I don't think so. That's just haku ryo ryoku. Whoops. Haku ryo. Oh no, it's the same snail. It's just incredibly stylized. Whatever font they're using, their snail is different. I'm gonna stick with this snail, but I'm a fan of this snail. And then ryoku. So ryoku, it's kind of like midyoku, same ryoku. So, all right. So we only have 5 this time. Not too bad. We have a complicated one. Not too bad. Some complicated one. Okay. Okay. Right. Miru. Genji. Ando. 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 Again. And then Kuryoku. Kuryoku. Ku. Okay. Let's give it a go. I think this is where is the closest thing of learning Japanese, similar to the way I'm learning Chinese at the moment. Quite engaging. So Miru. Miru. Enjiru. Enjiru. Hmm. Enji. Enjiru. Ando teki. Oh, Kondo Teki feels good. Or Kan in Kondo Teki. That stroke is in the... Yeah. Mistakes are made. Kondo Teki. Let's meet you again. Dato. Dato suru. 握力。握力。握力。Not bad? Not bad. Okay, let's add the ones before, right? So, Eki. Gotta think of Eki. Kairu. Kairu. Honzaku suru. Honzaku suru. Honzatsu. Zatsu. Uh... Honzatsuru. Ne? Bendy. 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 Okay. Eki. Ah. Kokoku. Kokoku. What do we have on Kokoku? Denden suru. Denden suru. You call. You call. You call. 미력적이. 魅力的. Not the greatest, but that's right. Mediocre. Okay, mediocre techie. Now let's get the 8, right? The 8. Icky. Icky. Kokoku. Oh, wait. Sendensuru is incorrect. I'm thinking I wrote Kokoku. Sendensuru is Sen Sendensuru. That's Sendensuru. Yeah, I wrote Kokoku. To Eigakan. Or Eiga Posta. Eigakan. E. Chingoki. Chingoki. Oops. Chingo. Ugh. Okay. Getting to like the right side edge. That's really hard to write. It's not very centered on my tablet. It's way on the edge. Oof. Let's write it down here. Actually, we can probably shift this a little into. There we go. Oh, but then I don't have real estate. No. We just gotta suck it up. Try this again. That's good enough. Ingoki. Genkia. Thank ya. Thank ya. And edit the. Okay. All right. 2 hours. Hmm. Hands kind of tense. Do I want to cover the rest? Yeah, I kind of want to cover the rest. Let's try to do all. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, Kiru. Kiru. Kiru is fine. Kiru. Oki is fine. Oki. Mokse. Mokse? Mm. No. We need to look at Mokse. We definitely need to look at Mokse. Oh. Yeah. Oh, that's just a cap. Okay. Hey, Mokse is kind of busy, man. The say part. Okay. So, yeah, key, right? Moke. Moke. Key and Moke. Moke is the... Why is that monster looking at me? Why are you so biased? Where's the cat? Well, it's kind of hard to take a picture of the cat, okay? Excuses? The cat isn't running a store. The cat isn't running a store, okay? So, don't even at me right now, okay? I was ready for you. Don't even at me. Just go and pay the developer to make a cat store, and then we'll talk. We'll come back to this. Okay? Actually, no, I gotta look at that again. Okay, the vertical stroke is last. Okay, you asked the developer why didn't he place this cat in a store, okay? Just all right. I'll tell you what. Mokse. And this bottom part is actually pretty deceptive. It looks like they're connected, but they're actually separate elements. Actually, I'm not quite sure. Hold up, let's see. Ah, yeah. Okay. Okay. So Mokse. And also yesterday I promised I was here, but it's just something about your voice. I keep falling asleep. Remember, I did find your channel while watching unintentional ASMR. Jeez. Go man. Wait. Go man. Go man. Oh, I didn't realize you can repeat go man twice. Next map just needs to be a cat cafe. I'm calling in some favors. Yeah. You just gotta get them to no. But here's the thing, right? You don't have dog cafes, so just wait for the cat cafe. Excuses. Yeah, like just wait for it. It's inevitable. You have less dog cafes than cat cafes, right? But real talk though, if they do, for outside of the real world consequences and stuff, if they have owl cafe, I'm obviously just gonna pick the owl. I'm just saying. If they had like a sea otter, then it's the sea otter. I don't even at me about cats, okay? All right. If they have owls and we're gonna have to learn owls and sea otters at some point, right? Although a zoo would be perfectly fine. We can take lots of pictures. Although cats would still be out of the equation at a zoo. Owls are very creepy. You're very creepy. You heckin. How can you not understand cute owls? They just stare into your soul. You can't even say they just stare into your soul. You know? Oh, and we have some. They have long legs. Owls have long legs? Listen, we gotta talk about this. I don't think their legs are any longer than cats. What the heck? I mean, under that fluff, their legs are fairly long, though. Alright, so we have Matsu. Matsu is okay. So we know Matsu. Matsu is fine. That's a freebie. Iku. Iku as well. So, not bad too. Okay. Yeah. Ju. Okay. Jutai. 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 Interesting. We're gonna have to look at Jutai. Let's. Jutai. The Jew is fine. Jew is pretty fine, right? Yes. Slightly not fine, but now we know. Alright. So Jew, fine. Interesting. Oh, okay. Okay. I got you. I got you. Okay. I got you. Like when you lift up their body, I seen this video. I was right. Yeah, they're longer than they look because of fluff. Yeah. But cats' legs are longer than they look because of fluff too. I'm just saying. Lots of things have much longer legs. I don't know. I don't know how to break it to you excuses, but there are a lot of things that their legs are much longer if you got rid of the fluff. I wouldn't even dare tell you what an ostrich looks like. You should look at an ostrich. You know what? Here's the silver lining though. It's hard to get them wet. You see what I mean? Like birds like feathers and stuff. It's hard to get them wet. So if you have like fluffy things like dogs and cats, and when you throw them in water, their legs just magically get longer, because of the fluff of their bodies, you know. Okay, so we need Jutai. Okay. Whoops. So Ju and Tai. Jutai. That could be better. We'll get it down in the next one. Pretty sure the horizontals first, yes. We got some freebies. So Takai. I swear I make the top part so much heavier than the bottom. Fine. And then Atadashi. Oh, I gotta be careful. One time I written the wrong radical on the bottom. And heckin' Lotus was there. Atadashi. And then Pika. I can't unhear Pikachu, so there you go. Pika Pika. Which is why Pikachu goes Pika Pika. How about I throw water on you? Will you melt? Am I lucky? Oh no. If you threw water on me, I'm gonna go get some water myself. We'll see who melts first. So this was Denkia. And then we had Terebi. So Miryu is a repeat. Ooh. Geru. Skeru and Kiss. Okay. Geru is self-explanatory to me. Self-explanatory because of Hanza. And then actually my guess is probably the middle one first, then you go the other one. But let's double check on that. Kiss. Kiss. Yep, middle one first. Alright. So, which ones do I have to remember? Yeah, it's definitely Mokse. Mokse. Oh, you know what? I just realized what Mokse looks like. Although it's not continuous. Actually, let me check Mokse again. Is that really not connected? I guess stylistically it's fine. It is the same character though. It is the same radical. Okay, let's say. Alright. Okay. So it's Geru. 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 Yes. Yes. Tadashi. Tadashi. Akai. Iru. De. Natsu. Natsu. Iku. Iku. And we have to remember Yutai. Yutai. So, how's your studying going? Are you starting your studying soon? Oh, I got exciting news. I got the call back for my glasses, my new glasses. I didn't go and get it today though. I was tempted. I was tempted. Exciting. Hope my glasses aren't too heavy. Iru. That's fine. That's good enough. Iru. Iru. Okay. Okay. Moxe. Oh, that turned out to be too big. Be a little bit more conservative. Moxe. Um. You know, let's attach things to it. So this is key. The next one is Shingoki. To Shingoki. Oh, just kidding. Shingoki. So the three are related to Shingoki. Matsu. Iku. And oops, wrong order. Yutai. Tai. Yutai. And bottom left is Genkia, which we have Akai. Atadashi. Atadashi. And Pika Pika. So what's the approach for writing? Are you just trying to remember the stroke order? Nope. I'm trying to picture myself writing it. You're trying to trio task? Well, I don't appreciate your divided attention. I'm just nope. As I'm writing, I'm seeing the hiragana. As I'm writing, I'm seeing the hiragana. That's about it, actually. And then all the associations. So I actually have to remember all the words that are attached to the card. So I'm visualizing the card myself, actually. Pardon me, but I'm quadruple tasking as well. So when I'm writing, I see the hiragana. I see the picture, and I see the front and back of the cards. All at the same time. Or they're just going in and out as I'm writing. Okay, and then the last word we had, the last card we had was terebi. Always have to one up someone. Yeah, I'm gonna one up you. Just you though. It's only you. I'm always going to. Nah, that can be a little bit labor intensive. No, just you. You know, just you. Terebi. So, it's still miru. Might as well write miru here. Miru. Skeru. So basically, when I say skeru, I'm thinking of the hiragana, but I'm writing the kanji. I should be thinking about the kanji momentarily, though, before I think about the hiragana. It'll come to me. Maybe it'll happen more often in the future. Skeru. Geru and kiss. Yeah, they're all kind of happening all at once, but we have to keep in mind that your brain, things don't happen like technically simultaneously. They happen one after the other. So at the moment, from time to time, I either think of the kanji or the hiragana first. When I speak, I see hiragana come out of my mouth. And then when I read and see, I'm processing the kanji first. I see the kanji first. Then I see the hiragana. So like when I look at takai, I'm looking at the hiragana. I see the hiragana. It's almost as though like the furigana never left the page. But that's also, it could be a crutch because that's kind of similar to how people feel about translating things. I personally don't feel the same way. I've talked about this several times already. And I'll continue to talk about it because it's just kind of like you can choose to do it if you want. It'll definitely slow you down. So there's no, I wouldn't, if what you all you, I don't know what I'm saying. All that matters to you is speed, then you do the least possible. That's how you become more efficient. You try to do the least possible. I'm not doing that. To me, literally the opposite is to do the most possible, not the least possible, in my opinion. You learn the most when you're doing the most, not the least. You can definitely learn the fastest when you're doing the one thing you're focused on. Absolutely. Everything else you're not doing that. That's it. If you're wondering why it's difficult to remember what the hiragana looks like after only reading kanji and focusing kanji, it's because you haven't practiced looking or thinking about hiragana. That's, whether that's desirable or not is definitely up to the person. And most people, they think about efficiency, so you stick with the things that are most efficient, right? I find learning I'm more inclined to be a maximalist when learning. When I'm interpreting and doing stuff, I swap over to being efficient. So, that's probably why I'm very slow, quote unquote slow, when it comes to learning, or the perceived notion of slow. Yeah. When people ask me, what are you doing? I'm like, it's gonna take 6 hours to explain what I'm doing. However, if you want to sit for the 6 hours, then I'll regale you in all the things that I'm doing. Then, you know, someone who doesn't understand that will say, why do you make such a big deal about such small things? It's like, well, that's how I learn. You learn as much as you can all at once. You're taking in as many things, as many information as you can. Like, well, isn't that a waste of time if you don't have to remember certain things? It's like, you don't have to remember those things. That's the difference. Like, I want to remember those things. It's kind of like now. It's nice. Some people might come here and look and say, well, you're writing. It's a waste of time. You know? That kind of thing. Hello there, Gina. Hello, hello. You just gotta know what your goals are. Okay, so we're gonna try our best to get everything now. We're only responsible for this page, so it's not that big a deal. Right? Yes. These 2 pages. So let's go. Let's start with the first one. The first one is eki. And our vocabulary for eki is Kairu? Kairu. Konzaku suru. Konzaku. Konzatsu. Konzatsu. Okay, konzatsuru. Last one. Konzatsu. Kairu. Bendy. 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 Alright, our second card is Kokoku. Kokoku. Senden suru. Senden suru. Senden suru. Senden suru. Juko. No. Yuko. 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 Hmm. Ugh. That last stroke was kind of gross. So Yuko. Miryokuteki. Miryokuteki. Oops. Stroke order. Miryok. Miryok. Teki. Okay. Our fourth card. Our third card is Eiga Posta. Eiga Posta. We have Miru. The other Miru. Um, Miru. Enjiru. Enjiru. No, that doesn't look right. I think it's just one stroke down here. That's not supposed to cross, but that's fine. I was a little overzealous. Okay. Enjiru Handoteki. Handoteki. Han Hando do Oops, stroke order. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Handoteki. And number 4. So this is Eigakan. Oh. I'm gonna have to think about writing like near more towards the middle of my screen, because I'm going off the edge of my tablet and I have nowhere to rest my palm. That's wrong, stroke order. Eigakan. We got Miru again. Just write Miru again. Practice. Okay. Eigakan. Eigakan. Hakuryoku. 1. Deito. Deito. Hakuryoku. 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 Hey. All right. I think we're okay with that. Yeah. All right. So, next 4. Yeah. I kind of now want to move it to this side. Let's move it to this side. No, but I kind of want to look at it. It's not great. Sucks being right-handed. No, just kidding. Okay, so key. Uh Kiru. 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 No, no. I keep doing that. Okay. 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 Mokse. Such a big. Mokse. Eyes. My eyes. Okay. Okay. Key. Shingo key. Shingo key. Uh-oh. Shingo key. Shingo key. Matsu. Iku. Iku. Ju. Ju tai. 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 Ju tai. Ju tai. And then Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Akai. Ugh. Atadashi. Pika pika. And last one. Terebi. Terebi. You know, before I ever played Shashingo, I never knew Jido Hanbaiki. Interesting. Jido Hanbaiki or Rakugaki. I didn't know Rakugaki. But the first time in Duolingo when I learned Jihanki, pretty much everyone and their mother told me about Jido Hanbaiki. Like legitimately half the people that I met, that some of their first words to me were, did you know that Jihanki, here's a breakdown of what it actually is. Like it's a truncated version of this. I'm like, oh, Jirohan Baiki. I'll try to remember it. And it's not until Shashinko did I remember, obviously, because it's very difficult. But yeah, Jidohan Baiki. Yeah, everyone told me about Jidohan Baiki over and over again. Whenever Jihanki shows up, but only when Jihanki shows up. So it's not like in Duolingo Jihanki is being used a lot, but the 3 or 4 times it actually came up, there was one person who mentioned it. Like I think there wasn't a time where it didn't come up and someone mentioned it. A few other words I've seen again because of Shashinko, but those were the main ones. Yeah, yeah. What is another what is a one that I have seen that I was surprised to, well, I did hear um uh, Shingo, like Shigoki, what Lotus mentioned earlier about traffic lights. I didn't hear, I was kind of half expecting to hear pedestrian crosswalk. It didn't happen yet. I hear mostly electronic stuff. So like, I read Denkia. Actually, there's a lot of things that I'm reading that came from Shashinko now, and then Duolingo is like covering some of these kanji now. So we're already ahead in the reading department. Interestingly enough, and in a weird way, many of these characters writing now is a lot simpler because I already started writing a lot in Duolingo Chinese. So because of all the Hanzi, most of these radicals, they're a lot easier to remember because I'm spending less effort worrying about how to write them and more about writing them, but writing them in a meaningful way. So when I write them, I'm having time to think about the meaning and stuff, because writing is not the issue anymore. Like the mechanical essence of writing is not an issue anymore. Occasionally I would run into like a character like, oh, that's kind of neat, and those things are easier to remember now because that's the only thing that's interesting. Like what I mean is mechanically interesting. So it's kind of like playing a video game where you're going through the loops over and over again, but you're looking for the meta, the more meaningful thing. Like, why play a multiplayer game over and over again? Like, enter a competitive, multiplayer, like first-person shooter, but mechanically, you are honing something that has been done to near perfection, or however you want to say it. However, it's the elevated meaning that you want from those. Now you have a lot of time for that. And this is how writing is to me now, where I'm not only writing because writing itself is demanding and novelty and interesting. It's that the characters now, I have a lot of time to think about the characters as I'm writing them. I'm like taking in the character. I'm not focused on how to literally write it. Whenever I put a stroke down on paper, I have a lot of time to look at it and to feel it and whatnot. It's one of those things like when you go get up in the morning and you walk for the 300th time outside, did you stop appreciating all the details, or did you liberate that time and absorb yourself into something else? Like when I run, I could be thinking exactly about my breath, running, how my feet feels when it hits the ground each time, that kind of thing from day to day. And then some days I have thoughts while I'm running, and then the run just goes by, right? Like I wouldn't be keeping up my pace because I've lost focus on the running aspect of the thing. And then that's kind of how I'm feeling right now, where I'm writing these characters, and it can be somewhat difficult to remember these characters, but when you get the first couple strokes down, the rest just flies off your pen. At least that's how it feels to me. Which comes from a lot of writing, in my opinion. I think I've done quite a lot of writing, relatively speaking, in the amount of time that I've been learning language. Which in itself is quite rewarding. So terebi. Terebi, we have miru again, so let's write miru. Obviously, you have to keep in mind that it's a balance, right? If you do the things you do, you try to make meaning out of them. I don't typically do things without trying to make meaning out of them. It's some people might find that really laborious or unnecessary. My life feels a lot more meaningful because I try to derive meaning from them. Hence why I might always sound serious, but I can seriously be laughing and having humor too. It's a different perspective. I don't want people to think that their life choices and the things they do are cheap. People who think that way, in my opinion, are the ones who may want a supporting hand or someone to remind them that their life isn't cheap, right? Let's see. Miru. Geru. Geru. Tsukeru. Ready, set, go. Skeru. Skeru. Yes. Oh, I keep missing a stroke in kiss. Hold up. I missed a stroke. That doesn't look right. Oh my gosh. Too close. Wait. Actually. Is there another... Wait. No, never mind. No, wait. No, maybe I don't. Maybe I'm not. Oh, no, I didn't miss a shot. I was just being a butt. Without meaning, I feel like I wouldn't have a general sight on the path I want to take. Yeah. When you're in a safe place and you're moving, that can be fine. However, I think most people start with meaning. So when you do things, you go out with a meaning. You make decisions based on meaning. That's the path you take. The thing that I'm talking about is when you lose sight of the path, or you lose where you're going and you get lost on the path. When people forget what the meaning, they feel like the path is such a long path and your eyes are so far in the horizon that you forget the footsteps and the path you need to take to get there. And that's kind of often the thing I was talking about with the analogy, where like oh yeah, well, the end result is that I either remember the word or I don't. So how do I get there the fastest, right? Like, okay, well, let's cut this corner, let's cut this corner, let's cut this corner. And then soon enough, you've forgotten how to walk efficiently, and you forgot to know how to take each step with caution, or you forgot to slow down. You know, you stopped looking at the path. You decided to look ahead and never look down or around you and look at the things that are happening around you. That's living in a lane without awareness of the present. So you get to a point where, oh, a good example. This is a fun clip, by the way. I don't know if you're familiar with this guy. He's a very viral dude. He does a clip. He has a really good like Japanese commentary and whatnot, but he has like really frilly hair. He's super skinny. He does a lot of music related things, but he had a clip where it was titled, I think it was recent. It was really well edited, by the way. It was titled "Every Gifted Person Has experienced this" or something. And besides that point, I actually found a meta cut in the middle of it where they were doing like an anime style thing. Like he was like, it was a DBZ reference, but someone there was a commentary where one person said, so are gifted people like they can be lazy with no drawbacks or something? And then the other person's like, no, there are obvious trade-offs. First, the person is lazy for most of his life, but they can pull off certain things, but they would be estranged from all interpersonal relationships. They would be very lonely, and also they don't consistently interact with, like there's a lot of trade-off things. And I think the one thing when it comes to when you lose track of meaning and lose track of the present is that the people around you will no longer be with you either. Like you strain everything else because you're so fixated on something way in the distance that you've closed off all your doors and that you can't take your eyes off it. It's like it's Gollum in My Precious. Eyes on the prize, but watch your step. you know? Not in like a scariest bad way, just sometimes look down, feel the world, do things, right? Do things and participate in them. Participate in them. If I wanted to be aggressive about what the end message is, this is my end of my lesson, or end of my study. So we got these cards for today. And then we'll try to add a new set every day, maybe. Until I can't handle it anymore, until the session becomes too long. So we'll see. It wasn't too bad getting all of these right away. It's 3 hours, which is kind of long already. That's about where I thought I would be. So if I had to say something really aggressive, I get really, really tired of seeing probably very talented and brilliant people get lost in their own ambitions, and then they have no way back, or like no way to steer the course again. And that, in my opinion, is kind of very frustrating to see. So I don't want to see that anymore. At least that's in my opinion. You can kind of see things go off the rails, like slowly go off the rails from time to time. And then you get those things where after the fact, you hear that the thing became unhinged. Like you see and consume wonderful products and like content that people create. I'm really specific talking about content creators, I suppose. And then they talk about these things, and then suddenly, you know, a year or two down the line, and then they weren't in a good place. And then you hear all this after the fact. It's like that's incredibly disheartening, right? And the goal of anyone, in my opinion, the goal of compassion, or someone who feels like they can help people, is to be able to see these things, or at least try to see these things. You're not going to always get it, obviously. You're not going to be always successful. The idea is you're trying so that you don't get that commentary from some kid who was so bright and they were so talented, and then 2 to 3 years later they committed like 1 or 2 mistakes along the way, and everything comes off, everything like falls off the tracks, and you just hit a brick wall, right? It's very disappointing. It's very like soul crushing to see people who didn't even get to their finish line before everything falls apart. Sounds like a morbid topic, but I think they can get up. Lots of them end up recovering and doing the things because they have loving people around them. So I actually honestly think, to echo what I said yesterday, you need support network, you know, support network. While you're going towards your path, pick up at interact and help as many NPCs along the way as you can. You see what I did there? Severin again. Severin. The anime Severin encapsulates that. What makes the hero character in Severin a hero character? It's all the trips. It's all the trips that the person has helped along the way. That person didn't become a hero because they were chosen and they had like a magical sword, or they simply followed the journey and had any opportunity to build up their legacy. Don't. You made it to Shashingo? I'm about to end Shashingo, Blair. But this is Shashingo, by the way. Yeah, we were writing. We're done with writing today. And we're about to switch over to Duolingo. But this is Shashingo. A little slice of mini fictional Japanese inspired metropolis. And presumably everyone drives what looks suspiciously like a Honda Element. Or Honda, I guess. Honda Element. And no one likes to walk outside because you're the only existing human being. Actually, in fact, all of these Honda are autonomous driving, self-driving vehicles. With the exception... Look at this cutie. Practically camouflaged. I don't have a light source. But look at that little cutie. Excuses is gonna get mad at me, but there's this guy too. Alright, let's go pet the kitty cats. Alright, that's one. Here's one too. Hello there. There's also one up here. Unfortunately, you can't pet the guy. Too far away. And then there's one in the park, which is a developer's cat, apparently. Allegedly. You can't kneel in this, so the closest thing you can do is zoom in with your... Wait, I need to change it. Look at that. Yeah. And then, you know, there's the statue of the dog, which excuses my protest that it's a dog statue. Zo. Yep. Oh, you know what? So Taiyu, right? Taiyu, I forgot Taiyuan. Taiyuan is son. No people, only cats. I love it. Yeah, only cats and doggo. Only cats and doggo. Just one doggo. No peeps. As a weather cycle. You are a robot, so you're fine. No people, not even yourself. You're an animatronic. If I could show you my hands. No, wait. You know what? Now that I think about it, there aren't real-time reflections in this game. So you can't actually see what your character looks like. Wait. Yeah, there are no reflections. I just noticed that. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, no reflections. So you're basically a drone. Well, we'll just say you're a drone. And getting little slices of Japanese. All right. Yeah, see like the mirror here? Let's see. You would be standing... Yep. See? You're a specter. No reflection of you. Agami. Okay. And so you start thinking like, well, what is this little guy reacting to? I'm just kidding. Existential crisis. Alright. We got our vocabulary for the day. So, practiced. It's all good. We'll see how much we retain tomorrow. Here. the Switch launch is about to happen. So I hope there's an update or like an announcement of a new thing. Maybe. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for our Shashingo lesson. What? I guess technically 8. I say we have about 20. Yeah. When is the Switch launched again? There isn't a like a fixed date for the developer. I don't think, but it's very soon. The developer has been very candid about working through the Switch thing, so it's like very soon. And what I mean by very soon, I mean within this month, or absolutely definitely next month, early next month. Everyone's kind of excited. The developer also teased about selling some plushies, which is expected. Those indie games like these tend to sell like maybe limited runs of plushies for the stuff, so people are kind of excited to support the project in a different way. Hey, all right. Yeah, we got about 20 characters to remember. Hopefully we'll remember them tomorrow. At least most of them. And we'll keep on building this way. Alright, folks. It's a wrap for today for Shashinko. Thanks for watching. We're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. I'm gonna switch over now. Let's switch gears. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to sort around some of my software and whatnot, because I feel like the writing is slightly uncomfortable the way I have it arranged. Okie dokie. So I'm gonna get up, stretch a bit. I'll be back. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 163. Once again, Maku desu. Minasan, konnichiwa. Yokoso. Day 2. Day 2 of Unit 35. We kind of just dispense with the writing in English in general. Suppose we'll continue that trend. See if my translation falls by the wayside. And we'll go and try to reinforce it later. So, Unit 33, or 35, I can't read. Unit 35, communicate at a store. So we got a lot of expressions. Lots of expressions. Let's start with kanji. There technically wasn't any log kanji. However, we got a few that I want to remember. Oh my gosh, the thickness of this is so different. I have them set for different thicknesses. So we have the expression aiteimasu. Aiteimasu. It is still this tense hasn't been introduced, but we'll keep it for now as it is. Aiteimasu. Aiteimasu. Okane. Okane, I think, is the other kanji. Not logged. But these are technically, one is a new use, and then the other one is actually new. I'll think of others along the way. So communicate at a store. わかりました。Wait. わかりました。Just kidding. わかりました。いや、少々お待ちください。どうぞ、どうぞ、どうぞ。 dekiru. Dekiru. None of the phrases. Ooh, right. Ochira desu. Ochira desu. Okay. Now let's think of items and conveniences and whatnot. Atatameru. Atatameru. Ikidasu. Ikidasu. Personal favorite of a lot of people? Us. Us. Have a very long history with us. Okay. We have more predicates than that. Oh. More expressions. Ninaru. Us. Mm-hmm. We're simple creatures. Yes, push. Push. Ninaru. Ninaru. Or like total accounting. So, Ninaru. Kopi suru. Aeru. Alright, let's think about nouns, objects, places. Konbini, depato. Skian. Skian. Kopiki. Actually, this is the Japanese key. I mean the hiragana key. Kopiki. Personal favorite of peeps. Oops. Oh, right. I'm not using my software anymore. Kapuramen. Right. Kapuramen. Ohashi. Obento. And not so favorite of people. Acquired taste. Alert. Natto. Natto. Ooh, personal favorite though. Or always settle for some Nikumam. 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 Otsuri. Otsuri is a nod of Deji Bukuro. It's a special nod too. Remember that? Deji Bukuro. And Otsuri. More convenience store things. Onegai shimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu. Special considerations for oh, dang it. Missed a character. Daijobu desu, right? Daijobu desu. Daijobu desu. Daijobu desu. Just say it's okay. Daijobu desu. I feel like there's another one somewhere. Oh, wait. I got more stuff. Ite. Ite. Akeru. We have Kochira desu. Yes, Kochira desu. So desu ne. Onigiri. Ameru. I think that's good enough. Right? I don't want to miss any expressions. Nah, I think we covered some of the good ones. Alright. That's 21. I see 21. 21's good. Unit 34. Stationary. Start with our kanji. Mise. IK. IK. Scout. Scout. Gakko. Nanichi. 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 Iro enpitsu. Okay, we might as well start from there. Sharpen. Sharpen. Calendar. Calendar. Oops. Keshigomu. Keshigomu. Hasami. Usen. Bumbogu. Bumbogu. Ochiksu. Ochiksu. So we have the grammar. Kute. 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 Practice some kanji here. Chisakute. 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 Okikute. Okikute. Yasukute. Yasukute. Akakute. 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 And new one would be Atsui. Or thick. Atsui. Predicates. Predicates. Jumbi. No, Jumbiをする. Jumbi. Biki. Biki more like off. Just paired with Angaku. Angaku. I'm gonna just add 5. 5. Okay, 5. 10. 17. 21? 21 is pretty good. Or good enough. Good enough. Alright. Let's get to it. Personalized practice.
次の駅で乗り換えます。
次の駅。Oh. 次の駅で乗り換えます。乗り換えます。Oof. Actually kind of tough to read.
この駅で乗り換えますか？
この駅で乗り換えますか？
名古屋駅で乗り換えますか？
名古屋駅で乗り換えますか？ Alright, I get it.
近くのスーパーは6時に閉まります。
います。あ、閉まります。OK。近くのスーパーは6時に閉まります。OK. That's actually very coincidentally related to the more recent. Oh, I missed two. Yeah, they brought back shimaru to contrast as well. Shimaru. That's old though. Shimaru. Shimarimasu. There it is. The 近くのスーパーは6時閉まります。Okay.
私も去年高校を卒業しました。
私も去年高校を卒業しました。Yeah,卒業. Not my most favorite succession. So and tsu. Not my favorite. 卒業. Right here.
私も去年高校を卒業しました。
卒業しました。私も去年高校を卒業しました。 あ去年。高校。去年。
来週彼氏と別れます。
来週彼氏と別れます。Oh, boyfriend. My bad.
アレックスさんは何時頃着きますか？
アレックスさんは何時頃着きますか？来ます？ Okay. じゃあ、混雑する。Wait, not 混雑する。Yeah, 混雑する。let's see. アレックスさんは何時頃着けますか？ This is vocative, probably. Oh, no, it isn't. Oh, yeah, it is vocative.
9月3日にホテルに泊まりませんか？
9月3日、9月3日にホテルに泊りませんか？9月3日にホテルに泊りませんか？
3時31分に電車に乗ります。
3時31分に電車に乗ります。電車に。3時31分に電車に乗ります。電車に3時31分。3時31分。
1時21分にバスに乗ります。
1時21分にバスに乗ります。1時21分。
2時46分に着きます。
2時46分。6分に着きます。着きます。2時46分。
上野公園の近くのホテルに泊まりませんか？
上野公園の近くのホテルに泊りませんか？
いつ彼氏と別れますか？
いつ彼氏と別れますか？彼氏。
いつ高校を卒業しましたか？
いつ高校へ
いつ高校を卒業しましたか？
卒業、いつ高校を卒業しましたか？
図書館は何時に閉まりますか？
図書館は何時に閉まりますか？何時に閉まりますか？図書館。
来週彼氏と別れます。
来週彼氏と別れます。彼氏。来週。Okay. ドキドキ。
デパートの南の映画館は安いです。
デパートの南の映画館は安いです。Right? Okay. はい。どこにいますか？
どこ
にいますか？
図書館の南にいい場所がありますよ。
いい場所。図書館の南にいい場所がありますよ。図書館。
あそこで赤いバスに乗りますか？
あそこで赤いバスに乗りますか？あそこで赤いバスに乗りますか？あそこで。
図書館の南に小さいゲームセンターがあります。
図書館の南に小さいゲームセンターがあります。ゲームセンター。小さいゲームセンター。南に図書館の
6月4日にデートに行きました。
6月4日にデートに行きました。デートに行きました。6月4日。
CEO はあまり真面目じゃないです。
CEO はあまり真面目じゃないです。あまり真面目。Oh, it's just okay. Yeah. I thought there might have been one other syllable. 真面目じゃないです。
もっと小さい茶碗はありますか？
もっと小さい茶碗はありますか？ 茶碗。
まだうちにいますか？
まだうちにいますか？まだうちにいますか？
新しい俳優の演技は良かったですか？
新しいは、新しいは俳優、新しい俳優の演技は良かったですか？俳優の演技は良かったですか？新しい俳優。
6月1日に遊園地に行きました。
6月1日に遊園地に行きました。行きました。遊園地に。6月1日に。6月1日。
あそこでどのバスに乗りますか？
あそこでどのバスに乗りますか？どのバスに乗ります。あそこで。
俳優の演技はどうでしたか？
俳優の演技はどうでしたか？
もっと大きい茶碗を使いましょうか？
もっと大きい茶碗を使いましょうか？もっと大きい茶碗。
私の同僚は全然真面目じゃないです。
私の同僚は全然あまり全然真面目じゃないです。私の同僚は全然真面目じゃないです。全然。Alright.
近くに何がありますか？
近くに何がありますか？ What's nearby? What's, I guess, what's nearby there? Wait. What's there nearby? I guess. Wait.近くにwe're gonna go with this. I hate you. I hate you, Duolingo. It doesn't matter.
この電車はいつも遅いです。
この電車はいつも遅いです。いつも遅いです。I hate you,
キャンパスの近くに何がありますか？
キャンパスの近くに何がありますか？
自販機の前で休みましょう。
Oh, there's 自販機。自動販、自動販売機。Right? 自販機の前で休みましょう。休みましょう。前で。Man, 前 looks so weird. 休みましょう。前で、自販機の、I almost said 自動販売機。自販機。And let me guess, in the front of, oh my gosh.
大学に何がありますか？
Seriously, that just doesn't matter. 大学に何がありますか? I'm so triggered by the what's there, what's nearby there versus what's there nearby. So triggered right now. And they just keep doing it.
モノレールの切符は320円です。
モノレールの切符は320円です。320円です。Okay, I guess you want to go with that. All right, sure. I thought they were going to go the other way.
この女優が大好きです。
この女優が大好きです。
この電車はいつも遅いですか？
この電車はいつも遅いですか？この電車はいつも遅い。
この切符は300円ですか？
この切符は300円ですか？whoops. この切符は300円ですか？
今日ボーリングに行きましょうか。
今日ボーリングに行きましょうか？行きましょうか？ボーリング。今日。
この女優の映画を見ませんか？
この女優の映画を見ませんか？見ませんか？この女優の映画。
その後、渋谷に服を買いに行きませんか？
この後、渋谷に服を買いに行きませんか？この後、その後、渋谷に行きませんか？渋谷に買いに服を So many prepositions.
ロビーの前で5時に会いましょうか。
ロビーの前で5時に会いましょうか。会いましょうか。前でロビーの前。I wonder what order they want this at. So, 5時。5時に。ロビーの前で。
何時にボーリングをしますか？
何時にボーリングをしますか？
上野に本を買いに行きませんか？
上の本を買いに行きませんか？上野に本を買いに。
近くに何がありますか？
近くに何がありますか？I disagree, dude. I absolutely disagree. That is not how that works.
自販機の前で休みましょう。
Again, that's why I keep getting it wrong, because that is not that is not what that says, and it doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, heckin' English! I'm telling you. Yes, me masho. That no. Yeah, you owe me 3 hearts, Duo. Alright, let's go grab 1 extra heart.
3月。
私の誕生日は3月3日じゃないです。
Oops. I'm not reading these.
ホットドッグ、ステー快速電車ですか？
Just go fast. Mata, nani no. Okay, naka ni imasu, so something inside. Actually,
そろそろ片付けましょうか。
そろそろ片付け、片付けましょうか。そろそろOh. Dang. そろそろOh man, 片付けましょう。That, haven't used that in a while. Nichiyobi or Nichiyobi ni.
姉は最近とても忙しいです。
最近とても忙しいです。姉。地下鉄で 1回の20分ぐらいかかります。
兄は22歳になります。兄は22歳になります。
今日
Oh, this one. ゆっくり、
うち
うち
で
で
ゆっくりしたい
ゆっくりしたいです。
ですは
今日は
最近お兄さんはどうですか？最近は、
wait, what?
最近お兄さんはどうですか？
お兄さん
は
はどうですか？
どうですか？
Oh, okay. 最近お兄さんはどうですか？そろそろ I'm gonna go. 行きます。
行きます。
自転車で40分ぐらいかかります。自転車で40分ぐらい
かかります。
かかります。
リビングでゆっくりしたいです。ゆっくり
したいです。
I keep doing ゆっくり
地下鉄の中に
います。
私の誕生日は3月3日じゃないです。
3月3日。Okay. Alright, let's get back.
多分あのコンビニでできます。多分あの
コンビ
ニでできます。
こちらです。
こっちです。
あそこにコピー機があります。パスポートをコピーします。
パスポート。
この店でできますか？
この店でできか。
Oh, I forgot about いくつか。いくつか。Dang it. いくつか is a good one.
おにぎり
もいくつか買いましょう。いくつか。
コピー機
はどちらです？
こちら
どちらです。
です。
コンビニでスキャンもできますか？わかりました。
わかりました。
あの店はいつに閉まりますか？
あの店は何時に閉まりますか？午後3時に中山さんの家月曜日は午後9時まで9時まで空いていますよ。That's a good way to go about that. Okay. 少々お待ちください。
少々
お待ちください。
あのコンビニは今空いています。
あのコンビニは今空いています。あのコンビニ。あのコンビニ。 は今空いています。空いています。
はい、わかりました。
はい、わかりました。
駅の前のコンビニ。
駅の前のコンビニ。OK。
コピー機はありますか？
コピー機はありますか？
どこでコピーしますか？
どこでコピーしますか？わらわらわらわら。お弁当とうどんですね。
お弁当とうどんでね。
一手はいくらですか？
いくら？
納豆をたくさん買いました。納豆が大好きです。お箸はいりますか？
いります。
コンビニで2万円、2万円を引き出しました。引き出しました。でも、もっとお金がいります。4、
何時？山口。お金。
1、
お弁当を温めましょうか。
お弁当を温めましょうか。はい、お願いします。
全部で2000円になります。
全部で2000円になります。2000円。全部で。
カレーを温めましょうか。
カレーを温めましょうか。はい、お願いします。
この赤いボタンを押しますか？
この赤いボタンを押しますか？この赤いボタン。These heckin' botan, man. Why you do that? Why? 押します。What is going on? Did I press this red button? Do I press this? Oh, do I press this? That makes a lot more sense. Oh, jeez. English. この赤いボタンを押しますか？
後でスーパーで刺身も買いませんか？
後でスーパーで刺身も買いませんか？はい。じゃあ、ここでお金を引き出します。
あ、もう押しました。
もう押しました。 もしました。
後でデパートで寿司も買いましょう。
後でデパートで寿司も買いましょう。じゃあ、ここでお金を引き出したいです。
この辛いカップラーメンも買いましょう。
この辛いカップラーメンも買いましょう。買いましょう。この辛いカップラーメンも
あの ATM で3万円を引き出します。
あの ATM で3万円を引き出します。3万円。あの ATM で、Okay. Alright. Up and away, Adam.
はい、クレジットカードで払います。はい、
はい、クレジットカードで入ります。払います。
クレジットで払います。
払います。クレジットカードで払います。レモン、ガム。
レモンのガム。
ガム。I forgot ガム。どうぞ。パンです。
パン。
肉まんはいくらですか？
肉まんはいくらでか？この
肉まんはいくらですか？クレジットカード
クレジットカード
で払いたいです。はい、どうぞ。
はい、どうぞ。
どうぞ。
スプーンはいりますか？
スプーンはいりますか？スプーンは大丈夫です。大丈夫です。ストローをください。ストロー。肉まんはありますか？
肉まんはありますか？
レジ袋はいりますか？
レジ袋はいりますか？いいえ、レジ袋は大丈夫です。ガムも買いましょうか？
ガムも買いましょうか？
そのガムも買いましょうか？
クレジットカードでお願いします。
クレジットカードでお願いします。OK。
どうぞ、お弁当です。
どうぞ、お弁当です。
肉まんもください。
肉まんをください。
このガムもください。
ガムもください。
レジ袋は大丈夫です。
レジ袋は大丈夫です。Okay. Alright, trophy time. Let's go.
多分あのコンビニでできます。多分あのコンビニでできます。多分 あのコンビニでできます。
Do I press this red button?
この
この赤いボタンを押しますか？
赤いボタン
ボタン
を
を
押し
押し
ま
ますす
か？
I feel like this is something excuses would ask all the time. Oh yeah, I've been forgetting to tell you that the Wakotabi demo ends at the train station. I keep forgetting. Yeah, I was told by that from, I think it was XD. Why ask though? Yeah, I'm gonna show you why ask. Don't press red buttons like that. Why ask? Why ask? Press first. Press first, ask later. Yeah, that's really short. It ends right at the train station. They already finished soft launching, so they're doing like rolling updates. And it is confirmed that the release schedule is really tight, so it was pushed back. Hit button smash. So Wakotabi is had been officially pushed back. I'm on like their Discord, right? And lots of people ask. The good news is they are updating it as we speak. So the state of the Q1 2025 launch might be different by the time they get there. So like their soft launch happened already. So the release state of the game might be different by the time it gets to 2025. Yeah, one of the one that's handling all the community outreach is pretty vocal, like pretty involved in the Discord. Kind of nice. And they're still having like rolling people who are interested in doing stuff about it. I really like that game. That game has a very ambitious goal. I don't mind. They put a lot into it already, so I'm excited to see what. Yeah. This is the kind of like the wait period, right? On Shashingo's dev is tied up on a Switch launch, and I think he is also at some sort of convention right now. Like he's at some expo. He's been preparing for some expo and had been having some trouble to like show off his game, right? Prior to the Switch launch. And then Wakotabi is juggling all the soft launching, right? All the soft launching. And it's a big one because Wakotabi is going mobile first. Shashingo is not, but now it's on Switch. So that's a pretty big deal too. Hopefully. There are still 2 games that have no like developer outreach. Like there hasn't been a lot of Shashingo. I didn't notice this. I should have considered this, but the Shashingo dev made a public tweet out for like people who were interested to test the game, like to play the game before it launched a while ago. So now I'm gonna keep an eye out for that because there are 2 other devs that had pretty much gone silent, gone dark. They're probably getting ready for their launches, and I don't know how far they'll go. The 2 games are so to speak, and Kanji Kitchen that I'm keeping an eye on, and they're anytime this year. So we don't know. Might be tomorrow. Might be actually. Let me double check. One might actually have a Q4 listing. It might have a Q4 thing. No, it just says 2024. Actually, oh no. Kanji Kitchen is just coming soon. Sorry, I lied. Kanji Kitchen's like whatever. So to speak is the one that has a 2024 thing. But you can't, that's about all you can go off of. I am excited though. あそこにコピー機があります。
パ
パスポート
スポート
をコピーします。
あ、
あ、わかりました。
わかりました。
Sorry. I don't know. 切手はいくらですか？
いくら？
Okay. ここでスキャンもできますか？
でも
I will be playing other games a little bit too. I gotta throw in some deck builders because I need to tickle my intellectual thinking a bit. It's been a while since I played either a puzzle game or a deck builder. I am gonna be away next weekend though. 4 days of jam-packed volunteering. I like helping people. It's like the best feeling ever. The reason I can do this is because it's on top of other people who organizes things, right? No, you're supposed to. Hey, listen, that's not what I wanted to hear. Excuses. I wanted to hear. So then you can study undistracted for a whole weekend, for 4 days. Excuses. And now you don't have an excuse to be distracted. Well, actually, for 3 days. Wait, how long am I gonna be away for? I'm gonna be away, yeah, for 4 days. From August 1st to August 4th. I sit there, I check people in. I see more people in this period of time than like any other time in my life. These periods in this time, I'm going to see at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. Undistracted saying, how dare I have all the potential. Yeah. We broke the Otakon has broke record, the previous record each time. I wonder if what was Otakon attendance numbers. 42,000. Yeah, it was a new rec. 42,101 attendance. Slightly above. It didn't get as crazy. The 2021, right after COVID, the one that's canceled after COVID, 2021 was 25,564, and then it doubled next year, and that was crazy. That was the first year. 2022 was when the previous record was broken, and then now the last year was slightly above, at 42,000. It's I would say conservatively it's the largest East Coast one. Numbers are counted a little bit differently between the West Coast and East Coast. Like what you call it, the San Diego Anime Expo is the West Coast one, right? And presumably it's like 2 or 3 times larger, but it's kind of hard to. In the East Coast, it's Otakon. And this year is the 30th anniversary. I'm excited to get my Yappy coat thing, whatever you call them. Yappy jacket? Do they say jaquetto? Coat? What do you call them? Wait, what are they called? I don't remember what they're called. You know what I mean? Those little things? Celebratory things? Happy? No. Oh, happy. Yeah, happy. Whoops. happy jackets. I'm excited to grab the happy jackets. 30th anniversary. Happy. その赤いボタンを押しました。
オムライスを温めましょうか。
オムライスを温めましょうか。I might be able to use some Japanese at the convention. I haven't decided how I'm gonna set that up though. お茶と肉まんは1000円になります。
コピー機は ATM の前です。
I don't know if you guys listen to Japanese music, but I don't know if you listen to Japanese music, but the performance guest at Otakon is Flo. That's a throwback for sure. I still remember when Flo had several intros for anime that I watched at the time. I think the one that I remember most vividly, two. The one for Naruto and the original Naruto, and the one for Eureka 7. I think the Eureka 7 one was definitely their one of their standouts. I never heard of them, but loving their colorful style. The happy things. It's if you visit Japan. Oh no, Flow. Oh yeah, Flow. Yeah. You haven't heard of them at all? You haven't seen any? I actually don't know what kind of show that they have songs for anymore. Like, what was their most recent? Yeah, they've been around for a while, but I actually don't know what anime have they been featured in recently. Let's see. Cover. It's a hip hop, boyish, banish, like mixed. It's a pop scene. It's a street kind of like mainstreamy pop scene. What is their most recent one? Oh, I guess most recent was a Naruto thing. They did a Boruto thing again. Really? They haven't done a lot in a while, actually. Like 2 years? 2 years is a while. Unless this Wikipedia is... Oh, no. November 20... Oh, they already released a band. Another album. Yeah, they're at 40 singles and 12 studio albums. Holy heck. Yeah, they go back and forth. They've been around for so long. I'm sure you've heard at least a couple, maybe like on glancing. I think Go is probably the Go. It's a hype song, Go. We're fighting dreamers, na 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 na, fighting dreamers, do 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 do. It's pretty good energy. Oh, you have heard that song before. Okay. Okay, that's Yeah, that's flow. At least I think. let me confirm. Yeah, that's go. Yeah, that song is by Flow. The song's name is Go. Yeah, we are fighting dreamers. Do 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 do. Fighting dreamers. Yeah, that's the band. That's the center act. It's the center act at Otakon. They have a lot of anime songs. Like when you get like if someone put like top 100 feel good like shonen songs, probably like 5 or 6 of them are probably by them. They're next to like Asian Kung Fu Generation and whatnot. Been around for quite some time. Kopiki wa ATM no mae desu. Yeah. What was the last thing I saw at Otakon was a branch of the Eminent Orchestra. So it's an act that followed the Eminence Orchestra. And Eminence Orchestra is the one that they play video game music as an orchestra. And the most famous one that they have, the most notoriety one, is a Final Fantasy theme, a concert. So I went and watched that and sat there and listened to the orchestra perform largely Nobuo Uematsu's pieces from Final Fantasy. And that was a second act. It was the Sunday act, not the main one. Usually it's some pop scene stuff for the main one. Yeah, Eminence Orchestra, the prominent Eminent Orchestra, their entire like thing is they tour and do things like that, especially Final Fantasy music. Thanks, Manifest. I think the biggest, even beforehand, what was the biggest? I don't know. I'm waiting for the day that they are able to convince a J-rock band to come to Otakon. I would not be surprised that Baby Metal one day would come to Otakon. I wouldn't be surprised that one day they would be able to convince Baby Metal to something. I can see that. That would probably be the biggest lander. Honestly, I don't know how often other bands would. I would be absolutely floored if they were able to pick up like Yorushika or something. I think the venue is not big enough to accommodate things like Yoasobi, but maybe Yorushika. But Yoasobi, something like bigger like that, it's hard to know if they will be able to. Flow is probably the biggest so far. My mom was concerned when I started liking rock. She was even more concerned when it became Japanese rock. Is your mom like a traditionalist or something? And not in a like a bad or a good way, just maybe like a bit superstitious about the nature of how music impacts human behavior or something. That happens. I mean, I grew up in a Chinese household, so usually it's like there's a selective bias and belief in classical music. Yeah, in a way, my entire family, they're all one way-ish. Okay. Yeah, that's what I mean by traditionalism, obviously. I'm not really like I don't have any opinions against or for traditionalism. It's one of those things that it's helpful to know if it is traditionalism. Yeah, my parents are traditional as well. So even if time changes and stuff, there are certain things that they will gravitate towards. Arigatou gozaimasu. Oh yeah, just giving directions. Okay.
少々。
少々お待ち no. Oh yeah. お待ちください。
お待ちください。
後でスーパーで刺身も買いませんか？
Oh, and before that, before the orchestra thing, I sat in on I forgot what they're called, but it's something brothers, like Tomiko, or like something like Tomiko Brothers or something, and they take the shimasen, right? The shimasen traditional Japanese thing, and they play it to like modernize contemporary. So it felt like listening to like Mongolian throat singing or something, where it's like a modernizing of it, and it was pretty bopping. It felt like they were practically hip-hop rapping and stuff and syncopating to like modern music with dueling shimasen. I thought that was pretty cool. I don't remember the act anymore, like what they're called. Let me see if I can remember it. It's like something, maybe Google will help us here. Shimasen music contemporary act. Shamisen, sorry, shamisen. I constantly flip the shamisen, flip the heckin' syllables back and forth. Oh, Yoshida. Yoshida Brothers. Yeah, Yoshida Brothers, I think. They do modern shamisen things. Yeah, Yoshida Brothers. I thought that was pretty boppin'. They have boot camp stuff, so you can like check it out and all that. Getting cultured, bringing Japanese culture to the United States, as opposed to the other way around. Does Japanese course have another update a few days ago? I don't think so. Not that I notice. I happen to often think that Duolingo updates once at the beginning of each month. So I'm kind of half expecting that when I come back from Otakon, there might be a soft update or something. It usually happens like in the first week of a month. It could happen around this time though. Usually around a month. I haven't noticed anything big. Or I haven't noticed anything on my end. 後でスーパーで刺身も買いませんか? I don't know why I'm advanced to daily refresh already. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, maybe it's at your end. At the higher end. はい。じゃあ、ここでお金を引き出します。
あ、こちらです。
こちらです。こちらです。
どうぞ、お弁当です。
どうぞ、お弁当です。My stomach grumbles every time they say obento. Obento.
あの ATM で3万円を引き出します。
I wasn't doing any of the main tree, just doing kanji sections every day. Oh, I see. Man, I can only imagine what your kanji section looks like. It's practically a doom scroll. If you know what I mean. It's just practically doom scrolling the whole thing. I honestly think they might have to consider like a different form of listing the kanji, because That is a long list. ATM で3万円でしょう。円を出します。let's see. Dang it. I'm going to withdraw 30,000. ATM. ATM. Okay. We did it! Discuss a meal. Oh, I'm ready for this chapter. I want to talk about food again. Discuss a meal. That's a wrap for today's thing. Yeah, look at this list. It just keeps going. It doesn't feel like it ever ends. Which is kind of nice, honestly. I don't quite want it to end that soon. It's crazy that it hasn't been half a year yet. It hasn't even been half a year yet. Day 180. We haven't even crossed 180 yet. Okay. So much. When your time is filled with so much like things, right? So much things going on, time really does feel filled with things. All right. I guess that would be the lasting message, right? That would be the take-home message, you know? Sometimes when you look really far into the future and you covet that thing, you want that thing to come closer, right? Like, oh yeah, I can't wait. There were a bit of talk about Wakotabi and Shashingo and updates for video games, right? You know, your vision is like, oh yeah, I can't wait for that game to come out, or I can't wait for that update. A little part of me, every time I say something like that, like just now, just a few minutes ago, when I say, oh yeah, I can't wait for this thing, I remind myself, like, I can wait for that. And the answer to that easily is because I can find something else that will occupy my time for the time being. The question is, does it make you feel bad when you're looking to the future? Because in my opinion, if that is what's consuming your mind, then you don't have a lot going on in the present time, or your vision is too far into the future and you stop focusing on the present. So meanwhile, when I do talk about, you know, the obvious fact that you have to wait for these games to be updated, I like the idea that when someone says that, they don't mean that they're upset or frustrated or constantly being bored that that thing isn't coming closer. Usually someone who's incredibly ambitious, focused on the present, and have their vision in the future. But I like to think when someone it's almost, okay, hear me out here. I'm going to say this with a really large grain, lots of salt. It's almost better to feel like you don't have enough time to do something while living in the present than thinking that you have to wait and drift through your life until that thing comes to you, right? Until that time passes. So, and then better than that is, you know, having a great life balance, and you have exactly the amount of time. You know how to use that amount of time. So whenever you liberate time, you use that time up immediately, right? Like, oh yeah, now I can do this an hour faster. Okay, so what am I going to replace the hour with? Immediately you think like, oh yeah, that's easy. I got this done 1 hour faster. I know exactly what I'm going to do with that 1 extra hour. And that, my friends, are those people who are constantly maximizing their use of time. It is exciting to wait on things. In the meantime, life is filled with so many things. In the meantime, so you know, even sometimes you forget that, oh yeah, tomorrow's the release of the game. No way. I was having so much fun in the meantime, right? My kanji section just now was about cooking. Edamame. Oh, interesting. Edamame and tofu, etc. Ooh, edamame. Edamame has the tofu kanji in it. Interesting. Is that read as edamame? Interesting. So I'm guessing that is the kunyo meat. Yeah, tofu is still yeah, tofu is still tofu. So it's interesting that they share the same. Oh, I guess that makes sense because there's beans. Yeah, they both have beans. Okay. Anyways, that's the lasting message for Japanese, right? As much as I'm really excited, time flies when you know what to do with it. Okay. Until next time, for the Japanese learners out there, if you're gonna watch this later, arigato gozaimasu. Right. Until next time, mata ne to you Japanese learners. Take care, enjoy. I'm gonna get up, stretch a bit again, and I'll be back for Chinese. All right. Excuses. Good luck. Better get some rest. Good luck with your studies. Excuses. Yeah, we're back. We're back. Let's see. Eda, oh, for branch, and mame for bean. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I figured that character was for bean. Okay, so welcome back, folks. It is day 59. 欢迎大家好. Welcome. We broke into unit 14, so we're just gonna quickly review the English translation of the... I didn't even realize the section was called Ask for Directions. The vocabulary that we had yesterday. Everyone's out and back in. Okay, welcome. What you have for dinner, Claire? Okay, so unit 14, ask for directions. Okay, so we had bien, all right, bien, or side, bien, and mian, or like position, mian. So for bien, 左边 and 右边 旁边 and for position we have 前面 后面 Your chat's Chinese weave is here just as the Japanese learners left. Let's see. Chicken with corn and garlic roasted potatoes. Oh, that sounds very satiating. Only took so long because the chicken was frozen. Ah, yeah. Do you move it to the refrigerator in advance, or do you just go full hog like on the counter? And then how do you thaw out your chicken a bit? Yeah, you definitely need your chicken to rest, man. Trying to, depending on your method of cooking the chicken, I wouldn't go at it with frozen. Yeah, I've done that before. I've done that a couple times. Like, the center doesn't quite come out. Yeah, don't do that. That's like, all I can think about is like, yeah, that would be like the classic rookie mistake where you like don't let because the center of a chicken, like, oof. Although nowadays, I usually, this might be taken out of context, but pounding the chicken down and then marinating it and then just leave it like that, that's kind of what I pick up from my father most of the time. So you pound the snot out of the chicken and then you place them in a marinade, or I guess some people call it like a tenderizing fluid, and then that will sit for a couple days, so you can use it when that's ready, and then not have to wait for that unfreezing process. As someone who worked in fast food, I'm against just thawing raw chicken out on the counter. Yeah, to thaw because it's bacteria. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I generally like move it to the fridge If I plan, I pull it out to the fridge for 24 hours at least. Yeah. Move it to the fridge. Exactly. Otherwise, I go my father's route, which is like fast food route, like American Chinese. That's how you get it. You pound the snot, pre like cut and thin out the chicken, and then pound it to like some ridiculous thin form, and then put it in a tenderizing fluid. And that tenderizing fluid tends to have something like some baking soda and some starch and whatnot. And then you go and cook it when you can. But it would be good for like 2 or 3 days. In the fridge, right? You leave it in the fridge. Let's see. So front, back. We also had other directions. Blue. Gao. Joe. Joe.学校 I can't wait to get my glasses, by the way. I got new glasses. I haven't this is gonna be the first for me. I have always worn rectangular glasses, like angular rectangular glasses that are incredibly light, like usually titanium frames and very light, like thin threading around. But this time, I hope like it's not too heavy, but this time I went the opposite direction. So now I'm gonna get gigantic frames and went for a matted look. I couldn't find any titanium frames that have gigantic frames. So you can't do titanium, that kind of thing. But it's gonna be interesting. I hope the lens isn't too heavy, because they're bigger lenses too, right? So I'm kind of excited. You know you're old. Hear me out. You know you're old when you're excited for quality of life purchases. Like whenever like eventually, you know, your socks gets a hole in it from like years of running, right? You get the first hole and you're like, oh yeah, it's almost time to buy new socks. And then you get all excited and you spend like the next 30 days constantly window shopping until you find socks that you're good to go, or like underwear. I have to know, these things don't turn over very often. So for glasses, they're like every 5 to 6 years. Like 5 to 6 years. And if there's anything I identify with my glasses. So for me, I splurge on glasses. Anything that is involved in my quality of life, I don't cut corners. Like that's why I save money. Like if I typically save money, it's for the quality of life, right? So I'm excited about these glasses. It's practically the only accessory I wear. I know how that sounds, but generally speaking, I know of people who, when they got LASIK eye surgery, they still wear glasses as an accessory. Eat poor, see rich. Eat poor, see rich. Yeah, that's a deep cut right there. Meanwhile, I'm looking to try and contacts. Oh, okay, later this year. Kind of tired of using glasses your whole life. I see. Definitely not. Yeah. Nowadays though, it's my shoes. My shoes get rotated out. If you run, if you run, shoes, you get lucky if you can run 700 miles in shoes before it starts like causing you shin splints and stuff. I pushed my last pair of shoes to like 1,000 miles and I started developing a shin splint on my right. So shoes are the things that get rotated out very, very quickly. And obviously I don't skimp on it because I run every day, so you can't skimp on things. In my opinion, it's not worth saving things that you have to you use every day. Like a computer. Whenever people talk about like a computer, how long are you on that computer? You might as well make it the best experience you can think of, at least reasonably within like a value system, right? Obviously I'm not saying go buy like throw $1 million on a computer rig, but oftentimes I think sometimes priorities lie elsewhere for people. As someone who would walk every day, yes, good shoes are so underestimated. Yeah, like it was so obvious, and my shin splint went away after breaking in 2 or 3 weeks into the running again, right? My left pad, like it was worn down to nothing. You could start seeing the inner sole. I really pushed my previous shoes to the max. I think I have a pretty decent idea when I should rotate out shoes. Running really, like running on roads and whatnot really does a number. All right, anyways, fun times. Quality of life purchases, they're so good. Like you gotta splurge, in my opinion. I almost even say I would encourage splurging on something that's a quality of life change or a quality of life rotation, because you get to use it every day. You get to use it every day, so you gotta make sure it's great. Like your mic, if you're like me who uses the mic like every single, or a keyboard because you're typing every single, your pencil, you know, the type of pencil, your journal, your notebook, it's got to be cute. If you write a lot, you got to make sure your notebook is like extra, right? Because you're always going to be using it. That's kind of a thing. I think sometimes when people say they purchase things, I ask them like, oh, so how often are you going to use it? Right? And they're like, oh, you know, I just want this, but I'm not really going to use it that often. Like, why not distribute that towards something else? And then sometimes it's very hard to convince some people to eat better. Like, I'm not talking about like they're overweight or anything. I'm talking about just eating better. Like, it goes a very long way on how far something that you do on a daily habit, and you're improving that that necessary habit. Right, that's kind of the thing that I feel gives far more dividend than, oh, I really was saving up for this one-time purchase and then now I finished it and that's it. And the glasses are one of them. Glasses is definitely one, because I wear glasses, like, except for running. I don't wear glasses. I actually just run handicapped. I don't trip over things, so it's fine. But when I'm running, that's a funny story about glasses. Sometimes my neighbor, like, I live in a very friendly neighborhood, so occasionally when someone like tries to talk to me or wave to me, I can't actually see them. So I'd be running by and then someone like, is that person looking at me? Should I? And then when we get closer and closer, it's like, whoop, the time's passed. It's just like run by them and I'm like, I'm not sure if they were waving to me or they were looking at me, but I don't, my vision is not that great. I can't see from that far. I had a pair of heels I would wear to work, staying on my feet for 8 hours a day easy because they were comfy. Oh, heels even. That's impressive. As someone who doesn't have a car and walks area, it definitely makes good shoes so much more important. Yeah. So the reason why I'm saying this stuff is a good yapping thing. It's a good yapping thing, a topic, right? And it involves language learning as well. So if you think you're going to language learn, right? And you already told yourself you're going to study every day, then yeah, for sure, start working on maximizing, or like start working on refining that every often, right? So that that upkeep keeps you regular. That goes with the advice that people have a lot of times. When someone convinces you that you need to do this every day, that is way different than you already do this every day and you're looking to improve it. You see what I mean by that? So I feel like the whole idea of life hacks and like big hustles, that is so different. They don't stick for most people, in my opinion, is because they didn't already have the commitment to do it regularly. They want to adopt something new. And oftentimes, in my opinion, the hustle is less consistent that way. If you are doing in my opinion, when it comes to like self-improvement or whatnot, this is not professional advice, but I would start with what you're already doing and then use that as a form of already having commitment and then working on that, because that is what contextualizes all your improvement. So oftentimes, where do you start? Start by eating better. Start by trying to find out how you can sleep better. You can't, those things aren't optional, right? But they sure as heck have a lot of people with differing opinions about how you can do it. So explore that. At least, and if those don't interest you, find the next thing that consumes most of your life, right? And that would not be something like that brings you disproportionate joy, but it takes up like 30 minutes of your time. I don't think that's how most things go, but I do feel that oftentimes that's how people go about improving their lives. Like, oh yeah, I hate my life. I know hate is a strong word, but I dislike so many aspects of my life. Like, for example, I'm speaking hypothetically for another person. Oh yeah, 12 hours a day, I'm miserable. And then like whenever I get free time, it's the best. So naturally, what they would do is they would spend most of their money and their efforts to enhancing that small period, right? And you might be thinking, well, yeah, because it brings you good stuff. Like, yes, but think about the logic behind this, the impression about this. You're trying to expect that you can elevate something. Maybe your free time is only 1 hour a day. So yes, you want to enhance the 1 hour a day because it brings you joy. The gains you can have, sometimes the resource demands on that 1 hour, it will be diminished return. Like, oh, it's a video game. Say it's a video game time. It's like, oh yeah, but the video game can only benefit as much as the 1 hour can do. And video games can only go so high with the money input you have. Meanwhile, everything around it is free game. And it's already so low in your life, right? That is my point about hyper-focusing. When you hyper-focus on something, it can be both hyper-focusing on something good and like you desire, obviously, and then something that you don't like can ruin your entire day. Something that you do like, I'm going to say this very lightly, can cause you to inappropriately and disproportionately invest way too much time into it, expecting almost an astronomical outcome. Like 1 day, 1 hour of video gaming a day and trying to improve that, I don't necessarily think it's realistic to expect that it would somehow offset your like 8 hours of misery because you hate your job and you know, all the meals that you hate to eat, and your low self-esteem outside of every time you're in a video game, right? So that's kind of where I'm going with this. Know what happens all the time in your life. And those things, even the small, in my opinion, even small amounts of effort can go a long way. Like, I can't tell you how wonderful it is. I've done this before, where if I had a roommate, and that roommate, the first thing I notice about that roommate is they don't eat well. Right? They're just they don't care about the way they eat, and yet you can see them snacking and eating all the time, right? But then what you can do is you can, as a roommate, you can invite them. You can encourage them to do something about that eating period, because they spend a lot of time eating anyways, right? And no longer will they look at eating as something they just need to do. It's then becomes an idea that, oh, it's a thing that they can improve little by little over time. And that can change everything else. Like, if you start eating well, you start sleeping well, then you start thinking, what else can I improve? I can improve at my job. I can go get a better job, etc. So, and we're not talking about like it's in that order. All the little things you modify in your life makes like language learning a cinch, in my opinion. I'm not trying to make like, sorry, I don't want to make language learning sound like it's true. It's very hard and it's very long and whatnot. So you're like micro improving, you're micro dosing on improving your learning experience each day. And then you get to a point where you're pretty much net positive, is what I used to say. You're net positive. So you get up, you're net positive. You don't get up net negative, as in you don't start your day like you don't want to start your day. And the first thing you do saps all that energy away, so that you spend the rest of the day trying to recuperate new energy. I think that is, I probably have described a substantial number of people nowadays. They spend the rest of the day getting the energy that they otherwise, in my opinion, should have had before they started the day. Like, I go to work with energy. I don't go to work spending energy that I don't have, and then coming home trying to find more energy. Some people, that's, in my opinion, that's the pattern they have. Oh yeah, I'm going to work, but I don't have the energy to do work. And then when you come home, it's like, oh yeah, I finally get to do the thing I want. It's like, well, personally, I get to go to work and I enjoy working, right? It's tiring, of course. And then when I come back, I enjoy what I do when I come back. And then I go to sleep when I'm out of energy, right? I go to sleep when I'm out of energy. The times when I'm out of energy is when I'm resting, as opposed to going through the day having energy that dips below anything else. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually how you were feeling these last few months. Well, I hope you find something to make you balance it, you know, to tip the balance. Real, very real. Yes. Okay. All right. So, walk, right? Joel. Dao. What else we got? We had 这里 那里 哪里 他们我们 我们的 It's getting better. Doing this helps. Intense focus. All right, all right, all right. Well, I'm glad that it's getting better. Right. It's nice to hear things improving. It's definitely nice. Get and try to secure and liberate more and more energy. It was something else. No, I think that's it. Is that really all the vocabulary? Yeah, there's some grammar rules about how to arrange things, but that's about it. Yeah, this lesson is very short. I kind of like it though. I kind of like smaller chunks with the Chinese. 6 seems not as great as 4. Do we have any returning? I had 15 new characters yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Was it 15 or was it 10? 10, 11. Yeah, I like smaller ones. Yeah, this one's one of the smaller ones. The Chinese kind of fluctuates. The Japanese is like consistent. It's always 6, constantly 6. And the content itself kind of fluctuates a little bit. It fluctuates if it's a grammar thing, then it feels very samey. If it's not, then it's like high pace, lots of vocabulary, like food and clothing and stuff. I'm missing a few characters. I can kind of envision in my head some of the characters. Tor words. Right, Tor words. The last comment yesterday that we had. Tor words. Wang. Yeah, we'll stick with this. This seems good. Unit, we still have to go to Unit 13. What was Unit 13? Oh, the past tense thing. But it was really about days. Rushing days. So let's do a few of this stuff. Nope. Off to a rocky start. We got Jiaong, Jiaong. Jiaoshang. Jiaoshanghao. Jiaoshanghao. 上午中午Uh-oh. Oh, no. 下午晚上晚安晚安 Okay, that's all for those things. Okay. 去年今年明年每年 I can replace this, all of these, with Tian. So, oh wait, except for one exception. And we have right. 昨天 then 今天明天每天 also 这个下个下个 Yeah, that's how I sort them in my in my head. So, I think a bunch of people give fancy names to this, and I'm gonna give a fancy name to this. It's called grouping. I'm sorry. I've heard a bunch of people repackaging this in like a masterclass and whatnot. This is something that is a very common classic way of doing things when you were originally learning your native language, probably mostly English. You're grouping things together by association. The more you put effort into organizing something, the more likely you'll one of the greatest examples, in my opinion, is chaotic order, in the sense that you know how sometimes you look at your room, you look at someone else's room, it's like, how the heck do you find anything in it? It's because they placed cautious effort in how they organize the thing. Even if it looks like a chaotic mess, you can still figure out and find all the information you can possibly find. And so if my order is like not up to what you like, try to make your own order. And oftentimes you'd be surprised, in my opinion, sometimes this becomes effortless, where you start rattling off. If you know one word, then you know the other word, which leads to another word, or those words lead to 4 other words, and then you start building context in that. Organization itself is context. It might not be like the ideal case for people when it comes to like stimuli or something. But this is kind of one of the quote unquote potentially unnatural ways that is natural to the learners themselves. So that's kind of how I organize things. Things that they're written in a certain way. I'm not like writing in a nondescript way. There's a reason why I placed a space here and I put a quotes here and then staggered groups. And that's kind of how I've been doing it for quite some time now. Let's see. So these are applied to, we have Joe Moore, right? Joe Moore. Oof, that's kind of ugly looking. And 星期, right? 星期, these apply to those. 星期. And here we can have, right? 日 and 天 or 星期日, 星期天. And then the rest of the numbers, which we can write here. 1 2 3 4 4 5 and 6 for days of the week. I'm definitely less organized. We'll need to start doing this kind of recalling. Doubt it's the right word. Recalling is the word I use. I don't know what other people call it. Part of SRS, the last step most people don't really use too often, which is the recall. I actually use the phrase total recalling, as in it's unaided recall. So it's still slightly aided because I can see some of the things, but if you can go to a different environment, a completely novel environment, and you can still recall the things, that to me is like total recall. You don't have to do it, obviously. Practicing trying to do it is like an incredibly high effort thing, and it can really help if you want. It's not recommended if you're incredibly exhausted and over. But generally speaking, that's why context is really helpful for people, because you hope that context comes up again to help you recall. So that's an aided recall. This thing that I'm doing here is the most vanilla version of recalling, where I don't have any context clue. Like the context clues is carried with me. So if I were given a blank canvas and sat in a blank room, then this is what I would come up with. And that's kind of exactly what the word recall, I think. You know, I call it the total recall. This is more like 80-90% recall, because I know that it was about direction. And then unit 13, from knowing this, I can kind of remember what the previous thing was. So that's kind of a hint, right? The less hint the tool provides, how stronger your recall is. Let's see. We got some actions for past. So using 会. Future actions using 会. And then past actions using 了. However, there are some specials, but we'll just use 见. 见 is one. 见 认识 maybe no 认识 not that great. 做 做 is pretty good. And there's a special case for die, but just 会 die, not 会了. And then 认识 you only got 认识了. So we'll put 认识 this side. Rinchu. And we'll place die this side. On the side. And these guys are both Hui and Le. So 进了,会了. 做了,会做. 认识了,会认识, that's kind of and then 在 会在, but not 会了, not so much. That's kind of what I'm orienting myself around here. Is there anything else? Oh, I missed one. Mega. You can still do mega. Oh, and day props. So we can do something like phrasing. Like, oops. Jing Tian, 今天下午 Definitely don't want to keep distracting, but I'm curious, what are you doing for planning to do for speaking practice for Japanese and Mandarin? I'm doing it now for speaking practice. If you're talking about like construction will probably interact with something that can respond. It doesn't have to be a human being. We can do self-dialogue and write out dialogue. No big deal. So if we're talking about construction, like dialogue construction, I can write dialogue with myself. It might not like be the ideal case, but generally if you can write dialogue, you can creatively write dialogue and have conversations. That's how you develop construction practice. Yeah, self-dialogue is incredibly great if you're flexible and you can if you observe a lot of human beings. Yeah, so if you observe a lot of dialogue and you read a lot of dialogue, you can absorb and write your own, provided that you don't have the opportunity to talk with other people, right? And you can also use machine learning. You can use large language models to do that as well. So that will be the plan for the future. Most of my conversational skills in English are refined through observing people, using those dialogues, and writing hypothetical dialogues, and play out those scenes myself. So that involves a creative process. In my opinion, that's even harder. Yeah, chatting with large language models. They're not necessarily AI. Like, I don't want to use the word AI because AI is too broad. But you can interact with large language. Actually, I don't even know if LLM is even wider than AI. But like ChatGPT, you can probably pull it off because you will have enough foundation. By the time you get to that point, there'll be enough foundational knowledge to make corrections, not corrections, have conversations and constructive without the aid of someone else. And remember that while things like that make errors, humans can make errors too. So whether you find it engaging or not, is if you're able to engage in constructive creativity, if you're able to engage in constructive creativity, then that act is practicing the skill. Oftentimes when people, in my opinion, when someone asks me like, well, how do you become more articulate, or how do you overcome insecurities, right, of speaking, the question is, have you done constructive speaking? Have you done creative speaking yet? There are many steps you can take towards that. Write a hypothetical situation. If you want me to help you with that, I will write down 3 or 4 situations and write out what you would say in those situations and how you would think those situations would play out. And then if you think those are accurate situations, you can find them on YouTube. See how those play out. It's to, in my opinion, to get someone to start thinking about the conversations, to have and construct the sentences you would say, or the construction, as opposed to concerning themselves with unnaturally remembering, ironically, this is very ironic, but unnaturally remembering natural instances where you have no experience. So for example, it is great to observe natural encounters, right? However, you're observing them and then you have to execute on them, or even like if you can't literally do it, you can simulate it. You can at least make the attempt, like, okay, well, let me see. If I was in that situation, what can I say in that situation? This person said this. Does that feel good for me? Or should I do something else? Or etc. Can I do it? Right? And that's kind of where I would go. At least that's where I'm heading. I walk around and stuff. I am not concerned about how accurate it is or how natural it is. The idea is if you don't do it at all, you can't learn from that in the first place. Actually just did a challenge where I recorded myself trying to only speak in Mandarin for a set amount of time. I found that helped realize some of your areas of weakness. Yeah. And then you refine and you continue. You refine and you continue. Yeah. There are lots of specific areas of language learning that would oppose this, where they diminish the importance of output to use as a frame to evaluate your input. I am a person who would say all of the above, as in it's not one or the other. It's all of the above. There's a reason why all those different theories exist. So I will find a balance of whatever that is. Some people, like, there is a school of thought that's all input and you just let it naturally happen on its own. All input, no output, it'll happen on its own. That might work for some people. It might work for a lot of people. I'm not that kind of person. I like doing output, so I'll probably output all the time. I have conversations with myself all the time. Literally, someone came up to me and said, like, if you're that's not true. You can't have dialogue with yourself. That's called a monologue. And I'm like, good luck telling that to a playwright or someone who actually writes stories and stuff. If they're not having a dialogue with themselves, then where do you think the fictional dialogue is coming from? I don't know. Where do you think inventions and ideas come from? At least that's in my opinion. I like to encourage people to be creative. When any ounce of creativity is placed into your process, it's like magic. In my opinion, I don't know what it is though. I don't know what it looks like. So I'm not telling you what that creativity looks like. It is the magic sauce. It is the magic sauce. There's no way to figure out what is the sauce like because you have to create the sauce. I have a dialogue a lot with myself when I'm going to sleep. Pretty sure that's why I start dreaming in Japanese. No idea what I'm saying, but it's a different language. Indeed. Indeed. All right. So we're done reviewing for this. So let's hop into our unit. Let's see if we forgot anything first. So today we're responsible for the pinyin of the new section. So I'm pretty confident I got everything from the past. So let's see. Oh, that's from yesterday. Okay. So Mei Le. Zhou. No. Zhuo. Yeah, Zhuo. Zhuo. Xiang. Right. Xiang. Wu. Xia. Xia. One. Numbers. Zhou Mo. Zhong. Yeah, we got Ge. Bian. Nian. Jian. Zuo. Jian. Qingqi. Number. Ming. Hui. Qu. Okay. So we got all of them from yesterday. I mean from the last unit. So let's go here. Man. Yeah, you have those dreams. Indeed. So let's see. Yo. Bian. Zhuo. Tian. I think it's yeah, 2. I felt the 2. Okay. Tian. Hang. Xiao. Right? Xiao. Lü. Gao. Zuo. Jiu. Wang. Is that 2 or 3? Okay, Wang. I naturally gravitate towards 3, but sometimes 2 and 3 can be a little bit flexible because of if it's in a word or not in a word, or at the end or in the beginning, or like at the end specifically. Mian. Che. Oh, I forgot about Jama what? Oh, Jama Zhou. So I did forget one. Jama Zhou. Okay, and then oh. Okay. 你们的. Oh, it's actually 你, it's not 我. 你们的. Okay, that's fine. It's about the same. 他们的. Na. Right. 里, 这, and na. Okay. So we missed it. We kind of missed this. It's 你们的, 他们的, 我们的. It's a review, and then 怎么做? Nice. I've had dreams when I have fallen asleep with this stream on and definitely had many spoken in the dreams. Yeah, dreams when I'm literally practicing my Mandarin to someone, and for some reason it's always oddly lucid. It is lucid dreaming is definitely a possibility. All right. 4 units. 4 lessons. Let's go.
洗手间在饭馆的旁边。
Oh yeah, we don't need pinyin anymore. Okay, it's day 2. No pinyin, right? 洗手间 what?
洗手间在饭馆的旁边。
Okay. 洗手间在旁边.
在旁边的旁边的
饭馆
饭馆的
旁
旁边，洗手间在饭馆的旁边，
洗手间在饭馆的旁边。
他在他的妹妹的旁边。
他在他的妹妹的旁边。Lucid dreaming in Japanese or Korean? Yeah, I met Blair when Blair was working on her Korean. She 她在的 she is 旁边 next to 她的妹妹 I said I said sister. Okay.
朋友在他们的右边。
I started Duolingo for Korean and I have a huge Anki deck for Korean, but I stopped so I can focus more because I'm so obsessed. Who, what, where, when, how section of Korean? Oh, I can only imagine.
朋友在他们的右边。
朋友在他们的旁边。右边。
朋友在他们的右边。
右边。他们的
右边。
Oh, I see why they use 他们 Yeah, 他们的 Yeah, the left, right, yeah.
朋友在他们的右边。
朋友在他们的右边。
谁在你的妈妈的前面？
谁在谁 was not logged. I mean, that's kind of nice too. 谁在谁在你的妈妈的前面。Who's
左。我的家在饭馆的右边。
我的家在饭馆的右边。我的家。右边。饭馆。Prepositions, wait. I need a preposition. My home is to the right side of the restaurant. Oh, that took so much work. Oh, that took so much work. Oh, God. English. Much like the particle section, I think I need to take a week and really deep dive the section to understand it. But getting stuck on it is what made me switch to Japanese. So I can't. Oh, I see. Chinese English is so cringe. Yeah, it's just glitching through the. Yeah. Yep, basically. My home is to the right side. My home is to the right side of the restaurant. Yes. Yes, I think we're good now. Yeah,
钱，他们的家在医院的左边吗？
Okay.
他们
的家
家
在医院的左边吗？医院的
牛奶左边妈，他们的家在医院的左边吗？
医院的左边吗 ？Okay. 右左前边
旁
右
旁前
对
右左边旁
边
在
Oops.
边
I just clicked on it. Oh, hey. But they're throwing in dog.
狗
狗
在
在医生的左边。
医生的左边。
Okay, I'm gonna be real. It's actually easier the other way around though. I think English to Chinese is like nah, I got this. The other way around is like I could because of target language being too flexible, I think. But this way is nice. I'm okay with this. The dog is to the left side of the doctor. Like I don't have to do this thing. I don't have to do the English thing. That's fine. We're fine. Yeah, 高在医生的左边。Who's in front of your mother? It almost sounds like a setup for a joke.
谁
的你的妈妈谁在谁在你的妈妈的前面 keep saying 前 it has something else but 前面谁在你的妈妈的前面 Is their home? For a moment there, I saw, is there a home? Is their home to the left side of the hospital?
他们
的家在在
漂亮医院
医院的左边吗？对。朋友 Are we gonna possess? No. 朋友在他们的右边。That was a little aggressive.
他在他的妹妹的旁边。
How did I screw this up? Oh yeah, I scrolled to dirt. I scrolled to darter. 他在他的妹妹的旁边妹妹 English. Listen, English doesn't make everything so difficult for no reason. Everyone who uses English makes no, I'm just kidding. We're not. Let's. No finger pointing. Too many twos. Ofs. Yeah, prepositions are everywhere, man. There's just throw prepositions everywhere. Sometimes when my parents drop all the prepositions, I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. Like when they drop like helping verbs and prepositions, I'm like, I'm over it. It's fine. It's perfectly all right. Points to some complicated for no reason. But you just gotta get good, you know? Why make it complicated? It's like, for real though, I make it complicated. I speak English, so then I make it complicated. I don't know. It's funny. What is another language? Oh, Indonesian. Indonesian. Like you don't have to learn Indonesian, just have someone talk about Indonesian in English, like how Indonesian goes about it. Now that is something else. That is probably the English moment we're talking about. Like if you have someone else speak English and they drop all the extra stuff in English, you probably get a experience like when someone describes to you how Indonesian works. It's a really fun little like extra thing to listen to when you have someone who's multilingual and describe how Indonesian works. I kind of like it. I'm like, yeah, the feels. Love Indo seems really fun to learn just for the fun of it. I think so too. I think you can get away with a lot with less in Indo, so you don't necessarily have to like be really committed, right? Really committed. You can really start having other people fill in the interpretation. It's even more so than Japanese, like in various situations where you're so heavily inference in conversation in Indo. So it's kind of like the opposite of English in my opinion, where it's so sometimes I feel English is deliberately being anti-conversational. Whenever someone like I honestly feel it feels less rich when someone explains to me some like a grammar point in a different language. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. And then English is like, that doesn't really matter that much, right? In a conversation, it's like, well, yeah, but we all know it's there's a problem with it. And like, yeah, I know. Part of me wants to toy with the idea of learning Chinese. Stop tempting to learn all these languages. Yeah. Keep it, keep it solid. Keep it solid. I have selected my 3 or 4 languages for my life, so we're gonna keep it to that. I'm as much as I'm tempted to like Indo it up all of a sudden or French it up or all of a sudden. Yeah. I'm keeping real too. Tea. Oh, we have to get our hearts. 冰茶和汤 冰茶和汤 Where's my okay. 7 Whoops.
可以号码
of that 号码
哎呀，天气不好。
天气不好 Oh no. 哎呀 天气不好 My ayah is really different. Oh, every time I hear an ayah, it kind of makes me smile. I do watch a bunch of people who have they're second gens, but their parents are Chinese. So whenever like they record their parents do something and something goes wrong, they do ayah all the time. I saw it earlier on Duo and I started laughing. Yeah, so the my guess is that the aya is really, really different on their synthetic voices is because aya is not phonetically consistent. It's all over the place. So it's really funny how their trained model ended up settling on some versions of the aya, right? The ASMR aya, my mother does that all the time. The aya, like it's so airy that it sounds like ASMR most of the time.
哎呀，天气不好。
This one's like kind of mid. I generally express in like a more sharper and airier way. Yeah, just like the word, you can say it in any tone and it still means the same thing. I don't know what that word. Ooh, it looks fancy. Oh. Oh, that word. Okay. I see. So, yeah. I'm more like aya. I. Or I. So he. So like this is almost like non-existent. I, Miguel. I guess I know how to say that in Chinese now. Yeah. Yeah, mine is like I do it all the time when I'm talking to my parents. Miguel. Like I forgot. So my eyes tend to cut off the E completely. You can still hear it though, and then I can hear a bit of it in some of the ASMR versions ones. Okay,
哎呀，天气不好。
天气不好。
你叫李华。
你叫李华。
你
叫李华。I think thinking about the English of what this says would feel really weird, but it's not as weird hearing 你叫李华. This is literally saying your last name is like your name is like you call yourself this. But in English it's like, oh, that's kind of weird. If you go up to someone and say you call yourself this. Like you tell someone you call yourself this, but you're named this. But actually it's fairly common. Yeah, it's fairly common to say that in a way, but it needs more context, left and right, before and after. Yeah, it translates back weirdly.
你叫李华。
你叫李华。
李华。
中国和意大利。
中国和意大利. It's one of those things like you don't need to translate it, just feel it out, that kind of thing. It's kind of like asking if someone has eaten and you really mean how are you? You kind of translate it. But since Duolingo uses the translational approach, they gotta give you something, right? Gotta give you something. 中国和意大利. Oh, no one saw that.
冰茶和米饭。
冰茶和米饭。
米饭。
你姓张，你叫张明。
Okay. 你姓张，你叫张明。嘛。Okay. Yeah, see, this translates back weird. Your last name is Zhang. Your name is Zhangming. There are a few situations that this actually comes up. and it's often like, especially in a doctor's office, and that is culturally really relevant because oftentimes these types of phrases is reserved to that type of situation. Yeah, you're called, yeah, it's a really common situation, or like it's common in that situation where you have these type of phrasing, like, oh, your name is Zhang, you're called Zhang Ming, right, kind of thing. I don't know if I've ever heard this uttered in this kind of manner in English in a doctor's office, but you can kind of, there's like versions of it. It's like, you know, Chang, you know, like Zhang Ming, yes, kind of thing, right? If anybody said that to you in English, I would probably be offended. Yeah, it's kind of like assertive. It's like telling you about your name, like telling you who you are. So there's kind of a bit of a loss in translation there. Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a loss in translation.
李老师是加拿大人。
你老师是加拿大人? Is that what they just said?
李老师是加拿大人。
李老师
是加拿大人。
Fair enough. 我说
你
Oops.
你美国美国
Stop.
我
说中文。
中文。
你呢？
你呢？
叫我张明。
叫我张明。叫
我张明。
意大利。
意大利。你说中文对不对？
你说中文对不对？
中文不对，不对，对不对
I usually use 对吗? I don't typically use 对不对, but I'm more of a 对吗 kind of person. Although there are times like I could kind of see like formality and casualness being a factor in 对吗 and 对不对. I get better if it's phrased as your Zhang Ming. Yeah. Yep. And then you would add a ma, right? That would be like 你是Zhang Ming吗? So you just add the ma at the end. It's very natural to do that.
这个
这个周末天气不好。
天气不好。
So is ma the Chinese version of ka in Japanese? It's more or less, yeah. It's the closest thing to a particle. Like I don't know if people still call those things particles in Chinese, but yeah, it's one of the closest things to a particle. And like duh. Yeah, ma is a verbal question mark. Yeah. So it's the closest thing to ka. But ka is not just so that's a weird thing, right? Ka is an unknown marker. So there are other uses for ka as well. And ma, are there any other uses for that particular ma? I don't know yet. Yeah, deska with stuff sometimes. Yeah. It's kind of, it's fun to relate those things. Yeah. I'm gonna be real. I just stick ma at the end of everything because I'm not sure. Whenever I'm talking, like in my opinion, this isn't a life hack or laziness or something, but when you're talking to someone and you're like really unsure, just add ma to the end of everything. it will make it sound like, oh, okay, I'll be a little bit more understanding. You just say anything with a ma at the end. At least that's how sometimes kids sound like that. At least that's how it sounded when I was a kid. I added ma to pretty much at the end of everything. It's like, is this right? That's that, right? And 对吗? 对吗 is more of it. Like 对吗? Like ですね. 对吗 is like ですね. So, you know, is that ですね to the end, or ね to the end of everything? Like, right? Right? This is right? Like, is that how you say that, right? You know how in English, when you start learning how to speak, generally speaking, the younger you get, the less experience you get, everything sounds like a question because it all have uptones. That is the English ka. That is the English ma that I'm describing. Instead, since English doesn't have a verbal uptone, it's funny because kids naturally develop an uptone in English. So until your young ones become more confident in completing their ideas and secluding, generally speaking, even a language without a verbal question like ma and ne and ka, they will still develop an uptone for being like very confused and or wanting to ask questions all the time. So while I had an uptone when I was younger too, I generally don't complete my sentences with the downtone. Like, it just keeps going. However, even in Chinese, I added a lot of ma's and 对吗 and all that, and it goes up as well. So 对吗 我这是贵吗 it's very universal, I feel, in terms of the uptone. Yeah, English question mark is a Chinese rising tone. Yeah, exactly. And Japanese is the same. There's a rising tone even with the unknown marker. So ka has a rising tone even with the unknown, even though it's a verbalized unknown marker. And then you can still uptone things if you're not sure whether it has a marker or not, which is interesting too. And I think that's a carryover with languages that don't have an unknown. You know, they always talk like this. Sometimes you're just not sure if whatever you're saying is actually right. So if you're gonna go and do this, do you think I'm right? Do you get the idea that I'm asking a question or saying something right? Or I've gone through that training before, where when you're speaking, you can do an uptone to link. You can do an uptone to link two clauses with a space in between. However, most of the time you want to also periodically descend to complete the idea, right? Even saying, if you can say right without saying right. So some people would say that would be a great way to practice. Saying, hey, you think this is true too, right? So there's the uptone, right? But then you can say, oh, this is right. Or I believe this to be right. So now you're going slightly down. Easiest way to teach people the rising tone. Yeah, the question mark thing and the rising tone. Talk like you never ended an idea. That's usually how it goes. My name is Li Ming. 我叫李明。
叫李明。
wait. 我名字叫李明。Sometimes you just gotta go with it. It's fine. It's fine. You just gotta know. You just gotta know. 他的 Wow, that's so low. That vibration though. 他的电话号码是66789。
电话号码
是
6789。
All right, we got our second heart. Let's keep going.
到你的学校怎么走？
Oh, okay, yeah, the phrasing. 到
走
Whoops. Where's 到 Where?
到
到
走
你的学校怎么走？
到你的学校怎么走？
到你的学校怎么走？
我们不认识路。
我们不认识路。我们不认识路。Do you know the way? I couldn't help it every time I hear the way. Do you know the way? 我们不认识路。Don't know the way.
洗手间在他们的后面。
洗手间在他们的后面。
洗手间在他们的后面。他们的后面。洗手间在他们的后面。
Okay.
你认识路吗？
你认识路吗 The L's, man, the L's. You could start feeling why L's are cursed. 你认识路吗 Do you know the way?
我们不
认识路。
谁在我的后面？
谁在我的后面？
学校在我们的家的后面。
Do you know the way is a throwback if you're referring to what I think. Yeah, I am referring to that one. Ping. Do you know the way? Do you? I know the way. I don't think this was a deep cut into Chinese though. At the time. Now it's funny because it's a deep cut to the Chinese. When I think of Lu, I haven't ever thought of it that way until now. About Lu. Okay. 学校在我们的家 家的后面。I think this is a few times where the English actually comes out arguably shorter than the Chinese. 学校. Yeah, because they're going with school. Yeah. 学校在我们的家的 lots of does 家的后面. So the does make it seem like, because there's only there's like one preposition in this, but there's multiple does. Oh wait, we better make sure. I'm gonna use house here. Oh, they went with home? Okay, 房间. Fair enough. Yeah, they were. I was thinking like, maybe they're just flexing. But 房间. I decided to go with 房间. 房子. Sorry, not 房子. 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 Okay. 校.
你认识到医院的路吗？
你认识到医院的路吗？ Do you know? I keep looking for how, but do you know the way to get up? Wait. Oh my gosh, prepositions. Send help. Okay. 你认识到医院的路吗？ I guess you don't need up. I guess you don't need up. Do you know the way to get to? Do you know the way to get to the hospital? Yeah, that's fine. I think. Lu. 后。
前。路。左。校。后。校。后。前。路。边。
现在。学校。女儿。
非
常。
猫。There's your 猫。There's your 猫。请问 请问到医院怎么走？怎么走？请问
走到
医院怎么走？That one's kind of weird, actually. That's kind of weird to think about from the English.
到
学
校
怎么走？
的
Oh, yours. 你的
Okay,
sure. 你的怎么走？你的学校怎么走？
走
Okay.
学校
在我们的家的后面。All right.
往前面走，左边，左边，往前面
走，
到走。
I'm just clicking on any boxes at this point.
往前面走，
往前面走。Okay, I was thinking of the pinyin.
你在哪里？
你在哪里？
这里是你的家吗？
这里是你的家吗？
你
的
家吗？这里是你的家吗？
这里是你的家吗？
这里是你的家吗？
我们住在那里。
我们住在那里。那里。我们住在那里。Right over there. Over yonder breaks.
请问洗手间在这里吗？
请问洗手间在这里吗？
请问洗手间在这里吗？请问洗手间在这里吗？
That's something a lot. For my parents. Actually, my parents wanted to say this in English, but generally, how does English work? They would basically just say bathroom. And I feel like that's something that is underappreciated. I have to say something about being underappreciated. Something that when it comes to like when people worry a little bit, I suppose worry a little bit, and there was an example with someone Japanese that said like, oh yeah, you know, sometimes unlike English, right? Unlike English, the person said unlike English, maybe to a lesser extent is what I would say, to a lesser extent, but you still find this because if you have parents that don't speak, like don't have great English comprehension, you still get away with it. It's still to a lesser extent, but in Japanese, a lot of times there's a lot of implicitness. So when you start a phrase, you can get learning from a phrase being completed. And this would be a great example. Like, yes, you might not be able to say 请问, or you might be able to just say 请问, And then you can say 洗手间 to like a stranger, right? Or like to the contact, and the person's like, oh, the bathroom. You know, 在 you know, 在哪里 right? Something like that. In Japanese, the person made an example. It's like, oh yeah, you know, unlike English, you could do that, do this too. Like if you're asking questions, but you don't quite know, it's more like in a conversation, you often speak in fragments, right? Like, すみません。すみません。お手洗いは... And then the person, oh, you're looking for the bathroom, right? However, on many occasions, I would say over the course of my life, my parents would go up to someone and say, excuse me, right? It'd be something like, excuse me, bathroom. And then that's it. And then the person's like, oh yeah, bathroom, right? Like where the bathroom is. So I don't think it's particularly unique to any language, but generally speaking, it's pretty great. It's having conversations shouldn't be something that scares people. Having conversation is so flexible. I know. That's not saying everyone is a great, pleasant way of speaking. You're going to probably have a lot of those very salient bad actor interactions. But man, speak fragments, speak things. People think, right? Your grammar book doesn't think. Duolingo doesn't technically think. It just yells at you for not getting the right answer. However, people, given the proper circumstances, if you know the contextual use of those words, there are two people in this situation. The other person is contextually also knowledgeable of your situation. So like learning and speaking language, if you can associate contextually where vocabulary is, that's a great place. I think that's sufficient to like get started with interacting. So like you're at a restaurant. Well, you know a bunch of vocabulary that deals with a restaurant. Use them as fragments, because those fragments will be contextualized. You knew that these are the vocabulary words that are useful at a restaurant. So when you use those vocabulary words, the people around you that interact will know that contextually. So when you go up to like a cashier, you're like, bathroom? And then they would be like, oh, okay, well, the bathroom's over there. So I think it's not as scary as a lot of people. I feel the trap here is not understanding and that's why Duolingo has a lot of shade thrown at it. It's not that you, the trap here is if you can't imagine what the context is that you would use these phrases, then yes, you may want to go find something by its context, because even broken vocabulary in the correct context in a conversation is going to be oftentimes sufficient in a conversation. You know, if you know that this vocabulary is going to be useful in a video game convention, you go to a video game convention and you just throw those words around, you probably get enough context and people will probably be on the same page. I'm not entirely sure about the whole word natural though. I think natural gets a little overused in my opinion, and the word fluent gets a little overused nowadays, where like, oh, it's natural and fluent because it's the ideal way of interacting. Like, okay, well, conversation may not always be natural, and actually I kind of feel like conversation tends to be not natural between a person who's learning a language. It won't ever be natural. A exchange, in my opinion, between a person who is currently learning something within, you know, in anything. I'm not talking about language learning anymore. Like, it is unnatural for someone who knows the thing and talking to someone who's learning a thing. It's literally the unnatural state. You're talking to someone who needs to learn something, who wants to learn something. Right? So, me and broken Spanish, how many bed? Smoke or no smoke? $100 deposit. Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly. You know what my parents did in their restaurants? Papas fritas. Papas fritas. That's all they said. Like papa fritas. Pollo. That's it. Pollo, papas fritas. That's all they went. And all the Spanish speaking people were fine with that. Because they would come and it's like, oh, okay, and then they point to a menu item. Like my father practically made really close regulars because they came for chicken wings and french fries. Chicken wings and french fries. That's it. Fried chicken wings and french fries. So just pollo and papas fritas. That's it. And they would say, oh yeah, and then since we don't have calling or anything back in the day, you had to get the audience's, like the person's attention. So my father would call out and say pollo and papas fritas to the person who ordered it, and then it's just repeat that and then say how much it is. Like it's $10. That's it. It's so in my opinion, that's kind of like how I imagine when people get started and talk and start acquiring things, right? I would absolutely get people through Subway orders with broken Spanish as well. K-pan, queso, yeah, tostada, lachuca. Lachuca. I haven't heard that. Then sauces and for here or to go, yeah. Mm-hmm.
他的儿子在那里。
The point of me raising those things is I don't think it's as scary as people might. I honestly, or I feel like I want to be like a bearer of good news. That when you talk to people, is less so about having perfect grammar and like being quote unquote ready with all your input. Sometimes you just do. And if you end up encountering a bad actor, right? A bad actor will happen in anything you do in life. So you wash off, grow up from the bad actor, and then continue. Right? The likelihood, the consistency of having a conversation in which that happens, yes, the bad actor is going to stay and is going to sting a little, but generally speaking, I think that I'd like to believe that's not the majority experience. That's when dropping English in the middle of your sentence comes in clutch. Yeah. If you drop, my parents acquired English words because they dropped in, and they acquired Spanish words because they were dropped in the like reference and whatnot. Like it's so hard to unhear like daijoubu over and over again. Daijoubu. Right. Not that I'm not sure if everyone knows what that is, but generally speaking, when things come up, it comes up and it sticks. I think that's the acquisition talking. Generally speaking, when you're studying, it's oftentimes it's as unnatural as it can. Not that it's undesirable. I'm not trying to make it sound like it's undesirable. I think there's enough people who say things are when things are unnatural is undesirable. 他的儿子在那里。Hers. Hers. Sorry. I don't know what I was thinking.
往，请往左边走。
请往左边走。Okay. 里你们 or 你家？你的家？
你
的
家
在哪里？
在哪里？
哪里？
他也不在那里。
他也不在那里。那里。他也不在那里。
他也那里
Oops.
那里
不在
那里，他也不在那里。
Okay.
后里往路左。
诶，你在哪里？
哪里
I kind of want to see if they
那里
Okay.
那里哪里
Okay. Never mind. I just wanted to hear. 哪里？
那里那里
前往里左路
请往 No 请往右边走 A reverse
请
右边 What?
往右边
Okay, they just grouped it together. 往右边
走
请问洗手间在这里吗？
请问洗手间在
这里吗？这里吗？
请
在no 往左边左边走
往左边
往左边
走。
One more.
他在他的妹妹的旁边。
他在 grinding? Nah, we yapped. There's no grinding and yapping. I would have started on my review session already if we hadn't yapped. Don't be. I just kidding. 他在他的妹妹的旁边。We have a set list. We have a set schedule of stuff.
请往左边走。
请往左边走。左边。请往左边走。
谁在你的妈妈的前面？
谁在你的妈妈的左边？前面。
谁在你的妈妈的前面？
I'm just not listening.
谁在你的妈妈的前面？
他们的家在医院的左边吗？
I feel like some of the downsides to how I'm doing in Duolingo is if I can predict what the predetermined sentence is, I'm not actually learning the language. Yeah. That's one of the things. Yeah, you have to find other ways to engage in the sentences. Otherwise, your cleverness, your mechanical cleverness is going to create shortcuts and become convenient or very efficient. That's kind of the way why flashcards have diminished return. If you become very frequent, very high frequency, when you do SRS, sometimes like SRS can be too frequent, and Duolingo can suffer from that. It is too frequent, and then the word that most people use is repetitious. However, in my opinion, when people use the word repetitious, it also means that they have become so complacent that they don't believe they have anything to learn from it, which is true if you don't get creative most of the time. So when I see myself starting to figure out that it's predetermined, I add something else. So like, for example, you'll probably hear me say this to myself every once in a while. I say, oh, we already did this. We already did this. Now it's the reverse. Now it's the reverse. Right? So, this kind of thing is, in my opinion, at least acknowledging it. And at the same time, the idea is how often this comes up. If you want it to be like less of a quote unquote time waster, because a lot of people say, oh yeah, I've already done this, so I'm going to do the same thing again. The idea is you can either, there's no option in Duolingo to like skip, you know. So the other option is to go faster, which is what most people opt for, you know, just find the clues, find the shortcuts. I already demonstrated this in Japanese once, a few times, where I know the answer without even listening to anything. You know the answer just by looking at the word bank. Because you can only form very specific sentences with the word bank. So then you can say, oh, well, you can turn on the keyboard input. Like, yes, true. Only for the target language. So in this case, you don't have the keyboard function for your native one, but you can rearrange these sentences to create the sentence. If you know nothing about this, like if you didn't see this prompt here, you have a high chance of getting the answer anyway. Now, the thing is, whether this is a good thing or bad thing, you get to learn something about yourself, right? The problem is, if your goal is to learn the words, which is what you stated, to actually learn the words, this sucks that you're doing that. And it's a natural thing because, in my opinion, if you went through school or like you rode a bike or something, the natural habit is you're going to be intuitively getting faster and faster. Like you're trying to get faster, right? So you can't not unhear your great short-term memory. So oftentimes that's where Duolingo, I think, does suffer, where the pool of prompts are not sufficiently big. They're not sufficiently big enough. And then you get to the point where, oh yeah, you'll hear the same thing. You already know the answer even before they finished listening to it. And now you're challenging yourself to figure out, how do you get more now that you don't need to know? So do you have other ways to focus on something now that it's the second time around? So lots of video games. This is a great way that I think Duolingo could change it up. And they kind of do this sort of, to some extent, where video games, when you have to play a game again, like a roguelike game, right? Like a roguelike game, they would throw in an element that is ever changing by chance. And that element is a pool. And that pool is constantly growing as the person gains more experience. Now, the element in this is not really not as great. What they do is they take a word, like say a part of speech, like a noun, and they would change it to another unit. They would change it to another unit. And then they would take another part of speech and substitute another unit. But overall, when you see the structure stays the same, right? So you could do something more. And my take is because Duo already does the whole substituting thing. I actually tell myself what Duo is substituting. And then at the same time, if it's the exact same prompt, I would try to look at how I would change the prompt instead, because I already know what the prompt's answer is. So I would try to do something else. The problem with that is you're doing all the extra work, which not a lot of people like. That to me doesn't sound like a problem. It means you're doing extra work. And when you're doing extra work, then you will get more out of it than this. So like it is that's kind of what happens. And flashcard does the same thing. If you know the flashcard already, that's why an SRS system tends to have an algo that tries to de-emphasize things that you are supposed to be familiar with, while spacing out the familiar. So you're spacing out the familiar while introducing novel, so that it never feels the same. Like you're not trying to get complacent. So an efficient algorithm, Anki has a pretty efficient algorithm apparently, but Duolingo is not, and that's kind of one of the things that you have to look out for. And how I address it is usually to try to do something else with it. That's why Anki is kind of nice, because their SRS algorithm would space out the familiar at a pretty reasonable pace. And the pool, you can always affect the pool yourself. You have control over the pool. And other people have designed more ideal pools to do that. You'd be actively engaging the other things you know to make another prompt. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. And I do think it is something that Duolingo has to consider. Either they expand the pool so that it increases the average non-repeating identical prompts, or so here's the theory, right? You're wondering then, so why did Duo do it this way? We have to keep in mind that the target audience is it's kind of casual. So casual target audience. And if you remember in the beginning, they asked, what is a long session? The long session is 30 minutes. When a person is learning a language, the average 30 minutes would be around between 3 and 6 lessons. So when you pass a complete lesson set, the next lesson set will engage in the same pool. So if you cross 2 sets of lessons, you'll likely encounter this again. So I split my days into 3s comfortably, because generally if you do them in 2 days, you're going to have redundancy. And what happens, in my opinion, when it comes to SRS is when you continuously repeat for an indiscriminate number of time, repeating something that you already know for the day, you get diminished returns. And you can't advance. So you can't like just skip the repetitious thing, right? In Duolingo, you have to do it in series. So their target audience is that the people don't go through the full unit. They're not expected to go through the full unit. They're expected to only see something once for the day, like on average. And then when they return, that pool is sufficiently small that you'll see the same ones again, or a similar one again, to reinforce. So it's kind of like having a small flashcard deck of 10, right? Let's say you have a deck of 15 words, and it takes you, I don't know, 15 minutes. We'll say you spend 1 minute on each word, right? And then you do it again. So that'll turn into 30 minutes. But it might not be 30 minutes. It'll probably be like 20 minutes, because it'll take you 5 minutes to go through. So 5 minutes to go through the same 15-minute words, right? And then the third time around, it'll take you even less. It'll take you like 22 minutes. Then you stop. You're getting diminished returns. You're getting faster and faster, and you already know this stuff. So you need a time. You need time separation. That means you rest, and then you challenge again. That's kind of that's the principle behind SRS, right? So either you increase the pool so that you continue to challenge yourself in the same time, or you take rest and then test your long-term memory. And then what happens in SRS is the time gets bigger and bigger. Bigger and bigger. And that's what Duolingo does, do that. So what they do is they space out the vocabulary that overlaps in subsequent units to bring them back every once in a while. And it gets further and further because the volume goes up. So the volume goes up, and then less words recur over time. And you're hoping that with that repetition, it stayed with you. That's kind of their structure right now. And that's not for everyone, especially if someone like Blair, you strike me as someone who is kind of more than a 30-minute person, and I'm definitely more than a 30-minute. So since I don't expect Duolingo to change this up, because their target audience is not really me. I'm not like the target audience for Duolingo, honestly. For better or for worse. So what I typically do is I try many other different ways to engage myself, be it yapping or thinking about design languages and ideas of swapping it up or something. That's what I'm gaining from it as well. So I'm learning more things than I'm trying to learn as many things that isn't just necessarily language learning. It's probably how I go about it. The alternative, here's one last side note. Remember that Duolingo is a platform with multiple languages. So you can ideally say, if you have a total time, right? Your total time is like 1 hour a day. And your repetitious lesson completion is 30 minutes for whatever unit. Then technically you can have 2 languages, so that you don't hit a repetitious bottleneck. Now, whether that is great or not to the person's development is really probably up to the person and how they negotiate these things. I found that, to me, since I'm hitting like a Japanese wheel, like the wheel is pretty well oiled now, my natural inclination is to integrate a new language, to stagger a language, right? So that brings us to what I'm doing now. That's pretty much it. And one of the things is that my approach to Hanzi is different than my approach to Japanese. So that's kind of the idea. This is when Anki kind of helps, in your opinion. Anki is different, so you're just doing something different, in my opinion. And that helps. Anything actually helps. Like engaging in your target language, anything reduces the repetitious nature. So the idea is you break away from SRS, right? You break away from the SRS. Writing does the same thing. Writing a journal, creating artwork with your target language, writing dialogues, and anything breaks the tedium of SRS. I would actually even argue that Anki only reinforces the SRS. So finding another method that isn't SRS is probably more likely the case. However, Anki is a different form and a different approach, so it is still more, in my opinion, than doing the same thing. So that's kind of the whole spiel that most language learners will end up throwing at each other. It's like, oh yeah, you got to use more than one resource. It's like, oh yeah, but why is that? Most people would say like, oh, it's because one resource is better than the other resource, and I'm like, no, that's absolutely, in my opinion, not the case. That's so far from the truth. A complacency, in my opinion, is the underlying reason, not that one tool is better than the other unconditionally. It's that you're being comprehensive. You're engaging yourself, basically, in different ways. I've actually been thinking about doing art, including the katakana, my username. That's a good way. Yeah, and Anki is definitely a different SRS. That it can be very a different way to approach your target language. Having too many SRSs is also a pit that other people discuss. I think that most people end up getting like 3 forms of SRS, and then they go and find other forms of input, whichever it is that works for them, like podcasts, vlogs, graded readers. You have lots of avenues to go to get different forms of input, because getting so much SRS is, well, you gotta rest at some point. You get tired and you start doing shortcuts, like, oh yeah, I've already done this and like a dozen times. I don't need to be reminded of this until I forget, right? So how long is that? It could be years. Like, how long is it gonna take me to forget sumimasen? Maybe never. So if sumimasen comes up again, it's like I'm not getting any value from the SRS unless I can find new ways of engaging it. So one way you can do it is find out new situations in which sumimasen is different or maybe contextually useful, and it'll breathe more novelty. I think that I'm gonna get fire for this, like pushback for this. I think sometimes what makes predicates and conjugation ever frustrating but also continuously engaging is because it just doesn't seem like it ends. The rules don't end there. You know what I mean? Like when you're conjugating something and then suddenly a new conjugation gets thrown at you, and then all the things you have to apply that new conjugation to everything you've learned. So those are the most engaging parts, and oftentimes those are the most, in my opinion, popular Anki decks. And what I mean by popular Anki decks, I don't mean like they like it that much. Those are probably the most used Anki decks, things that deal with like conjugation. because they're multifaceted. They're layered multiplicatively. If you know how to speak in the present tense and you suddenly learn how to speak in the past tense, it multiplies the volume that you can express, not just one thing, right? If you say, if you learned, casa for umbrella, well, you can only go so far with casa. Kind of like how video games work, right? Like, roguelike game, you have fundamentals. Or like a puzzle game, if you like puzzle games. There are fundamental rules. Now, when you learn something, when you discover something that changes the fundamentals, and I can't spell fundamentals, I put an O there. Fundamentals, it multiplies the engagement and difficulty, right? It's incredibly engaging. However, if you acquired like a new item, right? And that item is single use, its novelty is restricted to that. So it's like a drop. It's a drop as opposed to like another bucket of water. And Duolingo doesn't have enough of them. They don't have enough mechanical separation in prompt design as well. Like it also feels like you're always doing these types of prompts sometimes, or it always feels like it feels limited. So I hope in the future they will integrate even newer types of formatting. It's another limitation of Duo. Now, you might be thinking, well, that is something that's limited. It's not limited. I think Anki is super limited in format changes, because Anki is only limited by the user's ability to find things. So if the user is not seeking and inquisitive, then Anki will limit the user's potential. Like, if you're not motivated to seek new methods, seek new creators, seek new formats and stuff, then Anki cannot help you. Like, be useful. Like, it's not there to help you. It's a tool to organize your creativity. Meanwhile, Duolingo has a bottom line. It has a structure that is bottom line, where like everyone has to meet this bottom line, and the bottom line is very low. Right? It's a low bottom line because it's casual and popular. So that's why, in my opinion, when you talk to an Anki person, they always seem more hardcore. Because yeah, if Anki worked for them, they must have invested some consistent time in thinking about this problem, this repetition problem. Because you have to, otherwise you wouldn't be able to use Anki to produce results. So Anki is a lot more customizable and unhinged. Until you run out of inspiration, right? If you don't provide enough inspiration and input to change your Anki style, like to continuously style up your Anki deck, then you don't grow. And no one's going to tell you that. Anki can't tell you that. Right? Duolingo can, if they were really targeted towards veteran learners, but they're not. They're targeted towards the glass ceiling, the bottom line, technically, and then there's a glass ceiling on the bottom line. They don't want to push any harder than past like beginner level or intermediate. It's not even in their design to do that. So then you find something else. It's kind of like playing video games. Like you start with how do you get into first-person shooters? Start with one that's geared towards orienting first-person shooting, and then you get into like something else. Then you get into competitive. You would love a more advanced dual option sometime. Yeah, me too. Blair, do you here's the question that I always ask myself when it comes to being if I worked for, we had to put our shoes in, if I worked for Duo, right? And I needed to pitch advanced learning, right? And you have to pitch it in a way that you're talking to your investors, your IPO, your investors, right? And that it will always constantly increase adoption and a steady state of commitment where the commitment is so low that people still continue to subscribe, right? So the question is, if they continue to invest money into these pitches, you need to be able to convince your investors that if you pitch advanced learning, that it will be greater in profitability than focusing on adoption commitment and like getting more exposure, right? And to me, that's why I feel it's tough. It's tough because I'm sure the people at Duolingo, there are people who work there, would want to advance learning, right? Advanced learning. What is the return on it? That's kind of the idea here. So in my opinion, it's not a doom and gloom thing. In my opinion, I think Duolingo has been around long enough and also have we're gonna call it alt following, that yeah, I think Duolingo can mature its advanced options. It's kind of like playing a MMORPG, right? RPG. Eventually, the group, the people who support your project, the people who support your things are going to grow and they're going to mature, right? So you have people who still stuck with you, with your product, and now they are advancing. So that's where the criticism is, at least one of the criticisms that I would have. Have they timed this? If it's kind of like what's a good example? I don't know if you guys know about this or not, but World of Warcraft is a great example. It aged a generation, right? So they continue that to age, to mature that generation. What they did was they split it and also created World of Warcraft Classic. And this is back to basics. Not only does it create new products where the age generation can get a nostalgia trip based on their legacy knowledge, if you already know the language. So occasionally they would visit back. But this model recreates the new experience for new players to experience again. Again, as in the ones that already experienced it. So Duolingo has that population now. Duolingo has a population that's aged. However, the criticism is I don't see what you are saying, which I decide I would love to see an advanced option too, even for myself, right? They can simultaneously advance their upper limits while forming a group that keeps their lower limit the target, right? Like keep making it more and more accessible. But the advanced ones, I think there are enough people that have learned languages and stuck with Duo, where it's taught, they can age it. How are they going to do this? I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea how they're going to. But certainly the sky is the limit. These are my thoughts outside of learning languages. I think there are significantly enough people who have used Duolingo and stuck with Duolingo that they can most definitely pull an advanced option. In the beginning, not so much. And instead of doing it earlier, Anki and others basically took that market, right? And here's another business thing that is a little bit kind of rough. So the question is, when they add the advanced feature, right? Are you going to get backlash for accessibility? Because Duolingo is changing again, right? It's changing its philosophy, right? It can create a philosophy conflict. And then alternatively, when they're doing an advanced thing, now you're in competition with other things, advanced resources. Are you going to get backlash for that? Right? And that's what sucks about running a company, in my opinion. Where, like, it's already terrible now, in my opinion, like very antagonistic. When they introduce advanced resources, that means that all the established communities, they will have to address all of this. So maybe, in my opinion, it's taking a very, very long time to even consider becoming an advanced resource, is because, well, a person who used Anki will come in and say, well, that's not the way I would use it, right? So the bigger your reach is, the more standards you'll have to meet, and that kind of sucks too. So it's enough to make my head spin. Running a company sounds like one-stop shopping. Your product sounds like a nightmare. Largely, and I don't think it's the developers and the investors' problem, in my opinion. It's largely because of the digital age, where people think that products should always be a one-stop shop. And because of that, you can compare anything in isolation and make it sound unreasonable. Like Duolingo doesn't provide context. Well, what happens if it does provide context? What is it not? Why? Like, the difference is someone thinking that the developers at Duolingo doesn't believe context is important, versus why haven't they focused on context, right? The assertion oftentimes is people want something, but they don't know what the trade-off or the context of the trade-offs are. Like, what is the trade-off for hiring swarms, investing millions of dollars into voice actors or readers, natural readers for their program? Well, it has poor scalability. You have no control, or you have very little control over the quality. Like, you might be thinking, oh yeah, QCing's easy. Just go hire all the best native speakers you can hire. It's like, how do you go about doing that? like how do you go about doing that? And then the rate they're expanding, how do you keep that quality up, right? Lots of, in my opinion, it's already bad enough that some people would say, oh yeah, I learned Arabic on Duolingo, and that course is it's like garbage. It's a mess. I don't know how old it is. I don't know what it is, how many experts they have, but it's a mess. It's like, okay. And it's like, it's nowhere as good as a Japanese course. Like, how are those two related? They're practically different languages. Like, they would probably have different things and different resources. It doesn't stop them from even comparing Duolingo itself to each courses. And then when you introduce something new, everything gets compared to it as well. And if the hate spreads enough, your investors leave and they go to other products. And then your company goes upside down, right? It's not that crazy, but I don't know. These are the things that every time I say, I would love to have this, I would love to have that, I totally agree with you, Blair. I want the world for people. But some part of my thought always ends up coming back to what would happen if it did happen? Would Duolingo just get blasted out of the water for trying to break into advanced language learning? Some people might say, a lot of people might say like, well, it's a little too late for that. So they're going to go out of their way to like blast Duolingo for it. Happens. And they're probably the loudest. Ugh, rough times, I tell you. It's almost here's a little bit of a hot take. Companies build a separate product and then they name it a separate product but still kind of relate to it. So I would totally be behind the idea that they make Duolingo Advanced, as in they keep this, whatever this model is that they're working on, and they beta test and pilot launch a Dual Advanced, as in that's basically what they're trying to do right now with like Dual Max and Dual Super. So they would tier the thing, and there you have it. There's the tier model, right? You have premium users, you have people who don't mind ads. You tier your system, and then you separate yourself from the old product or from the other product, so that you don't get the whole like, oh, if this side of the thing is bad, then the rest of it must be bad, which happens a lot. Kind of like I'll use an Anki example. Someone says Anki doesn't work for them, and then you find out that they constantly use the same decks. Well, yeah. Is that Anki's problem or is that you? Right? And that's kind of a tough question. You might be thinking I don't want to give the impression that I'm picking a side. It's not. It's a two thing, right? Did Anki's design so is Anki responsible in design to encourage people like, oh hey, it seems like you're doing really well with this deck. Have you considered, insert link, all these other decks that are more advanced versions or different versions of that, right? As far as I'm aware, I don't think Anki does that. But Duolingo as a product is responsible for that. So not only do people criticize things with different standards, they also, in my opinion, fail to understand what is provided. Duolingo is seen as a product that would guide you through. Anki is not. So if you have a mentality like, I can get this done myself, then yeah, Anki would be great. And then you have tons of those, and then that's how it turns out. The tool itself also conditions a type of pre-selection, right? If you make a hardcore tool, you make a hardcore community. If you like a FromSoft game, like a Souls-like game, like Elden Ring, if you're really into Elden Ring right now, you are pre-selecting yourself to behave and enjoy certain things. Meanwhile, when a person who likes Elden Ring goes and talks about any other action game, they'd be like, well, this isn't as hard as Elden Ring. Get good. And to me, it's no different from the tons of Anki users that come by and say like, oh yeah, you're learning the easy way, the easy and lazy way in which you can't learn much. Psychological, like, I wouldn't say it's all that dissimilar. We graduate, we get new tools. In my opinion, go out there, buy new tools, right? You can choose to keep using the same ones if you wanted to. It's not as hard as X. Good. We don't want it that way. I can see where you're coming from. Yeah. The nice thing is though, you have other things, Blair, and I would totally take up Pink's suggestion about Anki, because Anki can be as hard as you want it to. Heck, I would say to the Anki users, you know what's harder? Going to a stationery store, buying the flashcards, and drawing and writing all your flashcards manually. That is the FromSoft syndrome. Like, yes, it can always be harder. The question is, when are you gonna put a ceiling on it? I literally linked a clip of someone who's been playing video games for a while, who's a little bit older than me, and these people get bombarded with questions about perceived value, to perceive challenges by projecting one's value, right? And then somehow say that's good or bad. So insinuate. So this person, when they ever play an Elden Ring game or like a FromSoft game, they would get the question, oh, you know, real talk, does this ruin the game, or is this the right way to play the game? Or dude, this is like, doesn't this like break the game and make it easy so it's not worth playing? Like that's implying the situation, right? And that person had this really wonderful thing of a reductio ad absurdum, which is the at least that's what I come to understand it, is when you take an argument or a debate and you escalate it to a point of ridiculousness to demonstrate how that kind of logic won't end. It won't, like, it's absurd to think of it that way. And he said something like, well, you know, yes, using this mechanic will make the game easier. That's what the game is designed to do. It's like, well, you can take those away. You can choose not to use those tools, and therefore it gets harder. You can also choose to blindfold yourself and play the game. You can also choose to only use one hand. You can also choose to not listen and mute the audio. And then you can choose to get in a space shuttle and play the game from outer space. That is still harder. So that's kind of the idea. And in the long run, I still would like it, even in the long run. He's no more dad. Such a funny name. Thank you for the prime. Please no more dad. That's such a adequate name. I think I heard that exact same situation with people criticizing Jacksepticeye playing Elden Ring with a certain build. Yeah, then people criticizing how he was playing it. Are you me playing this right now? No, F off. Yeah. It's one of those things, like, is it hard enough for you? Is it useful enough for you? And then you can express your opinion, right? I want an advanced version of Duolingo. Absolutely. How do you not miff other people? So hard. It's so hard. So I don't want to sound like a devil's advocate, but man, it is so difficult when you have such a large audience and then you suddenly want to make a major change. When was the last couple of times Duolingo made a major change and it was met with a very high negativity every single major update in Duolingo history since its establishment of like a high audience, right? So in advanced mode sounds like awesome sauce. At the same time, the more advanced you get, the heavier your critics are. It sucks. It's a double standard. Like, the more hardcore and more advanced you get, the stricter and stronger the criticism will be. And that's kind of like science, right? The highest level is peer review by experts, right? Especially when it comes to peer review process. You deliberately want your harshest critic to be your peer review, because if it can stand up to that, it can stand up to anything, right? Or anything existing currently. And I don't think the executives at Duolingo want to challenge that. So casualness is like, it's a key for consistency. What is a great example? One last thing, great example of an inception of casualness. YouTube videos. Need I say more? I hope that should resonate really well, really well. What is the most milkable, farmable source of revenue for an established entrepreneur when it comes to the quality and advancedness of content? Every single YouTuber that makes things sound super easy, hustles you for money, and say, at least you got some results. Show me the money. And then those who go advanced on top of that will have diminished returns. Those on top of that will have even more diminished return. And those higher and higher. So it's often said that the highest level, like some of the highest levels of dedication, like occupations and stuff, has some of the worst diminished returns in perceived value, like return value for the person that's doing it, right? Like, if you ask all the things that you must compromise to reach a high level and then still provide for accessibility, the return is pretty wildly insignificant, because you have less and less people who requires that stuff. So the pool of your target audience gets smaller and smaller, right? Your target audience gets smaller and smaller, and then you're hoping that your target audience has more and more money or more and more investment. And in a perfect world, you would include all of that along the way. Like, you would have a product that can continuously guide the person. And maybe Duolingo is going, I don't know. Their casualness is kind of dual. Yeah, it's their bread and butter at this point. The talents that would literally shooting themselves in the foot. Yeah. And it would paint a target on themselves the moment they announce it, in my opinion. Like, imagine a Duolingo press conference. It's like, guys, are you excited? And then like the vast majority of the people wouldn't be excited because they're casuals. Like they want that soft thing. But the people, when they announce like, guys, we have finally moved into the next phase. We are going to be seriously hardcore about advanced language learning. Then all the Anki users and all the other people, all eyes on Duo. So now you have an item that might not appeal to most of your massive audience. At the same time, you're also doing a facelift on a new project. And it's going to draw all the attention from all the competitors who didn't actually compete with Duo. Like so here's my thought. You're coming for our stick that we shake, don't do that. So here's my thought. I have always been someone who encourages people to use both. Exactly. So I think the reason why Anki exists, Duo exists, Wanikani exists and stuff is they're not stepping on each other's toes. But the users are trying to compare them like they're substitutes for each other, but they're not really substitutes for each other. They occupy separate spaces, right? So when you grow out of Duo, you can hit Anki. When you grow out of Anki, you can hit whatever else. The idea is, in a business model, it's actually better not to have competition. It's largely a non-competitive space. All of them want your money. They all want your attention. The idea is, if you really want to support a product, you don't force them to fight each other. You force them to work with each other. So in my opinion, Anki Anki Duo partnership would be a monopoly, but it would be incredible. Then you're going into a different field. You're going into a field of monopolization. But my thought is a collaboration between the two products, so that all the non-overlapping products can ensure and insist that please use all of the products for language learning, please. It's not YouTube. I mean, it's not YouTube. I keep saying YouTube. It's not Anki. I'm gonna say YouTube versus Twitch, but it's not Anki versus Duo. It's Anki plus Duo, Anki plus Wanikani, you know, Anki plus your favorite podcaster. Duo could even collaborate with, and they did try it, by the way. Duo did try to create a Twitch section. That's why I'm streaming on Twitch, by the way. They did try to create partnership with quote unquote language learners who would consistently do that. So they did try that. But Anki and stuff, the take-home message here, in my opinion, is that language learners, with all their tools and stuff, they need to I don't want them to fight each other. They need to elevate each other. So stop looking at Duo to fulfill things that it's not designed to do, and stop looking at Anki to fulfill things that it is not designed to do. Use both. Use both of them. Use all of them. Use your grade readers, right? Yeah, because Anki already exists and they would probably kill Duo if it wasn't perfect. The Anki community would definitely kill Duo if it's not perfect. If it's not on the level of Anki, they're in deep doo-doo. There will be so much hate against Duo for trying to break into another segment of language learning, in my opinion. That'll escalate the animosity. Even as someone who likes Anki, yeah. It's the Spider-Man meme, but they're all different versions of Peter Parker. Exactly. The Spider-Man meme. Indeed. Giant sub-service packs for language learning. Oh, that would raise so many eyebrows. Whenever I mention or make suggestions for Anki, I always mean use it as a tool that can be used simultaneously. Yeah, with the other things. With other platforms. Yeah. You can't learn with just one tool. If that one tool existed, then all the other tools would not exist. If you know what I mean. Like, the logic dictates that if you had one tool that actually did that, then those other tools would not necessarily exist anymore. They don't have competition against the one tool to rule them all. So logic dictates that Anki exists and Duo exists simultaneously because they occupy different spaces. And to a business person, to a developer, that is sustainability. They continue to focus on the things that they do well that doesn't necessarily overlap. Otherwise, the bigger boy wins. Whoever is the winner, there's a loser. And I don't necessarily think in a language learning community, that is the most fantastic thing you want to hear in a language learning community. it's possible I underestimated how bad the Anki community really is, because the way in which you refer to them makes me feel as though they're really toxic. No, they're really passionate. But then again, that might be a euphemism for toxic. They're very passionate. You have to, the reason why I mentioned the Souls-like game, the Souls-like game is that passion is also incredibly volatile. If you know what I mean. It's not fair. It's not a double. It's a double standard. So casual people are more lenient, right? Serious people perceive I'm a very serious person, right? In fact, it's kind of ironic that serious people think that I'm not serious because I'm using Duolingo. You see where I'm getting at now, right? Like, if you're associated with casualness, then you can't possibly be serious. And then when you're associated with hardcoreness, then you obviously are serious. But that doesn't mean you don't have casual Anki users. And well, I will let people brainstorm about hardcore Duolingo users. I don't know what that means, kind of, but I can tell you there are casual Anki users. And their mileage varied dramatically. But they're the less of it. Like, what I mean is, there's less frequency of casual users for Anki, and there's less frequency of Duolingo users who really little. Like, really little. I wouldn't even classify myself as someone who's very well experienced. I'm literally a novice in language learning. I have not self-studied in language learning ever in my life until this point. I would consider myself inexperienced when it comes to language learning. So would I tackle Anki? Maybe, probably, some way. Yeah, you got a casual Anki user here. Use a mix of a lot of different tools to get where I am now. Yeah, exactly. So, long story short, I think Duo is ready for an advanced mode. The other shortness is, I think it will come with some extra fire chili sauce and a whole heck of a lot of drama. And you know what? This isn't a plug for a Duo sponsor, but I would totally be willing to be someone who works on that advanced project. Or like, be like someone who's willing to take up questions about that advanced project. Like, I would totally be on board with that, because I actually think it would push Anki farther, and it would push other products farther. Who knows? It might encourage Anki to have like a segregation of beginner-friendly stuff and advanced stuff. It can work. I think competition does breed refinement. It also breeds fire, though. So it's not like you can have. I like the idea of like the idea of healthy competition, right? It's a sportsman-like conduct, not the low jabs and cheap blows about like, oh, like, I'm sorry, you're not tall, so you can't come into the club, and that person is short. Whoa, that's like kind of saying Duolingo doesn't provide context. It's like, well, no kidding, it doesn't provide context. What do you think the target audience is? Or what I mean is the context that other people are talking about, like, you know, reading paragraphs and reading entire stories, and there are stories in Duolingo, but really far later, really far later. So the idea is find the thing that works for you, right? Find the things that work for you, but don't be a stranger to everything that's available to you. And then we're gonna wrap it all the way back up to what Blair said originally: repetition, right? Complacency. You hate it when it happens. It's great that you notice it. I think that is what makes an end user successful. you notice that you're doing these. That is the ultimate key too. That is the critical thinking and the problem solving that makes anything work. If you know it's getting too repetitious, you take a break from it, and then it will not be repetitious when you come back. Right? You know when to engage in something else when you're no longer gaining value from the current thing. Right? It's like going to the gym and doing 500 reps of push-ups, but you're only focused on doing the 500 reps. Well, you could do 10 reps and be like, yeah, I'm not getting as much anymore. Let's go and modify our push-ups so that I can only do 10 reps. And then if that is too repetitious, then let's go down to 5 and do something even more difficult. Then, right? That's kind of how you scale things. Duolingo will not operate on that. So I didn't spend 8 hours grinding Duolingo. I spent like half the time like yapping and trying to think about interesting stories and context. And I'm not speedrunning Duolingo because speedrunning would have diminished returns. Like doing a whole unit in one day is a great exercise in diminished return. The way it's structured now. Before, like you said, you mentioned Kat, how they can skip around and do different segments and stuff. That structure allowed for someone like me to do a longer session without feeling repetitious. And then now they're using this system where you have to go through this stuff. So yes, I do understand how some people say that Duolingo's new structure is more hand-holdy. And to me, they double down. They double down on expecting people to only spend less than 30 minutes. So they basically refined and got even more committed to the casual bottom line. They didn't go the other way where they made it even more customizable. Because if they made it more customizable, then people are more likely to get lost and confused. However, if you are an Anki user or someone that's already self-sufficient, then they would love that design. So now users don't even have to think about it. They spend 30 minutes, they complete the lesson set, and they come back tomorrow. That's kind of how I see what happened. At least that's how I'm interpreting it. So they doubled down on more casual. And in my opinion now, I think for Blair and me, and maybe and you, Kate, I think they've gotten to the point where they might as well just release a separate product. And you might be thinking, have they done this before? Yes, they have. They have, Kat. They have done this before. Duolingo ABC. If you look up Duolingo ABC, it is a separate product presented by Duolingo aimed at an entirely different casual audience. The kids. So this is Duolingo standard. There's Duolingo ABC. And believe it or not, it's even cuter. Oh my gosh. Like it is, I feel like they put more money into I don't want to sound too jaded. I think it's fantastic. The Duolingo ABC is like fantastic. It looks well animated. It has like lots of bells and whistles to make like kids really like kids have it great. Like if I had to say something, it's kind of one of those things like, you know how you're eating your healthy salad, right? As an adult, you're eating your healthy salad, but then you just watch this kid like chug down a Coca-Cola, like a Coke, and like throwing back 10 pounds of sugar, and they're fine. They're just going about it saying, man, I wish I had that. or something like this where like they're like playing on their smartphone and they're like doing all these things with their smartphone, and then you start thinking to yourself, man, why didn't I have that when I was... That's kind of how I felt when I looked at a demonstration of Duolingo ABC. And for me, I think they can make Duolingo advance. It's a possibility. I actually think it's a possibility. For all the, so that Anki users and all the other people can hate specifically Duolingo. They can challenge specifically Duolingo Advance, and then leave Duolingo Standard as a separate product, kind of like World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft has World of Warcraft Standard, and then World of Warcraft Classic. For a while, video games have two versions of their things, because then you don't have to criticize, like it doesn't mix together their philosophies. Yeah, OS, yeah, RS3, RS3, that's a good example. The original Rune. Are you really talking about original RuneScape right now? You're talking about RuneScape, aren't you? Or is that something else? Oh, you're talking about RuneScape? Yeah. Anyways, that's a good digression there. Well, enough yap for that today. So I would totally back a Duolingo Advance. Or like we'll call it the Duolingo Anki collab or something, where they do a side project where they invest and boost their competitors by sharing a bridging community. That would be awesome. I think that would be almost monopoly level, and then we'll have other moral and ethical concerns about monopolies. I think one of the slight little nod, I don't think people understand that if you have a tool that does everything, that's a monopoly. And sometimes those tools aren't even allowed to exist anymore. It's just out of sheer, just so you know, just out of sheer things. When you have a tool or a product that outshines everything, like if you wish that to be a true thing, there are other concerns about that. Like all your opinions going to one source, all your knowledge coming from one source, all your practices and stuff coming from one source. There are trade-offs to leaving all your things in one thing. There's a reason why Google, Apple, and a lot of others are having trouble negotiating all these things. So, in my opinion, learn to synthesize your tools and your input. Convenience come at a cost of bigger picture problems. The last thing I want is language learning. There's a monopoly on language learning where there's a tool that has a secret for everything and it's proprietary, and you have to pay $90 for it every year. Why do you think that Amazon can charge like $130 for Amazon Prime every year? I don't think that stops anyone. If they had a tool, a universal tool for language learning, it's going to be hard to pay for it, in my opinion. Because you got to remember that business is what makes the tools. But continue to it might be a capitalist approach. I might be, maybe people from other countries would say, nah, that wouldn't happen. Fair enough, I suppose. To me, I grew up in a competitive system, right? Like a capitalist system, or a system in which the internet culture. So if you have a winning product, that screams a lot of problems too. There's a lot of ethical and financial trade-offs. Without competition, you might have a monopoly. And for end user, if it comes cheap, it won't stay cheap for long. At least in my opinion. What is the best product I should ask this about to experts. What is the best product that someone have had that is so close to a monopoly, yet it still seems reasonable? I think I would still say it's probably Google search. But then you start asking, but what about all the data that you supplied them? How much is that worth? Some people would say it's worth more than Google. So yeah, they have so much data. You are paying for it. You just you have to know, right? People are motivated by a return on investment. So what are you paying for it? What are you paying for it? I'm paying with time. And I've already argued that my time is the most precious thing. So probably even more than data. Good old... Sorry, I love talking about these. Like, talking about the things that people have to consider to execute on products, advice, PR, communication, public relations on a wider scale. It's kind of like the whole thing about science. You always wanted to, at least in my opinion, I always wanted that really romantic dream of envisioning something that impacts millions of people's lives. I don't know what that is, if that will ever happen, but it's always been like that. You step back, continue to look at a bigger picture. All right, let's get back.
他们的家在医院的左边吗？
他们的家在医院的左边吗？他们。Oh no. There. Okay, I got it.
请往右边走。
请往
请问
wait.
请问往右边，往右边。
请 where's 请
往右边，
往右边
走走走，请往右边走。
请往右边走。
狗在医生的左边。
狗在医生的左边。边。I can't wait to get my glasses tomorrow. Speaking of a monopoly. I don't even want to share how much my glasses cost. And I willingly did it. So I'm complicit. I'm complicit. There is a very, very well-known monopoly on the U.S. commerce, and maybe others, but especially in the American eyeglass industry. And I didn't mind it because I know what I'm buying. $200? Nah. Nah.
儿子在爸爸的前面。
儿子在
爸爸
的
前面。儿子在爸爸的前面。
Less? You can get a comprehensive eye exam, frames, and glasses for 200? Huh. Or less? Do you get annual checkups? Well, actually, does Canada have universal healthcare? Oh, well, the glasses is most of it. The comprehensive thing is only $100, or it's like $86 for the comprehensive eye exam. So, it's already 100 for that, but even not including that, it's not even close. Oh, right. I keep forgetting. I keep mistaking you for the other person. Sorry, you're American. 200? Where do you get 200 glasses? Do you go to like Costco or something? Where do you get where do you get $200? Where do you get $200 glasses? Oh, just good insurance? Okay. Yeah, I don't have the health insurance, so but that's not it. The cost comes out about relatively the same. It's the outlet that I went to and the place that I went to and the frames and lenses that I purchased. Usually it comes out about the same. The premium that I actually paid for came from the lenses. However, because of the way the branch does, the more expensive the premium on the product, the more I end up returning in value anyways, because it's a percentage. So it's like 50%. My lenses were expensive, but I got like the goods. I wanted lenses that will be an investment, for a 5-year investment in lenses. I don't usually go more than once every 5 years. Yeah, pretty healthy eyes, surprisingly, considering how long I stare at things. Once every 3 years, yeah. 700. Okay, 700. Yeah, 500 spread over 700. $700 spread over five years is pretty reasonable for my investment. It's 700, and it's not because the lenses were 700. The lenses themselves were actually $700, but since you get a percentage cut on it, that's how monopolies work. You get a percentage cut on it, then you might as well distribute and buy something for 700. So you buy 2 or 3 things for 700 instead of buying one thing for 700 uninsured. You really underestimate how with insurance it's $500 to $600. The thing I purchased. So with or without insurance, it's still $500 to $600. I don't know how it works with the eye exam. And it's 700 with the eye exam, so it's 500, 600 for the glasses and lenses. It's still the same price for the eye exam. So the eye exam is still 80 to 100. However, on insurance, you can copay out of it, right? You can copay out of it, so you might be able to save $60. Or so you can like do a $25 copay for the exam. That's assuming you don't go the next 5 years paying for the same insurance. Because if you do, then the difference is gone. You see what I mean by that? If you pay for your insurance or you have a job, someone is paying for that insurance. That difference will be gone from that. However, if you're working and someone's providing you insurance, then heck yeah. Heck yeah. I take it. I saw someone get an eye exam and glasses in China and only pay like $30. Yeah, well, we have to step back and think about all the other things, right? What is it? what else we gain and trade off when we China? I don't actually know the answer to that, but it would have to be probably some way of balancing. We are all human after all. But yeah, 700. My bill was 700. This is to take into inflation. I'm just saying that it hasn't always been this expensive. 5 years ago, it was 400 to 500. So inflation really done a number. 5 years ago, these, like, I bought these titanium single designer milled frames from a boutique, and the exam was still the same. The exam is still the same amount of money because the person is what you're paying for. Like, maybe there was some technology tweaks. There was a technology tweak, but the exam itself is still the same because that's part of the business model. You get people to have affordable examinations, and then you sell them the products, right? You see what I mean? Like that is an adequate business strategy where you want to go to a place, to patronize a place, because the cost of the examination is almost immune to inflation costs. So the exam was literally still the same cost as 5 years ago. It did not get any more expensive, but the products themselves was subject to inflation. So it increased by 200. And I'm a designer kind of person, so it's a splurge. Well, the particular design that I wanted, a particular, even though it all belongs to the same manufacturer and the same parent company, right? If you know your eyeglasses, your eye frame, and then the lenses are hecka expensive because my eyes are pretty pep. But I love the experience, and that's why I'm willing to pay for it. Yeah. I think this company is not what is it? It's Luxicon? How do you call them? It's like Lux. It's part of the mega group. Luxotic, right? Luxotic. Yeah, Luxotic owns like the vast majority of the vendors that offer great the chains that offer really reasonable examinations and wonderful like accessibility, because it's always gonna be like $80 or something regardless if you're insured or not. Their vendor is XLR Luxoctica or something. I don't know how to pronounce their name, but they own pretty much all the frames that are vendored, so any chains, right? So regardless of whose name is on there, it's still the same company. It's still the same parental company. And I don't know, but I hang on. I'm pretty sure they're not. I'm pretty sure they're a nope, just kidding. Oh yeah. They're Italian. The parental company is Italian. So not American. I was pretty sure they were Italian, yeah. It's an Italian corporation. But more or less like that many of the stuff is American. Like the Target stuff that I'm talking about, like Sunglass Hut and Pearl Vision and like Lens Crafters, like the vendors and stuff. It's part of the mega group. The corporation is Italian. I saw a bunch of documentaries on that club. It's very interesting.
Come on.
I'm obviously grateful. Like I don't. You're not gonna get average Monopoly. Yeah, you're not gonna get too much like hateful words out of me. I live in an era I live in an era where I could sit here, stream language learning, like me learning a language, and still have enough to be provided with things. So I know that's not excusing corporate greed or all that stuff. However, I'm one that I try my best to understand the human condition, and then work around or work with the human condition. Not pretend and whine and complain about wishful thinking. So I'm more than willing to pay that cost at this point. Where that money goes, I have no idea. But I did like my experience. My experience was very pleasant. I really liked the residential optometrist that I met. And they had this really neat machine that I haven't ever encountered before. They no longer dilate your eyes. You can take like a high resolution scan of your eyes with like this a machine thing, and it was pretty neat. I saw my eyeball. It was kind of neat. They were really proud of it too, so I got a chance to see the inside of my eyeball. My eyeballs. More on that later, I suppose.
他们
Let's see.
他们朋友
朋友在他们的右边 As long as it's in your financial, it's worth it for you. It's always good. Yeah, I do not take my eyes lightly. It's kind of like I don't skip out on things that help my heart. I don't put a price on that. Obviously, I try my best to save money. Right? Like, I got an informed decision where I could consistently get someone that I would interact with. I invest in people, right? So I wanted to establish another place. I want to get to know, hopefully, an optometrist that has patience and stuff. And she was very patient. Because I have this like ocular issue with my right eye for as long as I've been born. And she seemed to be very resonating with taking their time. When my left eye is closed, my right eye does this weird thing ever since I was born. And it makes like eye exams very, very difficult at times. You get what you know. You get what you invest sometimes.
你们的学校在前面。
你们
你们的学校在前面。
你们的学校在前面。
前面，你们的学校在前面。
Yes, it's always worth investing in your health, both mentally and physically. Please. Sometimes.
请问
Sometimes I ask my parents, like, you know, you don't have to worry anymore, right? You should spend the money that you've saved up. But at the same time, it's like they've sacrificed, or like, at least in my opinion, they traded off so many comforts of their lives to stack that money just in case, I guess, right? As expected, if my sister and I fail, which, well, life has that way. Neither of us failed. And now they had to find ways to want to enjoy investing in the rest of their lives. 请问
洗手间在
这里
吗
Yeah, it's one of those things. I remember still hearing that conversation with my parents. It's like, well, who you think is gonna take care of me when we get old? That you guys? Like, nah, you don't even have to do that. We'll just pay someone. that's kind of like how far they've come. Like it's one thing to always be preparing for a rainy time and preparing your children just in case like something goes terribly wrong or you're not there to be able to support them anymore. It's another thing when you live long enough to see your children become successful and self-sustaining and realize that I don't know how that feels yet, but realize that, well, what is all the money you save up? Well, you should spend it. That's a bonus. It's a bonus of life. I don't think a lot of I would like to believe that I would be a proud father one day of a child that says, no, I don't need your money. I'm perfectly fine. You should spend it on yourself. Right? Think about how crazy that is. I mean, I can't even think about it because I don't have a child. Right? I don't know what that's like. I'm not even in the game that far yet. At least that's how my parents should see me and my sister.
请问
Because we wouldn't ask them for anything. We don't really need anything. Like that, right? I wouldn't need anything like that.
请
It kind of reminds me of those little YouTube shorts of people asking Mr. Beast or like Beast, Mr. Beast, what he did for his mother, like all the little stories, that the stuff that he did for his mother. That's basically, that's the dream for both. I think that's the dream for a grateful child and a very, very proud parents, in my opinion. And you don't have to just stop working. You need to stop working. My parents are seniors. I get to stop working.
请 请问 请
王主左边往左边
往左走往左边
走 I get so distracted. Okay. All right.
中国
中国
饭馆
到中国饭馆
怎么
做All right. Now we finished the rest of this. And then we're good to go. Let's go.
左边
左边
Why do you say it like that?
左边
左边
Introducing.
No, not right now.
学校
学校 Okay, we're getting to the second half. 学校
学校
Okay. I'm paying attention to opinion. We're responsible for opinion tomorrow.
学校
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 Eye care is still really expensive. I forgot to mention that. I don't want to give the impression that just because I'm willing to pay for the service, that that doesn't necessarily mean it's accessible or affordable to a large majority of people. Right.
走
I forgot to make that clarification. Monopoly is still a monopoly. 走
走
Okay.
走
走
No surprises here.
走
走
走走走
走
走
走
走
It's fine. Didn't take it that way. Okay.
学校
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 Oops.
学校
学校
One of the things that were occupying my
学校
mind yesterday, the recent days, is I was thinking I might have waited too long to get a new prescription, and the lenses wouldn't come in time before I had to go to the convention, and night driving would be devastating. Because the reason why I got a prescription update road, I guess, yeah.
路
Is because I'm
路
driving, so I need to make sure I can actually. The last time I drove, it was a little bit of a sketch moment at night.
路
And I just got the text today that they arrived with a few days to spare. So I'm excited.
路
路
In before the glasses are like
路
10 pounds on my face. And I have a problem.
路
路
路
Because I'm like wearing binoculars or something. By binoculars, I mean the lenses.
路
Ooh. What con you going to? Otakon. Otakon. Oh, you might have been away when I was talking about it. Means it. Anime convention. Anime convention.
什么
It's an anime convention that I voluntarily work at each year. Every year. It's the last 17 years.
名字
Yeah, it's kind of like a tradition
名
thing.
字
I go there to people watch and help out. I think it's really nice to go to something that people enjoy all the time, like every once in a while.
呢
No.
名字
means it's great. Yeah, 17 years straight, except for COVID. COVID got canceled, so 2020 was canceled.
长城什么儿子
It's really healthy in my opinion. If I say anything about the spirit or the soul of someone, or maybe someone's mental health, going to a place where the majority of people are there to have fun and enjoy can be very, very healthy for the person. Like seeing people happy and breathe life into a person. So I do it at least. It's super exhausting. And I don't get a lot of sleep, but I sure as heck love being around people who are just being silly goobers all the time. And also a reminder that I'm basically like at an age where I could be any one of those people's fathers, which is kind of weird, but to think about these days.
名字名字
Like I would love my little if I were to have a little one to be able to enjoy something like that. So I want to be part of helping keeping that type of thing real.
名字
Like I want those things to be safe, real, serviceable, like accessible, right?
什么
名字名怎么名字
对吗？
对吗？
There's the classic 对吗？
什么
什么？
公寓
什么？神
喂
神
，yeah 什么？
么？
名字站
站
台
台
40
什么
么
呢？
I don't watch anime, but I do really love cosplay like a lot. Oh, okay. Most of my Instagram is all just Chinese cosplay videos. It's nice. I see. Fair enough. Chinese
名
cosplay.
字
Are we talking about like dynastic Chinese cosplay?
什么
Come on. Or are we talking about like modern contemporary stuff?
什么
对吗？
对吗? Or
名
both?
字
Or
跑步
more?
厨房
厨房. What kind of cosplay is it?
走
走走
走
走
走
Like, give me some examples.
走
I'm
走
sure there's a lot, but
走
some examples.
走
Like anime, video games. Okay.
走
Yeah, that's pretty
走
much one of the experiences. Oh, Genshin, Wuthering Waves type stuff. Okay. Oh yeah, definitely Genshin. Yeah, if there's anything a big
道
explosive Chinese product in the new aged gen is Hoyoverse. Yeah, MiHoYo.
道
Oh, MiHoYoverse stuff. 道
到到
到
到到
到
到
到到到
到
到到
到
I told myself I would wake up early so I can go grab my glasses. I don't think that's gonna happen.
学校
Show.
学校
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 学校学校学校
学校
学校学校
学校
I'm pointedly ignoring ZZ because I binged Genshin. Oh, Zen. Yeah, Zenless. Yeah. I used to be addicted to Genshin. It was really bad for like 2.5 years, and I have here where I waste so much money at Genshin. Oh, enjoying the heck out Wuthering Waves. I don't really have any interest in checking out ZZ. Plus, you don't like the gameplay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Blue.
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 I wonder
Blue.
why
Blue.
they went with road.
Blue.
Lu.
I mean, it is Lu, but
Lu. Lu.
Blue.
Lu.
Blue.
it goes without saying.
Blue.
You'll probably find me make commentary about live service games too. I do play live service games as a meditative like thing.
Blue.
I do work while I'm playing live service games. There's a lot about the design and the business language and stuff. The psychology behind live service game can be very helpful in contextualizing ways to get people to develop healthy habits. Live service games, any live service. But I do play an MMO. I do play 2 MMO.
到
But any live service game. Genshin is a live service game. Live service games are the current models for business practices or content rollout, whatnot, right? So that is not very different from habit formation, and I've been using it to some success to helping people like frame how to form new habits, like health promoting habits and self-improvements by using something that they're very exposed to.
国
Well, it's kind of like the people of past who are very successful at doing it because of the way television works, or like how like primetime TV works, and then subliminal messaging, things like that, like advertisements. It's a very useful way of trying to find context when you're talking to people. Like what I mean is talking in the sense that you want to help them. If they're asking you for help, it's very informative to partake. Well, not necessarily partake. You don't have to partake, but observe all that is going on, because you are only as helpful as you can contextualize it for someone. If you really want to help someone, you need to also know all their sources of stimuli and observe what they're interacting with, right? It's easy for someone who doesn't understand that and say, just quit TikTok, forehead. Because I use my product, it's better than TikTok. Well, can it compete with TikTok? Do you understand how TikTok works? Right? That's kind of like, it's one of those things that if you don't understand your competition, how do you suggest that your product is better? Or how do you design a product without understanding your competition? It goes back to the whole Duolingo thing, right?
医院
I think on one side, you can make the argument that Duolingo probably doesn't want that, or doesn't have experts who want to do that, so they don't want to touch that kind of thing.
路
Kind of like automobile industry. Happens all the time in the automobile industry, or for as long as possible. This concept that I'm talking about is really nothing new.
Lu.
Oops. It's really nothing new.
道住
And I do it for whenever I could help someone. I think it's not that you should spend all your time doing it. Some semblance is very helpful.
叫道
路
路
路道
道
路上走
口
道道
路
Oh, I did it again. I keep thinking Lu is 2 and Dao is something else. I need to. Nice to meet another science field person. Nice to meet you too. Not Tom Nook. What do you do in the science field?
图书馆。
她的丈夫是中国人。
她的丈夫是中国人。
丈夫。
图书馆。
老师。
这2个包子多少钱？
这个2个包子。
我说英文。
Suspiciously, this person reminds me of Tom Nook for someone who isn't Tom Nook. I know, right?
我说英文。我
说英文。
英文。
明天我们去图书馆吧。
You're in biotech, was doing research work, but switched to operations to see how that is. Oh, interesting. Research work. Like, are you talking about like academia and then you switch to industry for a bit? You get compared to him a lot? Interesting. Tom Nook. Just to clarify, are we talking about Tom Nook like the entrepreneur of Animal Crossing? I don't play Animal Crossing, but the Tom Nook that would come to mind would be that one. 明天我们去图书馆吗？You're in industry working with biotherapeutics? Oh, the scam art? Yeah. I see. And now that you've disclosed your industry and biotherapeutics, I can see where that's going. For an inside meme, obviously. I no longer work. I'm no longer in the science field. So, at least like in a professional capacity. So I'm neither academia nor industry. I had considered doing the whole industry thing. My last prior experience, most of my experience is exclusively in academia. I'm 我们去图书馆吧。
请慢一点儿。
请慢一点儿。So, what brings you to this side of the universe? The universe meaning the internet.
请慢一点儿。请慢一点儿。
Are you a language learner as well? Multifaceted biotech person. Also have time to make time for language learning?
慢一点儿。
慢一点儿。
我说英文，你呢？
我说英文。
说
英文，你呢？
英文，你呢？
服务员。
医生。
医生。
我是医生。
是医生。
我是医生。
I need my hearts. Please give me back my hearts.
这两个
包子多少钱？
包子多少钱？
You typed in learn Japanese and your channel popped up. I was trying to learn Japanese on day 130 Duolingo, but also reading children's books. Nice. Have you already been exposed to Tadoku's free graded readers? Because if you're on day 130, which it's really funny that you also express things very similarly too. If you're on 130, I imagine some people probably have already suggested graded readers, and they're more or less children's, although they have like comprehensibility in mind, and they have like reading, vocabulary, and like there's a very building like a fundamental a target audience with grade reader. Yeah, Tatoku. Let me give you the link. It's a free resource. So around maybe like day 50, I met someone who suggested this as a way to taste a different form of input. Graded readers use comprehensible input as opposed to SRS, right? So Duolingo operates on SRS. However, this one, which is what you're already doing, you're reading children's book, Tadoku does the same. And they'll indicate the level. So the comprehensibility input level is at the top, and they scale those things. They're graded readers. And then they'll try to indicate if they have audio, which you can listen along, speak along. So they're more targeted towards comprehensibility, which is also children's books too. So I definitely wouldn't say don't continue reading children's books, but this is also something that lots of people kind of use as a way like, I don't want to do SRS right now, like SRS is kind of getting boring, or like I want to take a break from SRS. Graded readers is the other like big input. They have those. What? Oh yeah, graded readers, Blair. Yeah, they have graded readers. Yeah, Tadoku. Oh, you know what? We haven't talked about other resources about Japanese, Blair. However, I don't want to like overwhelm you. Yeah, someone else shared it with me, and they're way a veteran than me. Yeah, and you can continue to do both, obviously. Using a comprehensive approach, it can alleviate the tedium, the complacency that we all develop over time. Basic human condition, right? If you're doing something for a while, you need a break from it. I was super close to buying someone online class, but I'm trying to find every avenue first. Oh, okay. I'm guessing an online class, maybe like something on italki or something, or maybe even a masterclass like from someone else, some YouTuber or something. Oh no, it is definitely at your level. Like it starts from the very beginning, Blair. Like the Tadoku starts from they are using only 4 like keywords. The whole idea of grade readers is not to run for the dictionary. So you either have a picture that says, oh, maybe this means a round ball or something. Graded readers are really wonderful. I think it's pretty wonderful read. Like a well-known YouTuber, Instagram person who teaches Japanese. Yeah, perhaps Dogen or Matt vs Japan or something like that. You gotta start getting in bed. Oh yeah, take care.你的汉语 share for the chill time. Probably will be here all day again, 明天 as usual. All right. Yeah, take care. I don't actually know the last 2 characters. Is that supposed to be bye? It's probably bye, right? Or night, maybe 9. No, it's probably bye. Bye. Yeah, okay. Yeah, bye. Take care, Pink. It was a great time. Thanks for the chills. Thanks for hanging out and the good conversations. Excellent conversation. 晚安.晚安. How would you recommend learning characters? Oof. As in like kanji? Yeah, kanji. That's an interesting conversation. I will tell you anecdotally what I have engaged in. I largely engaged in writing. So in terms of kanji things, I think SRS is very great with that. And if you're like specifically targeting kanji, for someone maybe with a similar background, I think Anki, I hate to say this, Anki as if you are in biotech, you probably have all the technical backgrounds for using an open source tool that uses a flashcard based system, where you have a community that designs the word banks for kanji, and then you can use those kanji word banks to like form association. For me, what I have done is I engage in a target, maybe like a video game or whatever the engagement, and then I spend my time using self-visualization with writing. So I actually write kanji out. I write and then imagine myself writing and all that. It's not really an exact thing. However, if Anki is not your impression and you have money, I would say the nod right now would be Wanikani. Wanikani is an app as well. It also uses an SRS system. However, it's specifically targeting kanji development, as in they handle lots of the structure necessary to acquire the kanji. And then there's a companion site called Kaniwani. In case you're a person who likes to do forward and reverse processing, which I typically do for association. So most of the time when it comes to like association, I go from English to Japanese, right? But it's actually, I take that back. I go from English to hiragana slash katakana, but katakana is not in this discussion right now. And then I go to kanji, right? And then I do the reverse, back and forth. So, and this deals with outputting. So I output in the way. And to find input for kanji, I actually still just stick to whatever I do. So whenever Duolingo feeds me a character, that's fine. I play a video game called Shashingo, which was very interesting, and I'm extracting the kanji in the same manner. I learned English translation back and forth, so whichever works. But if you're targeting things, I think most of the people that nod would either go with a flashcard based approach, and Anki is the name, which you might have heard it from like medical school. It like people use this flashcard system for medical school. It's to basically use SRS to train novel associations, which kanji would be a novel association if you don't have like another Asian language as a background. And then Wanikani is like it's a tofuku product that also does the same thing. Oh, so you have used Anki. Yeah, so that same Anki, because I didn't use Anki back in my day. I don't know how old Anki is, but I imagine Anki still existed. Yeah, it will still be around when I was needing to remember like abstraction, like associating abstract ideas with a common language, right? And Wanikani takes the same approach. It's actually there's a trial. I think Wanikani has a trial. So if you are very, very accustomed to like SRS app systems like this, it's not a big leap from Wanikani. And WaniKani has a system where it tells you when to rest and burn out. Like when you burned a image, like it actually has a pretty substantial benefit where it spaces out, it forces spacing of your repetition. So if you're someone who's already pretty great at retention and have form association techniques already and mnemonics, because you work in biotech and whatnot in a scientific background, generally speaking, WaniKani would have that kind of balance. And I'm pretty sure there's a trial period, so you can probably just try. The trial period is up to a certain level, so there's no risk involved. You try it, it goes up to a certain level, and then it's a subscription-based app. Right. I heard glowing reviews about that. And then Kaniwani is a companion site where you can sync this progress and you do a reverse, as in instead of constantly delving in target language, you can still reinforce your translational efficiency if you're interested in that. For me, I'm interested in the translational aspect too, not mutually exclusively speaking in Japanese. So those are the things I would say. Go visit your old friend Anki. The Japanese community in the Anki development is big. It is a big for the Japanese language. So you will likely find some sort of contextual design for the flashcards that will probably suit your needs. I haven't gone to that. Generally, if I'm engaged enough and time permits, I largely find whatever it is that has it. Like Shashingo is a video game. It's you take pictures and then they give you the native reads. If it's kanji, it's kanji, right? And I'm extracting the kanji, and in it alone has like 60 plus kanji. So you basically go around and try to engage yourself as much, at least in my opinion. That's what I would say. It's not quite a very specific recommendation, but anything that allows you to enjoy the kanji. I think it's the end of the life cycle when it's to hitting the phase where you're getting used to kanji. If your hiragana and katakana are intact. I'm not much farther than you when it comes to SRS exposure. I have only done Duolingo Japanese for 163 days, and I actually literally only self-studied Japanese 163. So my experience might not be all that dissimilar from yours, other than the idea that I publicly did all this, so lots of other people were able to feed me input and then like challenge me to explore other things. Meanwhile, I didn't actually literally do those other things, but there has been a lot of shared experiences from the public sharing. Hopefully that gives you some inspiration. I think WaniKani is a great idea. And if you don't mind providing a small subscription, WaniKani is definitely not a gigantic step from the design language of Duolingo. Only it's solely focused on the acquisition of kanji. Got some pretty hefty praises, I would say. And then good old flashcards. I'm basically doing what Anki is doing, only I'm doing it by extracting whatever interests me. And it looks very interesting. I'll probably check that out. I definitely study by myself, but hitting a wall in terms of growing. Okay. Yeah, no worries. I don't usually have people who ask, but I have prepared some stuff. Yeah. I think WaniKani is usually one of 3 SRSs that people keep in touch. Anki and WaniKani was more than sufficient for people to grow their kanji pool, and then the other stuff they engage in other ways. Construction, listening and stuff is immersion based, so they've already gone beyond the fundamentals, like the simple sentences and whatnot, and that requires very specific targeted exploration of your own. However, the consensus that I get as a baseline for most people is they have at least 2 to 3 sources of SRS. And oftentimes, Wanikani and Anki are the 2 prevailing ones that show up for targeted kanji practice, like just developing your kanji pool. And for the record, I have not used either of these products because largely I feel if you can engage yourself and extract kanji anywhere, do it at your own pace, right? What's your interest in Japanese, by the way? Even though you work in biotech, what's your interest in Japanese? I'm kind of curious. Let me reciprocate a question. Reciprocate with a question.
英文
You know, if you didn't tell me that you were in biotech and you didn't say a science thing, my the way I'm speaking would be very different now that I think about it. It's not every day you bump into a person who might have a professional background in something that is related to a scientific field and also maybe big business, and also have time to make time for language learning. I think you're the first. In the last 163 days, you are the first. Mostly everyone else are I don't know how I would describe it. They're either university students or maybe linguists. I met some people who proclaim that they're like linguists, and some people are like majoring in those. I haven't actually met another professional or a person who is willing to share that they are of a professional background. My interest. I'm Filipino. Oh, hey. I had a Japanese neighbor when I was growing up, and he introduced me to anime when I was 5. Oh, we both go back to 5 years old when it comes to exposure to Japanese culture. Ever since that, I've been interested. Visited Japan last year and loved it. Oh, wow, okay. I didn't get to. And she broke everything down pretty well in a science way. I really tell. I related to your chart very well. Oh, okay. Yeah. I like writing on screen. On screen, diagrammic writing. You get so used to having like chalk talks a lot of times, right? You get to where you get to because you have to get comfortable with chalk talks. I mean, PowerPoints are okay, but I'm more of a point and chalk talk kind of guy, really. And I'd be like drawing diagrams and drawing arrows everywhere. But if you can follow my madness, then we are most certainly what is it? Cut from a similar cloth. Right now, I'm staggering languages because I'm Chinese. So my parents are Chinese and I am 2nd gen Chinese. So I'm ABC, American born Chinese. So I'm staggering languages because after covering all the fundamentals of Japanese, I like to integrate all the languages that I habitually think in most of the time too. Japanese is actually the only language that I don't have any prior like literacy in, but I had tons of ear training, as similar to you, where the exposure was very early, since 5 years old. I would say since 5 years as well, and that's about 32 years ago. Same. I think we just got used to it via science academics. Yeah, it's very it's kind of funny if you think about it. It's the kind of like a novelty thing, I don't know if you ever make like content or anything like that, but being able to flowchart things and then relate it to like the current individuals who maybe not necessarily think of this innately, it's kind of a great draw for people. You can explain quite a lot of complex topics without necessarily simplifying them to a point where, you know, the value of their information is low. So I've done this habitually ever since, where you can generate insane thumbnails where there'd be like an incredible flowchart that makes no sense until someone actually watches it. I thought that'd be like, there's a wonderful person who works in game development that does what they do visually as well. I'm not sure if you came across Thor from Pirates Software. They most certainly use the same type of logical layout in order to present perhaps sometimes obtuse concepts, but man, diagrammically and guiding people as you're writing is very great. Pirate Software. This guy is very entertaining, and he talks about gaming, so I'm not sure if you're into gaming, but this is you know, the whole Tom Nook joke. Well, this guy's name is Thor, and he's a game designer, but he often goes into like little clips. You'll see little clips of him where he uses like boxes and stuff and guides logic, right? Because he's a developer, so a game developer, so he would use box representation, whatnot. And this little thing that I do, I have often, I'm not Thor, so that like to extend the joke, not Tom Nook, I'm not Thor, but he has a habit of also analytically talking like this, yet he has a background in probably computer science. I'm not actually sure what his academic background is. There is a bit of an overlap. Oh yes, I think that's why I switched to lab operations. Breaking down workflow and structure is an easy pivot skill-wise. Agreed. Also, breaking down study plans and evaluating products and providing maybe like consultation and advice on game development and psychology is also pretty easy to pivot to. I don't want to trivialize it, but at the same time, you had to go through a lot of basic fundamentals in order to tackle these types of breakdowns and how to create and synthesize a study plan and a syllabus and a methodology approach to learning a secondary language when you have no prior experience in self-studying. That kinda is a fantastic thesis in my opinion. Like if you go into like psychology and a thesis, I probably write a contemporary model for language learning using self-study in the digital age or something. And that's kind of like, I don't work anymore, so, well, I don't currently work, so I do like social experiments and still continue to engage in like critical thinking and problem solving. You can't take the scientists out of the science, but like you can't take the science out of a scientist, even if they're unemployed. I'm very much into psychology, application psychology, like things that deal with the application, probably not conceptual psychology, although when I was studying, I often dabbled in psychology, philosophy, and logical systems out of sheer hobby. I had a liberal arts educational background, and that liberal arts educational background tugged at my intellectual flexibility. So while, you know, my background is molecular biology, most of the time liberal arts have this way of trying to get you to be multidisciplinary And I always enjoyed the concept of running a lab and teaching people and mentoring people. It's not necessarily for the scientific discovery, largely for the education, right? Maintaining social well-being, mental health, and physical health. And that involves also making sure that students are academically responsible and healthy, right? So I always thought that there was a edge one may gather by understanding fundamentals of psychology that we understand now, and maybe like philosophy and maybe some anthropological stuff, like engaging in social trends and whatnot, that can help one elevate one's ability to reach students and educate them about whatever that makes their life better. And with that allows them to be great, maybe future scientists or what have you. So I always imagined myself at some point back in my past life to be an educator of some sort, especially for young adults. And nowadays, not sure. I think not sure if the opportunity has presented, or I came across opportunity. For now, this is more largely what I do for fun. I think you would like lab operations. I'm currently a lab manager, and juggling a lot of methods and processes with scientists' emotions and mindset is very. I see. I have a colleague who also does that for a non-disclosed large biotech company. And I think they are more or less inclined to do the same thing. I thought about it, and I haven't considered it yet. Just for some candidness, I don't necessarily have a pressure to have to be. So right now I'm kind of like socially experimenting on my own, and perhaps maybe changing it into something else. I do have to say though, all this experience will be easily reproducible professional setting. I always wondered how to get people to see the best in them. It's always kind of a nice thing. Like, I think if there's a wonderful objective and maybe subjective, slightly subjective superpower, is like using your analytical skills that you had over the years and your observational skills to maximize the potential of other people you talk to, or just simply keep people company, because I think there are quite a lot of people nowadays who are incredibly heavily dependent on parasocial relationships that have like you can't help that, right? So being able to equip them with the ability to problem solve, probably like something that I want to be in a position to do. I don't know how that's going to look like from a professional setting. I would love to do that, where my job is to equip people with the necessary need to synthesize and critically think, like create new advisors, create new consultation, right? As opposed to offering consultation for a like objective. Like, I don't want to offer solutions. I want to enable people to find solutions. And that's kind of basically describing a teacher, though. Definitely the skill you are learning will reciprocate for the future. Yeah. Have you thought about teaching English in Japan? Yeah, I have. It's okay. Like, I think language learning is something new to me. Probably not quite there. I think there's like a cultural, there might be also a cultural dissonance with that kind of thing. Probably a little not the target audience that I had in mind. Have you thought of teaching English in Japan ever? It seems like you really love Japan.
和医生
I had thought about it though. I had thought about it.
老师
Actually, I haven't even asked. Are you in a different, like, are you in the United States or are you somewhere else? I'm in the United States. I know I sound like a weeb. I did think about it after my layoff last year, just to take a year break and move to Japan for a year. Oh, is that why you visit? You're in California? Ah, a West Coaster. Yeah, I'm East Coast. East Coast. Another Californian, huh? Nah, you're fine. I'm this might sound a little weird. You just got back from New York last week? Oh, okay. Yeah, New York is my home state. West Coasters, yeah, I was super hot there. Felt like Asia. Oh, okay. What'd you call it? I don't know if we have a generational gap or not, but you sound very enthusiastic and passionate, so I want to say I might be like 10 years old. I'm kind of older. I don't know where we line up in it, but I like living in the United States because I'm diaspora, and going to Japan sounds great, and teaching English in Japan might be a great thing, but all I can envision is it's a temporary thing. I quite like the more fluid like environment of the United States, especially around where I live, or very close to New York, basically. You're turning 29 this year, so losing that enthusiasm slowly. Yeah, but here's a silver lining, right? You're gonna lose that enthusiasm, but what you lose in enthusiasm, you gain in solidarity and stoicism. At least in my opinion, especially if we're cut from the same cloth. I can smile about a lot of things and be able to say like, things are okay. I can work around this. I can make this work. Certainly you can't do like crazy like promises like the hustle, like you're not as hustly anymore. Like, oh yeah, I'm the best. Like I want to be a superhero. But you also gain that really wonderful thing about, hey my guy, you talk to this youngster, like 18 to 20 year old, like, don't worry, I got this. If you can trust me, I got this. I won't give you promises and like crazy enthusiasm and bounce off the wall, but you can rely on a solid rock. At least that's how I feel about getting older. I'm 37, by the way, Tom Nook. So we are almost. I was thinking maybe 10 years apart. We're 10 years apart. But yeah, I'm 37. I agree. I did notice a big cultural difference in terms of freedom or opportunities. Enthusiasm for stoicism is a solid trade-off. Yeah, you get like really solid. You become like a solid rock if all goes well in the adult aging thing. That's where you go find a little one. Oh, that sounded really weird. That's why you go raise a little one, because you're the rock and you get to be that solid rock for the future generation. I sound like a nurturing kind of guy because you can't make you can't make for a great teacher and mentor if you don't always think about this. Yeah, you might lack in enthusiasm, but heck, if there's anything a youngster wants, it'll be okay these days. Yeah, no, same age gap. I miss my enthusiasm, but hey, at least I have answers. Yeah, like answers in a way that it can be very cathartic, and I think that's pretty great. I am definitely not enthusiastic. Or like what I mean is that same enthusiasm. Like, oh yeah, let's just drop and uproot ourselves and go to Japan and then do a startup. I literally heard someone said their friends, they're catching up with their friends because their friends decided they love Japan, so they decide to learn Japanese and move to Japan and start a startup. My thought was, holy heck, I'm too old for this. Like, whoa, I can't. I feel like my heart just skipped a beat when I think like, yo, you're gonna uproot your life. You're gonna go to a country that you're still learning the language, and then you're like, yeah, let's just bank it all on our startup. Like, you know, it's just do a startup in a foreign country. I'm like, whew. That definitely reminds me of an 18-year-old with dreams. I think I'm growing too tired to be enthusiastic at this point. All my tech friends did the same. They left San Francisco and moved to New York for startups. Okay. Yeah. I really thought you were that's what gave me the vibe that you might be in your 20s, but you're yeah, I can see where you are at this point. Yeah, because life has this way. It's not bad or good, but yeah, enthusiasm, you can still feel young. You can sense the life journey. Well, you can still tackle certain things that will make you feel young again, right? I think interacting with younger people makes one briefly young again. So I think streaming has been that outlet for me. I like interacting with young people, but low key though, my interactions lately with younger people have been one that I feel like they have very concerning patterns that are accelerated. As in, like, sometimes I would think it'd be like, oh yeah, this would be something I would probably experience much later in life. However, things seem to be accelerated. And that's kind of an interesting talk as well. I'm literally in the middle of a 5-year plan to own the place I'm working. I have 8 years to get the age clear for the kids to be independent. Then I get enthusiastic about it. Then you can be enthusiastic about travel. That's good. I did realize that doing a long-term plan is less stressful. Interesting. I've kind of grown out of the long-term plans these days. Now I want to say this very humbly, and also, like, it's kind of a weird flex too. I think where I am, like, intellectually and emotionally, is ahead of my biological. So if I sound like I'm a person who has stopped planning like long-term things and goals, is because I think I have quite a lot of closure early in my life. So right now, my viewpoint might be a little bit older, where most of my stuff that I talk about is like, oh yeah, you know, focus on the present, live in the present, maybe 1 or 2 year plans, but focus on the present. Your time is wonderfully precious, and if you already made it, right, I hope both of you have some semblance of closure and whatnot as you're working towards things. I feel the pressure to find plans. The pressure to find plans is great. At the same time, I hope that those become less and less, because it tells me that you have had great things enough that now you live every day like it's the best day of your life. At least that's kind of what most people, as they grow older, every day becomes a blessing. Every day becomes something filled with joy and sufficient rewards, as opposed to that constant urge to need to find greater meaning, greater aspirations. For now though, hopefully both of you doing the best that you can at the moment. I have travel plans. It's very much get money, save up for it thing at the understandable. Yeah, well, it's nice. Biotech.
中文
I haven't heard biotech uttered from another person in so long. Maybe 3 years. I have friends who work for like policy and friends who work for like services, but not biotech. Interesting. How is it? And without like
中文英文
too NDA related and red tape related, how is the biotech industry at the moment?
老师
中文老师 All right. Meanwhile, I'll try to. It's a little. I've been taking it too casual today. I'm working to get that kind of mindset. I've caught myself trying to catch up to my tech friends. Yeah, understand. They're always traveling, working remote, getting lots of money. Yeah. That's. I can sense that. Yeah. So I've always felt behind being the only biotech friend. But I'm learning to appreciate what I have, and I'm fine. Very nice. Very nice. And I hope you continue to get closer and closer to it. Yeah, it's to the point where that mindset that you're saying, like I just don't have a competitive spirit anymore. Right? When you're young, enthusiastic, you have that urgency, that feel like I don't want to get left behind. I want to be with everyone else. And then at some point, you've paved such a path and such a legacy that there's no equal to you. And what I mean by that is not like an arrogant, pompous thing, but you collectively have enough experience that it is very difficult to replicate you. Whether that is measured on some sort of arbitrary scale or not, you no longer have the mindset or urgency to have to do that. And that's kind of where I am. And so when someone approaches me with like language learning and they try to hustle me, right? Like, oh yeah, this is the best way. You'll never get to learn Japanese. This is the fastest way. And I'm like, oh, that's okay. Like, I'll take your advice and I'll get to it when I get to it. If it sounds great and you are very enthusiastic about it, I'll try it for a moment. But I have like no urgency anymore to prove anything. And that's kind of where I hope most people, in my opinion, get to like later in life, where you can do the things you love and you don't necessarily have the urgency to have to prove that to anyone. You only have your own happiness in mind, which is fantastic. It's also a place of privilege. So that also involves you having the resources, the luxury, the position to be able to do. And for me, I have it for quite some time. I'll have it for quite some time. So I'm enjoying it, living it up. Biotech is not struggling, but going through a lot of restructuring. Yeah, layoffs. That's kind of what I was thinking, only because of all the other stuff too. I follow a general broad sense of economics in the industry, and I was curious how biotech, that type of situation, right? It's growing with a lot of new ideas, interesting new jobs, cooperative AI, and new technology for sure. Even though I've been laid off 2 times in the last 2 years, because of like restructuring, right? Quote unquote restructuring, the constant restructuring, or what do people call it now? Like consolidation, or there are a lot of political terms for laying off people because there might be some financial stringency incoming due to like the sudden change and the constant shift in investments. I've been very passionate since I've always been around science. I see. I was married to the job, or I was married to science, as I would say it with a smiling face. There is a long story short. Probably you might have heard all of this before. I hit science so hard that I felt like I was burning in every possible way possible. So I burned out pretty early. It wasn't that early. I was like 30. It's earlier than the previous generation. I hit a point of burnout. So then took a time to reevaluate. And the rest is history. Worked hard, you know. Don't sleep. Juggle as many responsibilities as possible, and then chill later. So Duolingo. How's your Duolingo experience?
到
I actually kind of want to hear any like deeper cuts. What are your deep cuts about Duolingo? I haven't met someone who isn't someone who had a background in linguistics and like language learning or something, but still has a background in an analytical science. Speaking of LLMs and like AI models, my next stage in trying to tackle the conversational question and construction question is actually using ChatGPT. In fact, Duolingo is testing that this very moment. They are training language models for the next stage in construction. So you could actually tackle that out of social interest in the future. Or, you know, if you just so happen to find yourself crossing paths with me again in another 100 to 150 days, you might see me tackling that very social experiment. I think that's very good. You took a step back to reflect during the burnout. Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of Asian. Yeah, it's part of the Asian mentality. Yeah, I'm not third gen, so my parents are first gen, and I inherited a lot of that. I don't think there might have been one or two moments in my life in my first like 34 years of life where I actually had some semblance of taking a break. To say it lightly. Yeah. I didn't become a doctor though, so there you have it. I don't know if you were did you get plugged for a doctor, and if you didn't make it, did they suggest being a pharmacist? Before you decided on joining biotech? Because that's what I got. A good old which, by the way, are you second gen by any chance? I imagine perhaps you make it sound, your perspective makes it sound like you might be second gen, as in like your parents are the immigrants, and you probably carried a lot of those expectations with you. My first idea is print it out and highlight the characters I'm having trouble immediately recognizing. Oh, for Tadoku. Yeah, for the hiragana. Interesting, player. Did you read the beginning of the Tadoku books? You didn't break out anything, did you? At the end, once you finish reading the book, I would definitely, that sounds like a very great way to engage in it. During it, the idea, I don't know if you read the front. The idea is you go through the whole thing and see how you feel, and then, you know, like what you can gather, and then retroactively, which is great. Printing out the book, highlighting. Very hands-on, Blair. I'm actually a big Duolingo fan. They made language learning really great for people who have busy schedules. That I have not heard in a while. That's wonderful sentiment. It's really easy and effective to continue the streak system. Yeah, even when I'm at a bar at 11 p.m. I always make sure I do go before the night ends. Fair enough. Yes, I did. That's why I'm not doing it immediately. Yeah, Blair. Yep. That's how grade readers are supposed to work. Or like that's the theory behind grade reading, Blair. You try to take it in because you have to be comfortable. I like the way grade readers go about it because it's trying to make you feel comfortable in saying, okay, just gather whatever you can from the book. It's supposed to be appropriate where you have enough to gather, and then you can plug all the tiny holes together. So afterwards, you're gonna have like little tiny holes here, and you fill them in because you have all the context of other foundational knowledge. And that's the principle behind graded readers, which is a very big method that is supported by a particular very notable people like in language acquisition. At least that's what I read cursorily. I'm not an expert. I think I'm 2nd gen or 1.5. Your parents came here from Filipino 90s. Oh yes, I didn't want to be a nurse like every Filipino. Oh yeah, that's right. Are you familiar with this viral Filipino who does stand-up now, but he also has experience as a nurse? Do you know who I'm talking about? I really like his skits. I think it's really funny. Now he actually does stand-up, but I don't know if he still does nurse things. But it's pretty funny. Is it Joe Coy? Wait, hold up. No, not Joe Coy. This guy's younger. He might be on TikTok, and he always does the skit where, you know, left and right, he puts on a mask, and he's like startlingly, oh, he might not even be Filipino actually, but he is a nurse. He might not be Filipino, but I think he is. And he reminds me of so many though. He might be Laos, like he might be from Laos, yeah, like, or maybe Nepal or something. But that's what I thought about. That's the image I got immediately. Probably not necessarily, but it has some funny, got some great comedy. My parents pushed me to pharmacy. Yep, makes sense. Before I committed to dev and farm school, I switched to biotech. I knew I would be around science. Yeah, I took the MCATs, not once. I actually took the MCATs twice, and then I had second thoughts, and I pivoted to graduate school because of the mentors around that showed me a life not in med school. So that's kind of it. I actually thought I would be able to qualify for one of those MD PhD programs. Then I realized that my heart is not in med school, so I just performed terribly. Like there were so many high indicating things that point me like, yeah, I could do better than this, but it's pretty clear that I don't want this as badly as I pivoted away from it. I didn't get into biotech though. So I imagine you completed did you complete graduate school? Or did you just hop into biotech? Oh, Nurse John, yes. Oh, that's his TikTok. Yeah, I like the YouTube shorts I see from Nurse John. That's what I think about when I wait. Let me see. Hold up. Oh no. Wait. No, maybe it... Yeah. No, it's actually a different person. Oh, hold up. I'll have to come back to you with that, man. Oh, that guy looks really funny too. There's a lot of these people. There's also one that's a doctor. I think he's a surgeon, maybe. And he does that too. So, no, wow. Anyways, there are quite a lot of them. Let me see if I can find who I'm talking about. Oh, this is totally worth the investment. Hold up. Oh, I found him immediately. He's like front center. He's so viral that it's so easy to find him. Hang on. Let me. Oh, it's Steve Aoe? I don't really know how to pronounce it's this guy. And I think he's a comedian, but he makes lots of heckin' nurse things, so I don't know if he's actually a nurse. But this guy, like, immediately, he's like the first hit. So all did you know what my type was? I wrote nurse shorts. I literally Googled nurse shorts on my YouTube like channel account, so it has no history. And that's who came up first. So that guy. That's the guy. He has this he has a very electric mannerism, so I really enjoy it. I did not. I was about to commit to grad school at UCLA, okay, but I decided to get experience first. But here I am 6 years later still working, but a lot of scientists told me that nowadays you don't need a PhD. There's a good amount of. Exactly. Yep. I actually spent 3 years working for the government, or like 2 years, 2.5 years for the government before I decided to go to graduate school. And then the rest is history. I can tell he's stressed. Yeah. Oh, it's great to have this conversation with someone who's much later in the career. Interesting. I should have said something. I thought you were thinking of him. Oh, hey Jack. Oh yeah. I really like the guy. I love people who are so in touch with balancing charisma with humor. And that guy really does capture the things. I wish nurses were like that, in my opinion. Obviously, that's we have to take a grain of salt. Like nurses, nursing, like nurse, is a really stressful position. I mean, the reason why I pivot away from medical school is I did some like time just standing, like volunteer work in a hospital, and it only took me a couple like weeks straight standing in like specific places in the hospital, especially the ER room, to come to realize that I do not have the fortitude to do that for the rest of my life. So it's a very mellow point, but I wouldn't be the person I am without that experience. So nevertheless, I chose science because at least if I can't answer the question, I wouldn't feel the utter disappointment in failing to save someone's life. So I say this with a very smiling heart, that if I can help people make great decisions in their lives, that's enough. But at least I'm not equipped to occupy a position in which that person's life is dependent on me, literally. So I pivoted away from the medical field because of that. I probably just screwed my YouTube algorithm. I was doing so good with J-pop songs. I'm sorry. One of my nurses had a habit of telling our patients, "I hate that for you," or "I hate that for them." And I picked up sarcastic. Oh, those quotes are pretty good. Yeah, those quotes are pretty good.
路
That sounds like a nurse with a lot of experience. Yeah. Oh, we digressed so hard today. I'm having a blast. Thank you guys. I always appreciate the discussions. Ah, man.
住 到
Oh, I gotta make sure I don't mix up Dao and Lu again.
国路医院
Ian. Speaking of
路
Lu,
路
Dao,
道
路
Lu,
路 走
Joe,
到
Dao,
上
Chang,
口
路
到
Likewise, really good. Yeah, that life works out so wonderful. I honestly think it's so serendipitous. Yeah, we yap a lot in this. I mean, I get the whole language learning thing, and this might trigger quite a lot of people in the future upon retrospection. If you're learning a language to get closer to people and to bring people together, wouldn't this qualify as one of those reasons? Right, our interest in the Japanese language brought us together. Oh, and without saying too much, if there's any underlying principle, if there's any underlying principle that I emphasize for most people, is people are worth investing. Occasional bad actors, occasional opportunists cannot supplant how much of a luxury, how much of a rare resource these days to have access to investing in. So that's kind of my 2 cents about in the day of digital ages, automation, and very, very highly hyper objectified metrics for humans, right? I measure it's tough. It's tough. Sometimes I feel like people just don't trust anyone. Like, what are you selling, Tom Nook? I mean, what are you selling, not Tom Nook? Are you hustling something right now? Come on, tell me. Are you gonna sell me a timeshare in the Keys? I swear. The not Tom Nook thing is really funny. Wait. I gotta do my plug about my miracle cure. For a low price of low price of your time, you might actually feel the warm embrace of someone who might care about you. How's that for a plug? No, I'm just kidding, but no obligations, obviously. But sometimes I feel if you're losing enthusiasm, if you're losing vitality, having a warm, once in a while, lifetime discussion with just a stranger who maybe just cares a little bit more every once in a while can be just that enough to give a pep in someone's step. In my opinion, I think regardless of what your age is, it's always kind of nice to boost someone's spirit every once in a while. It's free. You can always do it, right? You gotta boost their spirit. I actually jumped into Japanese language learning channels to sell Japan shares, which is ironically something Tom Nook would do. Oh no. Oh, that's something. That is something. I haven't ever sold anything in my life, so here's me trying, I suppose. I actually am an incredibly poor salesman, so I don't usually get caught up in the stuff. I know that it is a reality that one must contend if you're trying to expand and try to reach try to make a larger impact in I talk about business a lot though, like from a psychological perspective. However, I haven't ever operated my own business. I think it would tear me apart, without a doubt. My parents are Chinese and they're Fujianese, so if there's any cultural normative traditionalism in the Fujianese culture, is they all operate businesses and very successful businesses. That's how roots are established, and I am a product, or I am a offspring, a second gen who has been influenced by other things, and business would probably tear me apart. Like, what I mean is I would tear myself apart, not that people would tear me apart. It would probably destroy my well-mannered mindset and discipline nowadays. Is the language learning community more active at different times? I wonder. I only ever see like 5 channels online doing stuff. Twitch doesn't have a language learning community, unfortunately. There. It also here's the irony here. The only Twitch related language learning channel is Duolingo, and ironically, most of the streamers don't actually use the ones that carry influence that come on every once in a while list themselves under Duolingo because it's the only language relating thing, but they're not people who use Duolingo. In fact, a lot of them laugh and dislike Duolingo. If you're curious, because I do check if there's anything related to language learning, and it is a desert 24/7. Language learning isn't that high octane gameplay thing. Twitch is not a place of learning. I still do it though. How long have I been doing learning things? I play video games, but I teach learning. Like, I use video games as a learning vehicle. I've been doing it for over 5 years. Right? Wait, let me do the math. I calculate everything. That 2,109 days divided by 365. It's almost 6 years. It's 5.78 years. Including today. 5.7, 5.6, 5.78 years. It hasn't changed. I tried doing sales at one point in my life. Tried selling pipette tips. I only lasted a month. I felt like I was forcing myself to smile every day. Yeah, you want to get out of here. Yeah, that's fantastic that you notice it soon. I feel like there's something to be said about the difference between knowing when to walk away versus quitting, right? Some people might say in that situation, oh, but you're just a quitter, right? It's like, well, no, actually you realized that you're obligating yourself to do something that's not sustainable. So yeah, walking away, that's a month, pretty quick. Yeah, selling pipette tips. I remember encountering a sales rep recruitment before, and it was for sequencers. Someone needed a sales rep for a sequencer, Illumina and stuff, because I happen to have used things like I've used high throughput sequencing. Like, it was part of the research. We had to have access to sequencers. So the idea is, well, you could hire someone who has experience in sequencing, who happens to be graduating soon, that kind of thing. And I'm like, obviously it didn't happen. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
到到
Yeah, unfortunately, Blair, it's a mindset thing. I don't think people like to come here to learn. They come here to be there are, I'm not saying it's non-existent. There's certainly a much smaller community. I don't think learning and pleasure and chilling and vegeting are separable. Like, what I mean is, I don't think they have to be separated. You can veg while also learning to how to appreciate what you can learn. You can veg and learn at the same time. It's quite, it takes a while to get started, but it becomes effortless later. Like, you can't help but engage in learning a lot of times. Like, oh yeah, you know, I'm just sitting here. You know, I kind of want to learn about the tree I'm staring at. Let's go learn something about the trees. And you're just chilling, soaking it in. I think that's something that makes one young, or keeps one young. I don't know if I appear or sound a little bit younger than most people, but generally I'm quite. You guys seen Vsauce, right? I want to be like him when I'm his age. I actually don't know if Vsauce, how old Vsauce is. He might be like 10 years, maybe 10 or 15 years older than me. I want to be like him still in 10 or 15 years. Yeah, it's marketing. And gaming is requiring a mindset. And that mindset isn't education or learning. You're gonna head out for the night? Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for asking. Oh yeah, no worries. I would love to know that good things are happening for you. And like, I would love to challenge you to do a more critical, like, find, if you have time, do a more critical assessment of the stuff that you try out, like Wanikani or something. Because I would love to hear it from like a critical assessment in a way as a point of motivation, but at the same time, also from a place where someone isn't having a background in linguistics. Like, I haven't had that opportunity. So if there's anything to incentivize being more engaged, I would love to hear your take and in application of your skills. Yeah, Tom Nook. I mean, not Tom Nook. Thanks for hanging and chilling. I really appreciate it. Actually, probably how most people even found out about Twitch. Agreed, Jack. Yes, that is the case. I actually found out about Twitch through gaming as well. My source of like really hitting Twitch, when I was like really hitting Twitch hard, was probably Hearthstone. Hearthstone is probably when I hit Twitch really hard.
走 到 路 加拿大 国
Okay. That double tapped. I didn't even submit anything.
问
And
医院
医院
那儿
那儿
到
到
路
路
路
The Fortnite days is when you found out? Oh, okay. Fortnite, huh? All right. So, like, I'm way over time. So we're going to review the pinyin and then call it a day, and I'll come back tomorrow for this. I had too many good discussions today. Like, I could talk all day. However, I also need to get up to pick up my glasses tomorrow. My new glasses. I'm excited about my new glasses. So let's review this stuff. I'm not responsible for the Hanzi until the day after, so we'll keep these in mind. What do we have? So we have Let's see if I can get the tones correctly. Yo. Yo. We're gonna keep it neutral. Bien. For that one. Bien. Yo, bien. Zuo. I still have gaps in your hiragana. The words are not comprehensible, so my brain won't process it, but it's okay. Exactly, Blair. You picked up some of the hiragana, right? You might have picked up one word or two as well. That. Great. Do they have special high-tech, never-before-seen language translating lenses? That would be kind of nice. Actually, if you have a reasonable last, like 1 year ago, maybe 2 years ago, smartphone, and you have a compatible Bluetooth headset, you can real-time transcribe most languages to a comprehensible level. So like, you can still get the fundamentals down, right? In language learning, and then use those fundamentals to go around with an earpiece and have your phone transcribe in real time, because most of the latest phones even have language learning models built in, actually. And nowadays you can actually just go around and do that. You don't even need lenses, although just so you know, there are lenses like that, actually, Jack. But that technology right now is largely used for aiding people who are vision impaired, in my opinion. I think the best application of that type of thing is vision impairment. So like things like where you have to like enhance certain things, and it captures, like it's a camera attached to the side, right? We have some smart glasses here and there that uses like assistant integrated things, but more or less the service is that your phone is going to handle the thing. So you can actually do that. There are a few clips of things that, in terms of Chinese, there are some astonishingly well live transcribable things where the demonstrations work really well. It's two-sided conversation, two different languages, and the people with the earpieces have instant, like near instant. It's kind of slightly delayed, but ongoing contextual conversations with each other. So I'm not saying that that's a replacement for language learning. If you enjoy language learning, I enjoy language learning. However, if you're not into language learning, it's actually very pocketable right now on comprehensible language translation. Now the question is, if it can be accessibly deployed into like tourist areas or like commerce, then it might de-emphasize language learning. However, it also provides a gigantic leap in convenience for those who are not interested, right? Meanwhile, I do have to insist, language learning provides other types of nuance of learning. So if not for anything, while technology is fantastic, we wouldn't have this discussion if we weren't, or like if language learning wasn't, right? However, it's not even high, it's not necessarily high tech anymore. It's very it's expensive to implement, I would say. The technology that you're talking about, it's very expensive for like any restaurant or any convenience store. Maybe like large franchises may implement something like that for like international reasons, but generally speaking, the the technology exists. The investment maybe not, because it would be very difficult to imagine like a smaller chain finding commercial returns on having language translated. But for you, yeah, you can actually own a pair of smart glasses that will tell you what's on, like when you stare at a sign, and it will use the cores in your smartphone to translate it for you into an earpiece. So if you go around and you look, actually the partnership between Ray-Ban and I guess Facebook or something, there are quite a few lens integrated. Usually it's on the hinge. Oh yeah, you're not far from it, Jack. It's actually quite interesting. When I went to pick up my glasses, right, or like went to pick up a frame, they did have one of those Ray-Ban glasses. I think it's called Aberration. Is what? No, it might be Oakley's brand. Let me see. Aberration. Yes. Apparition or something. I think it's supposed to have some sort of, or maybe not. No. Maybe. I know Ray-Ban is doing it. I don't know what Ray-Ban's thing is called. Hold up. Don't quote me on this, but I know Ray-Ban has a pair of smart glasses. How good is it? I have no idea. Yeah, they're Wayfarers. The Meta Wayfarers. It's integrated. It's a Facebook lab. So future. Real talk. Okay. All right. Also $340, which isn't that much cheaper. Much more expensive than the frames I'm picking up tomorrow. Let's see. Tian, right? Tian. Ang. Xiao. Lu. Gao. Zhou. Wang. Wait. Wang? Yes, Wang. I wasn't sure if it was 2 or 3. Wang. Mie. Mie. Shui. Oh no, Shui. Zema. I think it's 2. Son of a. Okay, I gotta remember. 3. Zema. Oh. Ni. Men. The. Na. Li. The. Na. Okay. It's not too bad. But we've already got this locked down for a while now. So I was like slacking off. I'm sorry guys, I was slacking off. I just got so caught up in discussion. What were we talking about the whole time? Oh, we talked about Duolingo. Oh yeah, all of this is related to Duolingo anyway. Oh yeah, a lot of this is related to language. I don't have to. It's fine, it was relevant. I can plug these all together. Yeah, I'll be able to plug all these. Yeah, no chance. I did get occasionally when I'm not paying attention, I get these two mixed up because I'm still not familiar with the writing yet. So tomorrow I'll double down on writing. I'll try to stay a wee bit more focused. We want to clear this out tomorrow and then write all the characters. Right. All right, folks. That's a wrap today. Absolutely love it. Getting late. Let's just love meeting new people, especially people that are so wonderfully candid. Oh, I hope you guys have good news all the time. You gotta tell me how you're seizing life. Okay, so what is the closing remark for today? We talked about a lot of things. Generally speaking, though, what are some take-homes? Take-homes are sometimes big perspective, in my opinion, like bigger perspective. That context can really ground a lot of concerns, and maybe even there's times when, you know, if there's a balance between nihilistic thought and being very intimately involved with a smaller perspective, right? So what I mean by that is sometimes when you're thinking really, really big, nihilism knocks at the door, right? All this stuff's like, oh yeah, we have to consider all this stuff. Why even bother trying, right? That's the one thing that I want to not suggest, right? Our conversation about what if Duolingo did an advanced version of Duolingo. While I stepped back and talked about how all the things they have to consider while doing this, at the same time, it doesn't diminish the idea that there's probably a way to do it, in my opinion. Where there's a will, there's a way. This is intellectual construction, right? So I didn't want to make it sound like, oh, don't do it. I feel like it's nice when you know what they're up against and also still continue to do it, right? And that's also kind of like that's basically the theme when it comes to like pivoting in careers. You have this bigger perspective. Maybe your goal is really far away, so it requires a big perspective, and that big perspective can be incredibly daunting. It can create nihilism, like why even bother, it's so far off, like something like that. So then I would push the person back down to the present, right? Like I would try to push their goals closer and have a smaller perspective. Meanwhile, that smaller perspective can also benefit from stepping back a little and getting a bigger perspective. The idea, in my opinion, that really fuels discussion is being able to go back and forth and tweaking that. So I personally think that would be, and learning a language can totally benefit from that, in my opinion. When things get a little grindy, when things get a little like repetitious, or you're observing yourself, right? You're living in the moment. You're observing yourself. It's like, oh yeah, I totally didn't even read half the sentence and I already knew the answer. So like, I'm not paying attention to half the sentence. That is awesome. That is like living in the present. I can't tell you, like Blair gave a great example of like not feeling like they're going to learn the words because they can see themselves being clever, like intuitively clever at skipping and doing shortcuts, right? That is, in my opinion, far more informative than someone who goes through the ropes expecting an outcome when in reality they might have superseded that outcome. That's kind of like someone who's looking at a goalpost. We kind of talked about this yesterday too. Looking at a goalpost, it's like, oh yeah, I need to get to know 2000 kanji within 2 years. And the goalpost is that you just need to know. You need some affirmation that you have cleared 2000 kanji. Is that the same as realizing and understanding 2000 kanji in the moment? I would beg to differ most of the time that knowing something after rudimentarily relying on a singular strategy for a really long time might be an overestimate of how much it was salient, like how much of those 2000 kanji is salient in your memory, because oftentimes a hyper focus on numbers and like the aspect of finding the minimal amount of effort, as in minimal input of energy and greatest output, that's increasing efficiency, right? Where sometimes the sight at the target really far loses sight of the details that are happening. And oftentimes if someone is really far looking, I try to ask them about what they are looking at now, like in the present. Have you noticed, like, how are you measuring your engagement? How are you measuring your retention? Are you practicing recall, which that's what's brought up as well with the conversation with Kat. So are you practicing recall to adequately see that you're not deviating away from something, like not measuring something? And I have noticed this personally every month or so. So when I go hard, like when I go at it for a month, I try to switch it up a little. What that helps me with is it reinforces the engagement. Then I go back, then I go forward a little bit. Like you're not effectively restructuring everything. The idea is you're aiming to offset that idea that, oh yeah, now it just feels like routine. You're going through a routine. Am I remembering what my routine is doing for me, or have I become complacent and now that routine has been producing less and less results? And one of the things that I have a concern about when it comes to input all the time is that if you're inputting all the time, you have a fantastic and admirable commitment to trusting that you do not fall victim to complacency, right? Think about it this way, in my opinion. If you are always input, how is it that those individuals who are constitutively immersed in a language, unable to pick up the language? I can speak for that. Like what I mean is, personally, I did not pick up all the elements of many languages that I spent nearly my entire life surrounded in, right? Even the nuances of English did not get acquired in that way, right? So I don't say that it's not useful. It takes time, but how much time do you want? And then when you get hyper focused on certain things, you don't notice these things anymore. Like, for example, imagine a professional athlete, right? They have coaches. Coaches are detached from that athlete. So when sometimes a coach notices something, like, hey, recently, I know you've been playing for like tens of years and you spent dedicated, but your shoulder is starting to drop, right? Somehow it just progressively, you don't notice these things. Sometimes it's part of the human condition. When you become more complacent, sometimes certain due diligence does fall by the wayside. I'm not saying that you can't offset this. There are many impressively due diligent people. I know my limitations. I even put it at 30 months. Some people say they can do the same thing for 5 years and not become complacent about it. That's incredibly impressive. That's almost insane to me. I'm not a person that has a really great command of hyper focus. Like, in fact, I trained most of my life to try to focus. I have a potential deficit, but I don't think it's that bad, especially when you spend a lot of At least in my opinion, I spend most of my time trying to create things to keep my attention, right? So even then, even if my sustained attention is below average, there's ways to improve it. There's ways to elevate it. However, if you're not actively engaged in the thing you're learning anymore, you're not actively learning and observing what's happening. So after a while, yeah, even Anki, where you're 2000 kanji, even if you're cycling through them and you never get one wrong, you take that away and you realize how complacent you become, in my opinion. And it's not a bad or a good thing. It just happens that that system has made you incredibly efficient. And I think it's one of the most clever consequences of being a human being is that even if you don't want to become efficient, like you're deliberately trying to increase the engagement and increase the input that you're taking in each time progressively, that is only to keep push off that complacency. I think humans are remarkable. Without knowing any type of analytical or psychological behavior or anything like self-awareness or anything, you can become so efficient and yet not be able to explain or internalize or express or teach what you're actually doing. There's something to be said about incredibly talented people who are unable to explain how they are so talented. Or, you get to a point where you're so complacent, where you just do something incredible and someone asks you, hey, how do you do that? How can I get to that point? And their comment would be like, I never thought about it that way. Or I never thought about it, right? And that's kind of the situation that I do feel happens a lot. And even in science, right? When was the last that you probably have heard this, but confirmation bias is very scary. And hypothesis-driven experimentation without like double-blindedness, that can be super difficult to keep at bay. And I only speak of this confirmation bias is because science is in ever battle against confirmation bias. Like you want your experiment to work, but it's so disheartening when it doesn't. And that's 95% of the time, if not more. I know we're at parting remarks, but I actually read through a start level book. Nice. It's a hit or miss. Blair, remember in the beginning they said like if you can't read the book, move on to a new one and move on to a new one and then come back because you're in a learning process. So the books really vary. Like there's a book that you're like immediately you're like I know all of this, and then there's like a book like you're missing like a key thing in the book, and it's like the whole theme, right? Because the earlier books that you either know the one thing that they're not trying to introduce a lot of ideas all at once, right? So that's what the feeling is. I think that's where they're trying to get to, where you're like trying different books, one clicks, one doesn't. That's the name of the game, right? And one day you're gonna come back, and that's what I have been doing for quite some time. I think grade readers are awesome. It's a great idea. Graded readers, I totally get why they're so attractive. Also, I know Blair, you don't want to learn another language, but graded readers exist for other languages too. Actually, do you know? Do you have a graded readers for Korean? I don't actually know that. Is there Korean graded readers? I imagine there's gotta be, right? You should try it with if you haven't already. It's fantastic. It's a great way to set off the complement SRS. Because again, the parting remark would be you want to keep your complacency at bay. What is graded readers? So I don't know, Jack, if you're still like going at it in a specific language, but graded readers is the idea that they are books or books basically. They're like stories, and they have audio. They're focused on like visual association, and what they're doing is they're graded, as in they have a level, a set target level. And the goal of graded reader is you're supposed to find your level. So somehow you got to get an idea of what your level is, right? What your level is by output or some sort of metric. And then you find the level, your level, and it should be like almost comprehensible. Like almost all of it should be comprehensible, like 80%. Like that, 80% of it, or maybe even 70, enough to comprehend it. So it's comprehensible input. It's a comprehensible input. So it has to be just comprehensible enough. So it does require you to understand where your level is. And then what happens is you learn the other 20% through context. No dictionaries, no nothing. You learn naturally, you infer and discover what the other 20% is. And then you continue moving up. Then you'll eventually level up. So then you'll get to a higher level and a higher level. And that is, this is a very popular approach, and it's called comprehensible. And that's what vloggers and podcasters try to do as well when they're vlogging it. They're vlogging stuff. So for grade readers, it helps with people who like reading and like listening in that manner, like combining reading and listening. And then for like vlogs and podcasts, there are other visual inputs. But generally, when they say easy listening, they're talking about this. So these are what graded readers are. In Japanese, Blair is using a free resource provided by Tadoku, who has done this for various levels. And I really like the concept. And it's available in other languages, as far as I remember. Like in Chinese, there are some services that have them. I'm not sure about free services. In Japanese, Tadoku is one of the earlier, a great resource for free reading. So if you're ever interested, that's kind of where that is. That's the concept. You you start at a level that is comprehensible. If you haven't reached a level that's comprehensible, like their lowest level, if it's not necessarily comprehensible, work on some foundations. Work on like a few foundations and then go back. And then work on a few foundations, go back. And once you get started, you can practically do that for the rest. The concept is that you can keep leveling up by this way. What Blair and I were talking about is that sometimes, right, you may not want to do grade reading. So you can do SRS, like Anki or Duolingo or something. And then sometimes you don't want to do SRS. You can do grade reading. The idea is that when things get too samey and you start finding yourself cutting corners and not engaging anymore, you want to switch it up. Like the encouragement is to switch it up so that the thing doesn't get old, right? Like you don't want to fall out of love or out of enthusiasm for something because you've done it too long. So the idea is moderation, in my opinion. Moderation. It helps to keep you going in language learning. So if it sounds like it's really boring to see me do Duolingo every day, then you got to find out when it gets boring, so then you can do something else and then something else. I'm also kind of doing that in a different way too. I mix up the way I interact with the same thing, which is the same in the reverse. I also read grade readers every once when I'm not doing Duolingo. right? I watch vlogs and podcasts. So if you're interested, look up some grade readers. It's really wonderful. So the joy of reading is it's non-existent in Duolingo until way later, and even then their stories, people might not even get to their stories. So in the meantime, you can definitely do grade reading, because grade reading starts at a wonderful place. Like it's like so low that it's accessible and you get the joy of reading, which Blair clearly yeah, I hope you can find some for Korean. I haven't learned Korean, so like other people haven't told me about it. I know there are some Chinese services, like Chinese grade reader stuff. I haven't found a nice resource for like accessibly free ones to try yet for Chinese. I might start looking in the future. But Japanese, Tadoku is such a wonderful, shout outs to the people who do that. You know, I think they're crowdfunded or something, maybe Patreon. I don't know how they fund themselves, but it's such a great resource. So I share that resource to allow other people to enjoy it, and then maybe they'll get something in response, right? If there's anything people who use their resource will probably support at some point, right? And that's it. Yeah. So far, I'm finding very little, but I'll continue looking. Yeah. That's the thing about when I talk to other Chinese learners and like Korean learners and whatnot. Japanese is, there's just so much, like Japanese is really trendy, and for better or for worse or something like that. But Japanese has a lot, like the when we talk about the language community at large, I think I understand how serious and hardcore the Japanese learning community can be as an extension, but it also comes with perks. You see what I mean? Like we also, I can't just talk negatively about passion. Like I think Kate kind of got this thing about Anki, but lots of the Anki users are Japanese language learners, and they're kind of hardcore. But the nice thing about having a hardcore community is there's a lot of motivation to create resources, right? And I mean, we can't discount the Japanese work ethic, because the Adoku is probably like organized and produced by the by Japanese people, which, work ethic aside, there's just so many resources for Japanese when it compares to like Chinese and Korean, at least even in my cursory look. And obviously we also have to take into account the whole political landscape between like China and the United, all that stuff. And that's kind of like the unspoken given thing. So take home message, guys. I love having discussions while having language learning. It contextualizes what it's like to be a language learner. It's always awesome. Also, try not to become complacent. I stream Duolingo, but that doesn't mean I only use Duolingo. I wouldn't be able to say all the things that I say if about alternatives and all that stuff. And complementary, I guess that's the other take-home message. It's great to envision, or it's acceptable to envision a perfect product, or a product that can have the cake and eat it. However, fundamentally, there are things at odds with each other. If you want a place to encourage people to start something, it is not simultaneously a place that would cater to the advanced learner, right? So in that way, there are different spheres and avenues of learning. Take it all. You're the end user. You know, at least I hope, you do not become complacent and plateau and all that stuff. You do not become complacent in the sense that you stop paying attention to yourself, stop observing your outputs and your inputs, right? So then you can transition naturally between things. You can take it all in, discard things, refine things, right? Just because I use Duolingo and try to make Duolingo work doesn't mean you have to. I'm using it as a platform to test my strategy. That's largely it. And I'm gonna try to complete the course. If and when that happens, it might be like a year from now. However, that doesn't mean I won't be moving away or moving on, and then also continuing to keep up with any update. That's the idea. There's no one solution to there's no one ring to rule them all, right? No one ring to rule them all. However, if you have multiple rings, you can use rings whenever you want for each occasion, right? And that's kind of the idea. So, if something gets old, walk away from it for a bit. Don't like grind your way through it, because in my opinion, once you grind it, it's going to be hard to come back. I think weaning off something and then coming back, weaning off and coming back, that's how you keep the desensitization from pretty much ruining your thing. Like, imagine, you know, your favorite meal as a kid. Is it still your favorite meal now? Well, if it's not, then you probably consumed it in an unmoderated manner, right? If you're playing video games and you're constantly asking yourself, why are video games crappier and crappier each year, when fundamentally they aren't. I'm going to tell you now, they aren't. The idea is that you're demanding more and more. When you're drinking a soda and you're not moderating that, you're going to drink more and more. And those are physical responses. Mental works the same way, in my opinion, or like very similar way. Try to be a little bit more dynamic and encouraging. I think life can be filled with enough stuff, in my opinion. And one last thing, it's kind of a cautionary tale. If I asked you, this is a rhetoric to end the day with. If I asked you to pull up a piece of paper and I ask you, how many things can you cycle until it doesn't get old? So, do you have a list of things that you can do where you can cycle through and it doesn't stop? So what I mean by that is, the first 3 months, if you do something, you love this thing. Then the next 3 months, you have something else you love. Then the following 3 months, and then the following 3 months. Do you have enough to go across a year and then come back to something on the list and continue to do that? In my opinion, if you can build a lifestyle around that, especially with like learning like things that take a really long time, then the wheel doesn't fall off. It doesn't like suddenly hit a door, you know, hit a stop, right? I think most people like to do things until it's not useful anymore and then dump that and never come back to it. They just continue on. So you're going to go through a cycle of, yeah, I'm getting accustomed to a new thing. I like it. Then it stops working. Now you go through that process again. That works, by the way. It does work for those who are very adept at starting and stopping new things. Personally, that's kind of what I did for a long time. Nowadays, though, I've started and stopped a lot of things so regularly, as in like stop on my own accord and then start back, stop and start back. The idea is language learning. Duolingo doesn't necessarily have to get old, because I'm moderating it. And some people might scoff at the idea that, well, you spend like 7 or 8 hours on Duolingo. Yeah, that's how long it is for me to get tired of something. So then if I start working on a job, how long do you think I can work on a job before I get bored or complacent? The idea is you start somewhere. You start figuring out how to engage yourself, even with the same things. It can be very difficult at first. but boy, is it ever rewarding when you can make paint dry. Watch paint. Like, think about the content creator. There's a guy who literally just watched the natural tilt of the earth swing paint over and over again, and they keep reimagining the thing over and over again, and there's endless reward for that person, and people are mesmerized by that. That, my friends, is something that you can do, in my honest opinion, with some time, effort, and practice. You can even love something. You can even love something that you didn't love at first. At least that's my opinion. Just saying. So, hopefully, that leads on a more positive note. Go out there, have discussions, farm ideas from other people, integrate it into your own life, moderate it, stagger it, what have you. I love learning Chinese on top of Japanese because it's a staggered thing, right? Learning Chinese is very different from learning Japanese, even if even even if it's on the same platform. Go out there and learn, right? All right, folks, I'm gonna head out. Really tired. Hopefully I'll be back in a little bit later time because I have to pick up my classes. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. All right, until next time, 再见. And stay safe, stay healthy, and catch you guys on the next one. Bye.